And good morning. Let's do this first. There. Now you can actually see me. Alright, started streaming. Hi, left, go. Okay, so there are a couple of big things to do today. Oh, the first one is update the to-do list. Friday, finish working on the infrastructure feature. Yeah. Okay, so Friday, Adam is working on the last Adam's working on the last bit of, how do I say this? It's feature work, but I don't think people will totally understand what feature work is. Hey, Patakusa. And JWL. Good Friday to you all. Adam is working on the last bit of the infrastructure, allowing for upgrading and replication. He'll probably also work on testing this today. It may extend into next week. Well, it will likely extend a little into next week. Hey, EnvisionNet. Okay, so let's put this there. All right, good. Cool. So yeah, upgrade and replication stuff. I believe we have some to-do items down here for this. Yeah, we do. I kind of want to figure this bug out first. Like, this isn't... Yeah, let's do this. So I'm pretty sure this is easy to repro, too. Thanks for the host, EnvisionNet. Also, do you stream? Because I don't think I'm following you. Well, I can't tell, but you have followers, so I'm going to click follow. Done. Alright. Usually it's when people host me that I'm made aware that they are streamers as well, and not just viewers. Okay. I'm going to start everything. We'll hopefully see this. Twice a week? I don't think that's rare. Like, rarely streaming in my mind is something like, once every couple months. Well, I guess it's all subjective. Okay, why is this taking so long? Like, there's no text here whatsoever. And it's very slowly happening. What's going on my computer? I guess it's mostly fine. Alright. So these things are trying to register, but they can't because the overseer is having a hard time starting up. There we go. Get num ready game servers. That shouldn't be done until we've actually connected to the overseer. So that's probably another bug that I should fix. Bug, the matchmaker tries to call get num ready game servers even if it's not connected to the overseer. The overseer REST client should maintain state here, and middleware should produce a 500 in that case. Follow for follow. Yeah, Weedley, I probably won't be able to help, but there's a very slim chance that I can. I actually have only taken like 2 notes on Google Sheets in my OneNote. Okay, so I believe this is all started up. Good, 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 good. Okay, cool. So now we can try the repro. And this is really, really easy to test. It's just going to be a little bit harder to find out where the problem's coming in. Although maybe not, who knows. So we connected to Adam 1, then we connected to Adam 2. We hit join game on both of these. What happened? Something froze. Oh no. What did happen here? IO is not defined? Seriously? That should be coming from, let's find out. Should be coming from index.pug, socket.io. It's possible that we're not able to hit this URL. I don't know why, but it is possible. Your connection is not private. That's actually a little bit worrisome. Like, we could proceed there anyway. But socket.io should have an SSL cert that's... Weird. Also, 1.4.5, what am I using? 1.3.7. I wonder what changed. cdn.socket.io, huh. Also, let's take a look at what Weedly sent in. Sheet 1, cell A1 equals 2. Sheet 2, cell A1 equals 3. I can give values but not sum them up. Wait, hang on, let me look at my note on this. I have a note that says this. To reference a cell in another sheet, you use sheet name, exclamation point, $ column, $ row. E.g. equals my first sheet, exclamation point. Yeah, so it sounds like you should do this, right? I'm going to just paste that in. Because it sounds like if you do sheet 1, exclamation point, $A, $1, you'll get the first one. So just do this, right? By the way, I'm by no means an expert at this, but try that out. Perhaps that'll work. If so, you owe me a point. All right, so IO's not defined. Let's go take a look at the networking tab and figure out if it's something that's happening at startup. Oh, it is something that's happening at startup. It says failed. I wonder if it says why. Because this could just be an SSL problem. There's no reason. Oh, here we go. Response failed to load. Weird explanation. Huh. I can get the value from the cell, but I need to get them to add up, and I want to be able to add a value to sheet 3 with name of new sheet, and then it will add them all together. Wait, so what I suggested won't work? Okay, I want to try this out. Let's do this. This is not related to Botland, and I shouldn't let myself get distracted for this. And yet, I'm going to Google Drive anyway. So new Google Sheets. Alright, so let's take a look. Is there a dual command? No, there isn't. Alright, so we have sheet 1. We're gonna replicate exactly what you have. A1 equals 2. And then we're gonna make a new sheet and say A1 equals 3. And then we're gonna try that thing that I pasted in. Hey, no, what I pasted in works. I can get the value from the cell I need to be able to add up, and I want to be able to add a value to sheet 3 with the name of a new sheet. Yeah, at least what I pasted in works. I don't know, Wheatley. Maybe I'm not understanding. Anyway, the part here that we got to fix is this. We either, I guess, need to accept their certificate, or maybe just not use HTTPS. Let's try that. Yeah, let's just do that for now. Just to make this a little bit easier to test. Or I wonder if, what's the new version? 1.4.5? No, but I'd still need to accept their certificate. Cert date invalid. Like, it's possible, let me take a look at this off screen. It's possible that expires on May 27th. Oh, that's a problem right there. Well, this is a totally different bug, but their certificate expired today and they just haven't renewed it. I wonder if anyone's complaining about this on the internet. Socket IO certificate. So I don't know how to do this in Bing. Okay, that's not how. Let's do this on Google where I actually know how to do this. So we go to search tools and we say the past 24 hours. Maybe here? No. Hi, Walter. Problem is that you write in the sheet name. You want to get the sheet name from a cell. Oh, I see. Oh. So you really have something like this. Like sheet 1, sheet 2, and then this is supposed to reference those? Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Yeah. That's harder than what I would. So can you just say like B2? Yeah, no, I don't know. You stumped me. Oh, did they tweet about it? Yep. Cool. Tough choice at 8 minutes. I think this is wrong. Possible bug. If you don't join the game at the beginning and then 5 minutes pass, a buff doesn't seem to be auto. Already have a buff chosen for us at the 3 minute, at the 8 minute, and no, this is wrong then, right? Because there's 6.5 minutes left in the match. You get your first buff choice at 0, then your next buff choice at 8 minutes. I think this is wrong. Possible bug. If you don't join the game at the beginning and then 5 minutes pass, a buff doesn't seem to be auto chosen for you. Let's try refreshing the page. Just checking this out. So who is this player? This is Adam 2. So if we connect as Adam, we should see. No, there are no buffs. Okay, well, whatever. Let's pick artillery. Are any of these the same? We'll just pick, yeah, these two are the same. Okay, so let's pick those. And then when I refresh this page and I reconnect, we should see that Adam is going to have the same buff twice. Yeah, so that's the bug that I'm trying to fix. This buff shouldn't appear here twice. Hey, Fade. So I chose to remake an 1890 map. Oh, hey, this is what you showed us the other day. Didn't you say something like, this is your hometown or something? I don't know. I remember it being in yellow the last time you linked it. That's the only yellow part of that map. Hey, Remy. Okay, so why are buffs getting sent twice? That is the question. Let's take a look at where buffs get received. Was it chose buff? You know what? There are a couple of places this could be. So let's try it out. Chose buff. Here's one. And then something like joined arena, player joined server, another player connected. So let's put a breakpoint on both of those, and then let's try this out. So we're going to reconnect over here. No, that's not what you linked last. You linked something like a much smaller picture. And Remy, you haven't really missed a lot. I worked on the test framework the last week. Alright, so we're going to reconnect. This should break in over here. Cool. So joining player. Let's take a look at the serialized player. Do we have buffs in here? We do. Okay, that's probably the issue here. Because create player... Oh, yep. Okay. So the player already has buffs, I'm guessing? Yeah, global lifesteal. Huh, interesting. And what is this called? It's called create player. I don't know about this. Player depot. Oh, broke your collarbone. How'd you do that? H-Spur, man. The reason I want it like that is so I can easily add a new sheet, since I will use that formula for many different cells. But Weedly... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not sure how to help you there. And unfortunately, searching for these things is usually pretty tough. No, Wouter, I don't think it was one of those. I think it was a much smaller picture with just one little section in yellow. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone else in chat remembers it. Snowboarding accident? Oh man. Well, I hope you get well soon. Alright, so let's take a look. Where is this coming from? Create player. This is in the client's player depot. Okay, I guess that makes sense. So we go to this one. And we see create player. And that is coming from... We should close out of that. That's coming from another player connected. So can you copy stack traces? Yes, you can. Okay, good. So let's do that. Hey, Hudson. All right. So, yeah. Buffs are getting added no matter what. Best thing being I told my mate. Gonna take it easy and not do anything stupid. Oh, yeah, this is it. I think this is it. Yeah. I misremembered the exact thing, but yep, that was it. Wow, too. Alright. And JWL, yeah, I got it. 18-wheeler. Right off screen. So buffs are getting added no matter what. What I think would be the fix here is, are these players ever created when you join the server? Meaning that we never need to call this ever again. That was a meme though? Alright, well whatever. Hey, did you say? Okay, so how do we verify this? And also, are buffs getting auto-chosen or no? No, they're definitely... This is not working. Oh man, okay, so then maybe the buff is auto-chosen, but it's just never sent to client. I doubt it, since reconnecting. Oh, Wouter, I didn't know when you first linked it that it meant basement. Well, I just admitted. I admitted that I don't know how to speak Dutch. You've caught me. Maybe the buff is auto-chosen. I doubt it since reconnecting doesn't add it again. Alright, so the game ended. We've been kicked out of the game now. So let's try this again. Which is, we hit join game. I mean, this could happen in any order. Alright, now what? Now do we have player objects? We must, right? I think I know what's going on here, and it's coming from Connection Manager. Right here. So when you connect, we have to go through all the players at some point. Yeah, right here. And we emit player entered arena. What did I put a breakpoint on? Another player connected? Where does this get hit? Player entered arena. And this probably sets up buffs and everything. Yeah, it does. Okay. Alright, so we need to test this again. So let's go into arena.js. Player entered arena. Put a breakpoint here. And we gotta hope that this is the same order every time. And I don't think we can rely on that. But, oh well, what are you gonna do? So let's refresh this. We can't connect as these two players again, because they're already in a game. Oh, darn it. Alright, fine. Alright, so we're gonna connect as Adam 3 and Adam 4. So join game, connect, join game. So that should get hit. Perfect. Okay, so this is player entered arena, and we have serialized player, and they have no buffs. Yeah, so I think player joined arena, their player joined game is no longer needed. But there's another issue too. So I don't think create player needs to add buffs again. The player will always already exist. Buff choice successful. That's fine. Player joined server, I just think is not fine. This is called when the server tells you that someone else connected for the first time. Yeah, there's no such thing though. So is it a server problem or is it a client problem? Announce player presence in chat. Alright, let's take a look at that. This is probably really simple. Is reconnect. There's another player reconnected. Oh, I think this might be a server problem. Another player connected for the first time. This is called when the server tells you someone reconnected. Okay, no, I understand what's going on here. Alright, I think I get it. I just need to go verify this by checking to see where do we get this and where do we get player rejoin server. So where are these published from? Socket.on constants. Right here. Aha. Yeah. There's a thread on Reddit a while ago about animal names, I think in Chinese, and what they literally translated to. But yeah, I mean, even in English, ladybug, if you think about it, it's probably a funny translation for other languages. Especially given that what Dutch is beloved sir animal, and Russian is God's little cow. Okay, so this is just to say that they joined chat, and not that they joined everything. Joining player equals create player, then announce player presence in chat. Yeah, so this should just be playerdepot.get player, and we get them by, I don't know what, ID or something like that. What's the serialized player? Serialized player, JSON.stringify. Yeah, this right here. So we just copy paste all of this over to here. So here is everything we need. Polka dot bug thingy. How did we get on this topic? I feel like Wouter said something. Yeah, he said thank you, Ladybug. Wow, Wouter, great. Yeah, I can get rid of it now. Okay, so instead of create player, I think we should just be able to get the player, not get my player. Okay, so it extends this, which is in the shared player depot. This has to have a get player. Yeah, get player by ID. That's what we're gonna do. I think that's how we change this function, and then this will fix the bug. So let's try it out. So we say const joining player equals this dot player depot dot get player by ID serialized player dot ID, which also kind of means we don't need to do something so heavy-handed here. But let's do this. Announce player presence in chat and then update player in leaderboard. What does this do? Updates an individual row in the leaderboard, I guess to reflect current values. So we don't need to really do this either, do we? No player joins for the first time. So yeah, we don't. And we don't really need to do this. Announce player presence in chat. That means, let's take a look. Can't choose buffs anymore. Oh, it says a player disconnected, probably due to me spending too long. All right, let's silence breakpoints and try this again. So we connect as Adam. We connect as Adam 2. And what happens over here? Yeah, that. So you're gonna see that a player connected only if they joined after you. Yeah, I think that's a bad idea. I think we get rid of this function entirely. We don't care about when they connected for the first time at all. So we can just get rid of this. Because not everyone's going to be told about it. Although that is a little bit strange. Like this got that player 2 connected because this one must have connected first. And this one isn't told the player 1 connected because they were already in the game at that point. Let me take a look. So when you connect, it tells everybody else that you're connecting. So when the second player connects, it'll tell the first one. So the second one who connects is going to get this. Player entered arena. Oh, and not player joined chat because they were already there. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Right, that would be confusing. All right, so I think we cut out this function completely. Another player connected. Player joined server now doesn't need to be sent at all. Player joined game. So yeah, the first time they connect, there's nothing to tell them about, I guess. No, there kind of is. Oh man, this is tough. Tell people who join that other people have joined. Wait, what? Tell people who joined that other people have joined already, I guess. And occasionally, they usually return the results to a calling function, yeah. All right, so yeah, here's the question. If I cut out sending this player joined server to players on their first connect, then I'll fix the bug where buffs are being sent twice. However, then you won't know if someone joins the game late. Hey, Kesha. So I think, yeah, what Superman suggested is probably the best idea. Mission was to send that a player joined the game, even if it happened in the past. Hey, Jay. Okay, and I need to do this only if they already happen to be there. And they're still connected, I guess. So we would only send this if they're already in the game. Or so if they are still connected by the time you join. In JS, you pass variables to a function by reference or by value. So it's the same as other languages usually, where objects are by reference and primitives are by value. No, Superman, you send objects in by value. I mean, otherwise this wouldn't work. Function modify object object.foo equals bar. And now I say some object with like name Adam. So A is name Adam, and I say modify object, and now it contains foobar. The only way for that to work is passing by reference. Do I want to do this? Send this if they're still connected by the time you join. Objects are sent by value too. It's just that the value is a reference. Okay. Fine. Oh, you can't change the... Oh, I see what you're saying, Superman. Okay, yeah. That is a key distinction. All right. That's the point. Celsius says, how goes development today? It's going well. I mean, it's been, what, like 30 minutes? And yeah, Superman, you're definitely right about that. I agree. Yeah, it's been about 30 minutes. I found the cause of a bug, but in fixing it, I'm going to probably... I'm not really creating a new bug, but I'm kind of uncovering something that I realized might have been a bug. So it's basically this scenario. Let's say... So... player A and player B are in the matchmaking queue. A game is found. So I should say player X and player Y. So X happens to join first, then Y joins. So X will see Y has just connected, but Y won't know that X is online, or X is connected. So this is the thing that I think I might want to address, because there's no telling if you're the last person to join a game. There's no telling if you're the last person or the first person, and that's kind of a problem, I guess. Hey, Swine. But I guess this is a slightly different bug, so maybe I should just fix this right now. Literally all their games do that? Wait, they do what? You're saying line 14 is just the state of most other games? Pressing tab would show who's connected instead? Well, the difference with other games, though, is that you don't need to be in the game in Botland to be like a player in that game. So if you see someone in the leaderboard here, and they might even have like 100 kills when you see them, but they might never have connected to the server. So that's the slight difference in Botland. In another game, you would just never see that person's kills rise, and you'd see them being idle the whole time. But since Botland is automated, you will still see them doing stuff. And yeah, Lepko, I think that's a good idea, and I think that's what I'm going to do. Don't they have to connect to deploy a bot? No. And the reason why is because... imagine if, well, it's kind of a weird scenario, but basically by not deploying bots, you're preventing the other team from getting kills. So I haven't coded it yet, but you will eventually just be forced to put things in. No, it's not going to be a premium feature. Everyone's going to be forced to have this thing happen. Because right now, one of the problems is that... I'll show you guys over here. Let's say my team is winning by a lot. Why is join game not working? Oh, great. Everything is broken. Oh, right. No, never mind. That's the HTTPS issue. Okay, yeah. This is just, they got to fix their SSL certificate. Okay, well, anyway, look at just the scores right now. So blue team's at 3. What happens if I said, okay, we're winning, I'll just stop deploying bots? Then the red team has no way of getting points anymore. Now, there are, I guess, potentially some different ways we could handle this. Like, we could just make it so that if you don't have bots out, then you can't get points, but you stop the enemy team from getting points. So what if the enemy team just had a way of getting points? And EnvisionNet says, what type of music are you into? Mostly classical music. And Andon says, maybe a connected flag in the table? Yeah, something like that, or just graying out names, or I don't know what, or just an icon next to their name. That could be fine too. And that's another way of fixing this, I think. So, alternatively, when a player is connected, show an icon next to their name in the leaderboard. I'll probably just say this for the future. Is there a pregame like minute for people to connect and ready their scripts? And if they don't have... Yep, you're right, EJ. Yeah. If they haven't selected a script already, it'll pick something to auto-deploy. Digitay says, could we create a Chrome extension to manage our game anywhere? Just shows our game time, bot count, and kills, and favorites gives to deploy from anywhere. I suppose it'd be possible. Maybe, but... we eventually just want to publish this to every platform, so... You'd have some way of doing that anyway, I think. So right now, if you build one bot and it destroys two, you bin the bot, you win the game. Yeah, that's currently how it works. But Remy, there's the caveat that your team would also have to just not do anything, which in a random pickup game is going to be practically impossible to coordinate. But in a normal game, or in a game with like, you know, a high level game or whatever, where you've got your friends there, you'd be able to do it pretty easily. So because at the end of that pregame period, you can just say whom is not connected rather than displaying each player as they connect. Well, I think what Andon said is actually, I think it's pretty reasonable. Like, okay, so this particular case of one player seeing that other players have connected, but the last player not knowing, that's fine as long as the last player has a way of seeing like, oh yeah, okay, all these players must be online because I see like a lightning bolt next to their name or something. I don't know, something along those lines. I'll just write this down for the future. I'm not going to do anything about it now. But I do want to fix this bug for right now. So if I stop sending this, yeah, I'll fix the bug. You just won't know when people connected. So we can cut out this entire function, I think. Another player connected. Yeah, which means taking out a lot of this routing. I don't like that part, but in player rejoined server, how does that look? It just announces the player's presence in chat. Yeah. Okay. So I changed my mind, didn't I? I want to do things this way. Okay, there. Do I know Slither? Yeah, I do. Well, yeah, and EJ, in the case of CS:GO, a bot being in their slot is like an unusual case. Bots being in your slot for Botland is the usual case, I think. So it's slightly different expectations, I feel. But I also think, like I said, I'll probably just do this later. So here, this is called when the server tells you that someone else connected for the first time. You will already have their player object because the server knows everyone who could connect at the beginning of the game. So you will have gotten what is it? These player entered arena messages first. If there's ever an open game format where arbitrary players could connect to a running game, then this function would have to create the player objects. Yeah. Also, during the pregame phase, a phrase saying all players connected would be good. Yeah, and I see these as small enough changes where I think I'm just going to save them because I don't think it's important to code today. I just wanted to fix this particular bug, which I've now fixed. At least I should have fixed it. So let's try it out. Let's restart everything, which is really just restarting this, I think. So let's run another cluster, and we'll just try this again. And then there's one other bug to fix here, so we'll try this one first. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong URL. Okay, so we connect as Adam over here. We connect as Adam2 over here. Join game, join game. Okay, perfect. Now we pick buffs. Let's pick landmines and shields. All right, here's what I'm going to do. We have landmines and shields. So I refresh the page. So it says Adam connected, Adam disconnected. Now I reconnect. And it says it connected again, and I should only have one buff for them. Yep, perfect. So it says your landmines last for 9 more turns. It doesn't say that twice. So that fixes that bug. EJ, you really should stream yourself coding, because I want to see how you would react to these things. And if you do that, though, I'm going to give you suggestions on everything. I'll be like, oh, hey, man, you should probably put another space after that parenthesis you just typed. Coding style's bad. Hey, have you seen this article? Have you? No, honestly, it's good. It's good to have all the feedback. Swine says, if there are 10 minutes left in the match, I can't join till next match, or can I join in? So here's the thing. Here's how this works. When you, like, imagine you're logging in. So you type Swine here, you hit connect. When you hit join game, what's happening is that you're put into a queue. So let's say I close my browser tab now. Okay, and then over here, so remember, Swine is in the queue, even though I closed the browser tab. Oh, except maybe you'd want it to remove you from that. I'm not sure. But anyway, they're still in the queue. So when I hit connect over here and I hit join game, it'll put me into a game. And look, there's Adam3, who in this case we're saying is Swine. You are not in the game because you closed your browser tab. So 10 minutes into the game, if you go and try to connect, let's do this. So if I hit connect right here, it puts us into the game. You can see the timers are synchronized. If there are any bots down, you'd get those. So no, you can join a game late. You just can't join a random game late. So like this is one that I queued into and that the matchmaker said, okay, you two are in this game together. I couldn't go and join like just some random high level game that's being played or something like that. Digite says, on Node.js, how can you send a GET request to a page without having to load anything? Couldn't find it on the web. So you can use something like Restify. I'm not sure if that's the level of this question you're asking. Can't over snark me. Let go. Oh boy. I can't see the join game button. Could you move it up on the screen? Wait, what? Oh, it won't let you scroll down. Oh, you could zoom out in that case, Swine. But, yeah, the UI is going to be changed eventually. Wait, so Digite, is that not what you were asking about? And Hudson, I know you just got access to Botland. The problem is it won't work until Socket.io fixes their problem. Like they have an issue that's preventing people from downloading their code. So if you hit connect, that's totally fine. If you hit join game, it just won't work. It won't do anything. Actually, even connect shouldn't have worked. Yeah, you can't. Oh wait, yes, you can buy things. Okay, well, connect works. Join game doesn't. Which means we should be getting an error from here when we press that. Yeah, IO is not defined. Yeah, like that, but Restify was a bit extreme. You could use Super Agent. Make sure you don't rely on any CDNs in production. Okay. Add to pre-release list. Cut out all CDNs in production. Geez, of all things, I thought CDNs would be like the most reliable because that's the whole point of them, is to deliver content. But I guess SSL certificates expiring is something I never thought of. I'm hitting join game and I was thinking, oh yeah, Swine, that's what I was just talking about. The game isn't playable right now because of Socket.io's SSL certificate expiration. Hey, Deadbringer. Alright. So all we've done is we're no longer calling create player. So this fixes the double buff problem. Oh, and also I guess I installed Redux. I apparently forgot to explicitly list Redux as a client dependency. Yeah, that was a mistake. English, please. Someone let something expire that shouldn't have expired, and now everyone who's trying to use that thing can't use it. Yeah, I see, Lepko. Okay. Also, I won't be able to commit until I add my key that I have here. So let me go figure out... Oh, darn it, I never typed this. Okay, so let me turn off my keyboard camera. And then look Let's just do this. There. Okay, cool. So now we can type that in. Great. Look at me go. Sounds like a situation which may happen in the fridge. Double buff. Oh, expiration? Oh. Not double buff. Okay. Yeah, so let's check in the other bit of this. Fixed a bug where reconnecting... how do I say this? Fixed a bug where buffs would be duplicated for reconnecting players. This was caused because I was doing player depot.create player instead of get player by ID. This used to be necessary because game servers historically didn't know which players would be in a game until they joined. But now that the matchmaker is involved, game servers know who will join before they've ever connected. Can someone say EJ? Oh. Okay. Alright, and I should have linted that, but I don't think there's going to be a problem there. Let's take a look. Also, one other thing that I wanted to do. Yeah, okay, cool. So let's go back to Homer. I meant to type home. Alright, so let's edit cuuu.cmd. So this is check unpublished, uncommitted, and unpushed files in the botland code base. Okay. So where did I put that tool? Oh, I remember. Modules, botland tools, this thing. So we got to just get cd and then do node that / main.js. There, and now cuuu will run that. Perfect. All right, great. Swine says, unless I join in 40 seconds, it doesn't work for me. What, Swine? So wait, Swine, joining should be broken. Not sure if trolling. Yeah. Okay, so fine. No, that's fine. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you heard me earlier or not. So I should probably, I don't know. Well, we'll see. If this SSL certificate fixes itself today, then I won't make any modifications yet. But if it doesn't get fixed until the future, like at least Monday, I guess, then I'll make the changes now. Otherwise, I'll just wait till later. So possible bug, if you don't join the game at the beginning and then 5 minutes pass, a buff doesn't seem to be auto-chosen for you. Alright, we gotta test this out. This is it's not like super severe, to be honest, because if you don't join a game in 5 minutes, I mean, what are the odds that you're going to join the game after that, and then that you're really going to care about that buff that you didn't get? Like, it might happen, it might not, I don't know. So where do we get buff choices? Buff choice times 5 and 10. So let's make this 0.1 and 0.2. And now let's try this out. So this is gonna be interesting. We'll get, so 0.1 means 6 seconds and 0.2 means 12 seconds. So after 6 seconds, we'll automatically choose our first buff. After 12 seconds, we'll automatically choose our second. Then we'll have one outstanding choice. Okay, Bobo gets back. Let's start the countdown timer. Oh, I meant stopwatch. All right, there. It's been done. Hey, Bobokin. Swine says, I didn't realize what you were saying. So those bots that I see are just an example of the game and not people playing? Yeah, so Swine, that's like single player working in the background. I originally wanted, before we really talked about the interface, what I wanted is all the menus you're doing and going through, like the game is playing itself in the background, showing you like, here's the game. And then at any point you could sort of dive in, but that's going to change. So this has mostly just been confusing people for now, because it looks like, oh, I'm connected to the game, right? I'm playing it. How do I deploy bots? But this is like the single player arena. Nope, none today, I promise. Okay, you know what? Watch this. Thanks to the power of there being a search bar here, we're just gonna paste this into here with our stop timer, our stopwatch, and we're just gonna wait. But welcome back to chat, Bobo. Okay, so here's what we'll test. We have updated the server so that now buffs happen incredibly fast. So we're gonna hit connect and that means that the matchmaker thinks we're still in a game. It does. There's a way to check this. Oh, how do I do it? I should figure out how much time is left in the game, but that I'm not going to do yet. So if we do this, get MMQ status, get games. Is there get games? Get game server instances and their players. Aha! So all 4 players are in a game right now. Which is kind of unfortunate because... What happened here? Oh, the game server doesn't know about us. Oh, darn it. Yeah, whoops. Wait, so did the client not get an error about this? Huh. Game server socket connected, but they shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, this is wrong. That's another bug. So I'll just write down the repro. Or well, no, maybe not. Players attempting to connect to a game server that they used to have access to does not give them an error. Alright, so here's the repro. And I'll say when this was created. Player X joins the queue. Player Y joins the queue. They're both put into a game. I restart the game server cluster that hosted their game. Now, X and Y are probably both told that the server went down, but suppose they didn't see that message, e.g. because they closed their tabs. When they try reconnecting, they will just see a blank screen and socket connected. So while this bug can happen and it's totally not the player's fault, it's almost definitely not going to be common, and either way it fixes itself after 15 minutes, which is not a great thing, but we should still fix the bug. All right. So what bug was I even working on right now? There was something else. Oh yeah, that's right, the buff thing. Right. So we got to make sure that no one's in a game. Fortunately, all 4 are still in a game. So let's just restart everything. Oh, I wonder if they'd ever be told that the game ended. Because yeah, health check would have failed. Where do you see Socket.io fail? So if you, I don't know if you're talking about in Botland or not, but if you go to play.bot.land and you actually have an account, which if not, you could just sign up for one, but hit connect, then as soon as you hit join game, it says IO is not defined, and then it prints out in your console too, uncaught reference error. I don't know if that answers your question, but let me know. All right. Yeah. So we got to restart the matchmaker, and we got to restart this. I learned how to press the tab key. Okay, so there are no matches, and let's check our health summary here. We should have 1 game server ready. Yeah, 1 cluster. Perfect. Let's try it out. And you can get an account if you want. I want to play, fix it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that very easily. Well, I take that back. Let me look into it really fast. I might be able to fix this like incredibly fast, and it might take me like 2 hours to fix. So let's look into the incredibly fast fix. How would I do this? So for this to work, how do I get an account? And if you want, you can do that. Either one of those things is fine. Huh, I can't even SSH into the machine that's running it. Oh, there it goes. That took a long time. Why is this taking so long? And if this even works, all I'm trying to do right now is SSH into the machine. And there's like no way that this should be taking a long time. What is the play.bot.land 1367? Hey, the IP address changed. Oh, I never changed it in this file. Okay, so home SSH butler 1388 16126. Yeah, that's what's wrong. This needs to be this. Let's try that again. Holy cow. Okay, hang on. I'm still working on fixing that bug. I'm in the machine. Now I just need to figure this part out. So let's see. Botland builds. Oh, this used the old style of Jade. So it should be in here. So if we open this up, and then we go to socket.io. Oh, actually, you know, we can just go to HTTPS. Okay, let's try it. So now go to play.bot.land, refresh the page. Wait. How do you... Isn't there a way to... Never mind, I don't care. And join game. No, it's not working. Alright, control F5. Could be a caching problem. Connect, join game. No! Come on, I fixed this. Here. HTTPS. Okay, let's just try this in Firefox. What's the difference between var and a constructor? And EJ, this is like, I don't know what started it, but I thought, oh, this will be a good idea, and just quickly realized it doesn't really matter. So yeah, a var and a constructor are totally different. A constructor, so I'm not going to go into the details here. I'll just talk about exactly what you asked. So I'll do both of these. So this is obviously the var, and then this entire bit is the constructor. Well, sort of. This is me calling the constructor. So a variable is just a place to store information. So in this case, we're storing an instance of the class person, and the constructor is the entry point of that class. So this is how you make a person. So the only way to make one is to go through here, which means that you need to have set a name, and then that means that the person object that you get in the end will have a name. So if I do something like this, console.log adam.name, I don't know why I can't type any of this right now, but this would say Adam. Anyway, let's try this out in Firefox and see if this is working. So Adam13531, I have no idea what my password is. Oh, var and cons. Also, hey, Case Rage. Oh, Bobokin, right on the edge. Why is no one else connecting? I don't know if you actually can connect, can you? I'm testing this right now. No, darn it. How did I? Do I need to reboot the client? Let's just try that. Yeah, let me do this off screen for a sec. I'll just reboot this. Okay, now let's see. Does that work? Oh, hard reload is Control-Shift-R. I see. You think you're in the game? It's possible. I'm trying it out now. Connect, join game. Oh, good. Okay, cool. Yeah, and you were in the game. So that means I did fix it the first time. Strange. Okay. Well, yeah. So now Botland is fixed. You can join the game if you want. You can deploy some bots. All right. Okay, thanks. And why do you set Socket.io to the website? Why can't you have it downloaded and on the server? I could do that. Yeah. That would be fine. Yeah, and every time someone loads the page, I can see them loading it here. Although I don't have any information about who's loading the page. But yeah, so there's Swine is now in the game, Andon's in the game. If you guys want to deploy bots, press B to open up Blockly. And then from here, you can use any of the bots you have configured. I think at the very least, you have either a lasers and missiles bot or just a lasers bot. So the basic way you're going to play, I'll show you this. I'll assume you just have a lasers bot. So let's go with just that. So press B and go to snippets, choose offense and fire lasers, and drag that onto your canvas. And that's it. You could just stop there if you wanted to. Or you could put other things on here like pursue enemy and then move randomly. And so that's it. 3 snippets is all I took on here. Fire lasers, pursue enemy, and move. And this bot is going to just try to find enemies and then shoot them with their lasers. Oh, whoops. I made a mistake in my scripts. I got to deploy bots this way. There we go. I connected before you fixed anything by allowing the CDN. Oh, I see, Andon. Okay, got it. Yeah. You lost your script? If you saved it, you should be able to load it again. But load is broken right now, so the way that it works is you press load, and then you close this and reopen it, and there's your code. Don't shoot, I have no script yet. I can't not shoot, I already have my bots deployed. That's how the game works. Okay, so yeah, buff issues. Let's go fix those. Also, I guess any of these bugs I fix, I should really be adding tests for. So let's connect as Adam 1 and Adam 2. And we hit join game. And now we should see buffs get chosen automatically. Do we or do we not? Like this should change in 1 second. I don't think that worked. Oh, whoops, no, it's 6 seconds of in-game time. This is pre-game time. Darn it, so I need to wait another minute. Alright, fine. Yeah, fine. I can't really do much about that. Made testing this easier by you know, instead of just writing this on my to-do list, I'll just do it. So in-game time, we'll set the pre-game time to just 5 seconds. I think that's reasonable. No. Yeah, that's reasonable. Okay. All right, well now we just have to wait another 12 seconds. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. I think I was off by a second. It's got to hit 12:54, and then these things should get refreshed. There we go. And they did, and it automatically picked them. So what's the problem then? If I'm not connected. Oh, it is working. What? But oh, whoops, no. I'm still in the game. I hit Control-T, not Control-R. Whoops. Alright, fine. So let's restart this stuff. Alright. Also, what's going on over here? Hey, Swine actually got some kills. Good. Good. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing I did here. We're going to connect. We're going to connect and then hit join game. And then this person is going to leave the game. Now let's see. This player has no buffs. One should be chosen automatically for them at the 12:54 mark. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's happening. No, it did work. What's going on then? Why did this look like it was broken before? Yeah, now it's working totally fine. Strange. What happens if I reconnect as Adam 2? Also, is that who I am? Test. Yes, I am just Adam 1. Okay, so I hit connect over here. It puts me back into the game. And yeah, everything looks totally fine. Weird. So if I pick this last buff, let's see. I have artillery and damage dealt. Let's pick landmines. Yeah, now I have landmines on both of these machines. Well, I guess there's no bug there. Hey, Scorch meme. Man, I don't know. I don't know what happened here. I wrote possible bug. I guess I never confirmed it. Maybe the buff is auto. Oh, what if neither player is present? What happens then? That's the only other thing I could test here. I don't know. So I connect as both of these. I hit join game, and then I just immediately leave the game. Now what? Does it say anything about picking buffs? No, it doesn't. Well, let's reconnect now as Adam 3. It should have automatically chosen buffs for me. It did. Yeah, so I don't think there's a bug. I don't know how I saw no buffs though. I tested this and couldn't get it to repro. I tried disconnecting before ever choosing a buff and then reconnecting later. I tried staying connected as buffs would get auto chosen. The thing that had led me to believe that there was a I really can't type today. Let me believe there was a bug was that I was at the 6:30 mark in a game and I'm pretty sure neither player had any buffs. This was based on 13-minute games. No, Bovoken, you haven't ever been banned. You just got timed out. I ban people who I think will probably never change and continue to be bad in chat. What works? EJ ready sword. Alright, so players attempting to connect to a game server that they used to have access to does not give them an error. In fact, there should be an easier repro. An easier repro is probably to just hard code the game server IP and then you don't have to involve the matchmaker at all. I will remind I will remind Bo that it has been 19 minutes since the I promise statement was issued. Left go. Alright, let's try this out, because this is really important to test. So we're going to close this out. We're going to restart this. Alright, now we hard code an IP address in there. How are we going to do this? So we contact the account server. If we're in the queue, we do setup pusher. Otherwise, this in-game. So here's what we do. We say type equals mmq status type dot IDs dot in-game, and then we fake the object that we get back from it. So mmq status equals IP address 127.0.0.1 and port, I don't know what the port is, 3003. Okay. Yeah, let's try it. Oh, type is read only. Not anymore, it's not. Suckers. Alright. Let's try it. Also, is anyone playing on bot lane? Let me deploy my bots and then just disconnect. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to refresh the page. As soon as I hit connect, it's going to try joining me to a game that I don't belong in. So let's try this. That didn't work. Wait a second. 3003. Yeah, why didn't that work? I have a feeling that a build didn't go through. No, it did. Also, it took 5 seconds. What's this? Do builds usually take 5 seconds? What if I change this? No, 2 seconds. Alright. But still, that's weird. Alright, let's put a breakpoint there and try to find out what's going wrong. Maybe it's when I hit join. I don't know. We'll just put a breakpoint there. This will tell us what's going wrong the fastest. So type equals this. We'll just put a breakpoint here. We will refresh the page and we'll hit connect. Yeah, this never got hit. So handle mmq status. That is never called get mmq status. This must be returning. Oh my god, someone just laying on their horn outside. Did you guys hear that? Alright, where's that promise chain? Here it is. Now let's just search for it. Get mmq status. What other languages do you enjoy or have worked with? So I've worked with a bunch of them. What other ones do I don't know. I think whatever language I'm using at the time is the one that I enjoy the most because that's what I'm using. And that's the one that I've gotten used to and learned all the tricks with and whatever else. So at times I would have answered anything from like Java to Python to, I guess, JavaScript now. I mean, sometimes like even assembly has some good things going for it. Although I wouldn't have ever said that was my favorite thing to work with. But it's very straightforward what you get with that. Then debugging just becomes a nightmare. There's this right here. Let's put a breakpoint. Let's try it again. Connect. So this gets hit. What does this return? It either returns null. Darn it, I don't want this to happen anymore. Let's go back to here. So then handle mmq status. Oh, that's why. Oh, whoops. My hack didn't work because I forgot about this line of code here. All right, now the hack's gonna work. No, assembly does have good things going for it. Like, if you look at any one line of assembly, you're guaranteed to be able to understand what it does. Just as long as you know assembly. You could write lines that are incredibly complex in other languages, but assembly, it's like, well, there's only one thing this can do, because there's an opcode, maybe a couple of registers. Maybe you don't know why they did it, but you at least know what it does, and that's pretty nice. Okay, so this is fine. This is fine. And now we finally hit this code. Good. Okay, so let's just hit the play button. The account server appears to be offline. Oh, that was a timeout. Oh my goodness. So we hit connect. The account server appears to be offline. What? What's going on here? The account server is not offline. Something else is wrong. MMQ produced game. Disconnect pusher. Socket interface. All this other stuff. Huh. Why is that happening? I wonder if this is just a catch going wrong. Okay, let's try it again then. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. That is not how you get to the bottom of this. This might be a real error, but I don't know how. Because the account server is online, and every time I can use the account server, so clearly that's not the problem. Wait a second. Something caught my eye on my phone. Aw. My mom sent me a text saying she's watching me on Twitch. You seem to be in a good mood. It's contagious. Hi, Mom. Alright. Chat, can we get a shout out? Yeah, today's Friday. It's a pretty good day. And I haven't started with the real work yet. This is like bug fix level work right now. Aw, thanks, chat. Actually, I don't know if my mom is reading chat. She's probably watching from her phone. Okay, good. So this guy hit. So let's try this out. I am actually interested. How did you do this, Weedly? Spreadsheet app.get active. Oh, you had to write a function for it. Okay. Alright. So I'll write Weedly wanted to be able to get the name of a sheet. The name... EJ, I don't think my mom knows about the Kappa emote, so you probably shouldn't type stuff like that. I want to tell you guys this story, but I'll save it for another time. He could access, values in it to sum them up. Hey, Sunbeam. Also, hey, Alertia. Didn't say hi to you. Who says I'm not serious? Oh boy. Oh boy. What did I just tell you about Kappa? Alright, sorry. I'm taking notes on Google Sheets. This would have worked if you didn't mind specifying the sheet name. No. You got us hyped, tell us? No. There are certain things that I'll save for another time. Alright. So here we go. Oh, that failed. That failed immediately. Oh man, that's the problem then. But how did I screw that up? Type equals this mmq status type dot ids dot in game. Oh, this is null. Oh my god. Amazing how much of this I just screwed up. I don't even need to store the sheet name in cells with the script. Oh, okay. Tell us about the 8-legged monster you fought in your times at sea. Alright, there. So let's try it one more time. This time, it's time for real. We're in it to win it, just like the Nuzlocke challenge. Did it work? Did it work? Methinks not. Okay, let's take a look then. Man, I should have just done this the correct way instead of the fast way. How did I screw this up? Seriously? What is this? Type is undefined. Wow. Because I made it a global variable. Alright, yeah. This is why I shouldn't have done things this way. Or I should have just paid attention. TJ. Alright, connect. Did it work? Did it work? I still don't think it's working. Although that's... Let's take a look. So this should say that we're in a game. It still doesn't. How did I mess this up again? Oh man. I cannot believe I keep doing this. Let's just put type here then. This should just be this. And I should have never worried about this. There. Great. Cool. Done. And we just put a comma. And we wait for this thing to build. Building, building, building. Great. Hey, Nico. Yeah, I know, Levco. I was just really slow to point that out myself, but thanks. Alright, now where are we? Aha, good. Okay, so we're finally to where we need to be. Okay, so let's put play. So an error occurred while attempting to join the game. Either you're not permitted to be in this game or your account details could not be retrieved. Wait a second, then that worked fine. Why did this fail the other time? Because we auto-connected? Because you can see there's an error here. Player 3 is not allowed to play on this server. Man. Hey, Weedly, does Nico look a little bit different to you? I don't think I should make inside jokes when only one person in chat could possibly know. Alright, I guess Lepko saw it too. Alright, we're going to need to try this the real way, because the fake way clearly didn't work. So let's do things the real way. Yeah, so we get rid of this. And we can revert this too, actually. Alright, cool. So let's rebuild this. And then let's run through the repro steps here. Alright, so we join the queue with 2 players. So we need to restart all of this stuff. Restart that, restart this. And then I'm not going to do anything fancy here. We're just going to follow these steps. So player X joins the game, player Y joins the game. I manually restart the game server. And then we try reconnecting. Alright, so both of these players join a game. Connect. What? That's not right. Something's wrong there. That code should have been removed. What happened here? Connect? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we connect. We join a game with both these players. Cool, we're in a game. Now I try reconnecting after I close down the game server. So I restart this. Now neither of these players are allowed to join this game. The matchmaker will think that we are. So I'm going to refresh this page. Then I'm going to hit connect. No, it does give you an error. Why did I not see an error that one time then? Maybe because the game server wasn't even online? But then it would time out. Maybe they were allowed to join, but I don't know. I don't think this is a bug either, though. Let's go. Alright, let's try again. So I hit connect, and this should time out now. Yeah, this is what we saw earlier. Ah, there we go. There is an error, so this is not a problem. Conclusion. Turns out this is not a problem after all. If the game server is online, then the client will get an error. If it's offline, then the client will just time out. Yeah, SMS2. Weren't you here a long time ago? Am I thinking of somebody else? Yeah, no, you were here a long time ago. Welcome back. How come I don't get any bots in the game? Let me take a look. And it's possible that you're trying to deploy a bot that has some error in it, which I think is only doable in very specific cases. So for example, let's say you tried doing... how are you trying to deploy a bot? Because if you try editing JavaScript and you make like an invalid one, so let's say you just try calling a function that doesn't exist, then deploy won't work because this is erroneous code. It's a little bit harder to tell that you have erroneous code in Blockly, but it's still possible to create. I just don't remember how. Oh yeah. No. I don't know. There's probably some way to do it. Maybe this way. Set to... Oh, this is how, I think. Loops. If you just do this, I think that alone prevents you from deploying. Yeah, that does. Okay, cool. So, yeah, there are ways that you can make code that doesn't work in here, and it doesn't tell you why, because I just never finished getting the for loops to work correctly. And I'll do that eventually. So, and that's possible. That could be what's going wrong there. The other thing that could be going wrong is that... Wow, Terry, this is ridiculous. But anyway, the other thing that could be going wrong is that you didn't configure any before the game started. So you'd have to hit connect and then click this help button over here. But that's all going to change. So if you don't want to worry about that right now, you don't have to. All right, it's a bug. The matchmaker tries to call get num-ready game servers even if it's not connected to the overseer. Yeah, this is really minor. Like MMQ get num-ready game servers. If we never connected to the overseer to begin with, then we shouldn't have ever done this. Which means that these shouldn't be in the constructor. These should be in some sort of like run function from the matchmaker's main, which we only call once we realize that we're accepting traffic. That's what we should do. Or is there some other way we can do this? Have you ever had a wrist injury? I don't think so. One time, this is totally not what you were asking, but one time I was playing darts and there were the plastic tip darts, and I threw a dart and somehow bounced all the way back and hit me in the wrist, and it created this little bubble on my skin, and that hurt for a while, but no serious wrist injuries. Also, you have to be pretty bad at darts, where you throw a dart at the board and it ends up hitting yourself. But I blame that on plastic tip darts. If they were the hurdy kind of darts, then I probably would have actually punctured my skin. That's why we don't play with the hurdy kind. So this could be called, I could fix this by calling a run function or something after we've connected to the overseer. I think that's the most reasonable thing to do. But Fade, why do you ask? Carpet tunnel. I just picture a fort made for cats. Alright, so start. I don't think we have a start function already. Yeah. So this should be called once we know that we're connected to the overseer. It'll kick off any interval functions. So we can just do that here now. So this dot mmq dot start. Okay, so let's try that out. So here's what's going to happen. We'll turn this off. We'll go over to here. And yeah, I'll put a logger call here. Logger.info starting mmq interval functions. Ooh, outer. Yeah, I had a friend a long time ago who cut his hand open with a box cutter. I mean, accidentally. That'd be a terrible thing to do intentionally. And yeah, I never had those kinds of injuries. I just thought about it since I read some stuff about gamers having wrist injuries all the time. Yeah, I think pro gamers have to contort their hands a little bit more in order to play games. Although actually modern games are pretty good about trying to keep all the keys you have to press in a natural hand position. Reachable from a natural hand position. I know, StarCraft 1 had some weird keybinds, and StarCraft 2 tried to make them all left-handed. Okay, so let's try calling this. We're going to hit run. This will not fail with anything other than... Oh, no. We are getting this still. How did that happen? Get num ready game servers. That shouldn't be happening. Where is... This is called from potentially matchmake, which is called from... Oh, there. But that should only be done once. Potentially matchmake. Set overseer rest client. Now that we can connect to the overseer. Where does that get done? Here? But we didn't necessarily connect with the overseer. This shouldn't be done here. This should be done here. Which means that this should be called from here. This dot start. Huh. Let's try that out. Perfect. Okay. So it's trying to register itself with the overseer every once in a while. Now let's actually start the overseer and then see what happens. Okay, good. Ah, there we go. So starting mmq interval functions. Perfect. Now, when we actually get players in here, so I need to restart this too probably. And this. Alright, so now when we get players into the queue, it should put them into the game just fine. Let's make sure that that works. So we connect as Adam. Your account has been unverified for too long. Wow. Isn't that funny? I must have made this account exactly 3 days ago. Let's go check the database. Star from users where ID equals 1. Okay, this is super hard to read. What is it, /G? Yeah, there we go. Alright. right, email address. When did I create the account? 3 days ago at... Oh, I hate GMT. Time in UTC. It's 5:31 p.m. Yeah, and I created the account at 5:29 p.m. 3 days ago. So yeah, we just hit the expiration time by 2 minutes. All right, well, here's how we fix that. Update users set account status equal 5. So there, now my email address has been verified. What's this console you use to contact your SQL server? So, Ruckaruck, I don't know if you're talking about this, Konimu, or if you're just talking about MySQL client. Like, if you're talking about what this window is, where I use everything, so all these different tabs you see, this is Konimu, which is what I linked in there. If you're talking about just the program I use to see this, this is just the MySQL command line. Oh, you know what? I should have... Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. All right, I'll hit connect here and then join game. And what we should see is the matchmaker will add this player to the game. Perfect. So added player 3. And now let's connect as Adam1, I guess, and hit join game. And perfect. It worked. Okay, so everything's working. Oh, yeah, cool. So let's check that in. That fixes that bug. Yep. And where do we check this in? The matchmaker. Yeah. Okay, good. So I need to make one more small change. This should be called once we know that we can connect to the overseer. That way we don't try calling functions like get num ready game servers when we know for sure it's going to fail. Yeah, but what GIFs fade? How long have I coded for? Sorry, Kongan, I haven't been answering that. I haven't answered anything that might eventually lead to people knowing my age. It's a social experiment. Okay, so the matchmaker no longer tries to use any functions that may contact the overseer until the initial registration succeeds. Agent Key says, I'm new, but I like the tech you're using. Well, thanks. Yeah, and hopefully you saw what the game is all about so far. Close out of this. So the matchmaker no longer tries to use any functions that may contact the overseer until the initial registration succeeds. Yeah, it's a pretty minor bug fix. Never heard of ES Prima? Yeah, that's actually, I thought that was really, really cool when I first started using it. Because you can actually change an abstract syntax tree with it. And that's what a lot of Botland is based on. I'll show you briefly. Let's say you type code like this. So I'll paste this into here. And then we'll do, what, debug main.software validator .set logging enabled. There. Now when I do this again. So yeah, with ES Prima, I'm able to change code you typed into converted code. And this is all thanks to being able to modify that abstract syntax tree and then generate it with ES Code Gen. I mean, Kongan, you shouldn't worry about that. I think it takes everyone a different number of years to get to a point where they feel like they can make a big project. And even with the amount of time I've been programming for, I still feel like this is an absolutely massive project. And no, I know the whole, it's just a prank, bro. Man. Okay. Anyway, so the point of me showing you this is that you can write code in Botland, and we need to make sure that we're not executing just completely arbitrary stuff. So there's this check time call in here. The reason that exists is because let's say you infinitely recursed and you called this function, or you had an infinite loop. We have check time, which will eventually throw an exception if you've gone on for longer than what will eventually just be 2 milliseconds or something. That way you're not using tons of CPU time. And then we have all these other things so that we can escape the functions that you're using. That way, if you were to try calling something like eval, it would call executor.eval, which wouldn't exist, and you'd lose your turn. Give us a time span that guides us to how many years you've been programming. I mean, there's Adam's code journey. Are the items lost if you delete a bay? Yeah, and in that entire concept is going to go away. I think it's a relatively unfun concept. So what Andon is talking about right now is the, oh god. Okay, hang on. I forgot that I already joined a game as Adam 1. Okay, what Andon is talking about is this. So I have 6 missiles and I put, let's say, 3 of them over here. So I hit commit. Now I have 3 left. When I delete the bay, I'm not back up to 6. So that concept of like committing items and not just temporarily using them it's going to go away completely. And do you have any game dev tutorial you could redirect me to, or your suggestion, C# or Java preferred? I don't, Kongen. Unfortunately, the only things I have are things like this, the Learn Python link here. And a lot of the reason, actually, I guess I also have, I think the Unity tutorials are pretty good. I don't know where they are right now, but if you just search Unity tutorial, the official ones are actually pretty good. They're on YouTube. How do you debug JavaScript server code in Chrome? Hey Frag0, you'll use Node Inspector. And to do that, it's actually relatively simple. I'll show you the process, although, like, let me do this. Let's make a Frag0 directory. And we'll go into that, npm init-y, npm whatever. So s main.js. We'll just do like a console.log hello world. Let x equals 5, console.log x. So when you run this function, obviously it's going to say hello world 5. Great, cool. Now let's run Node Inspector. So all you need to do is press enter at this point once you have it installed on your machine, but I'm also going to change the web port because I'm using the one that it tries using by default. You'll get a link. Just click that link. It'll open it up over here. And then when you launch your program, just specify --debug-break. You don't need the break necessarily, but what this will do is it'll cause it to break in as soon as you launch your program. So now when I refresh this page, we can see, actually this is kind of strange. Oh, that's a caught exception, that's why. Okay, so yeah, let's do that one more time, sorry. Alright, so now we refresh the page. It's still in this weird spot. Okay, well, that's unusual. But here's our code. So the reason I was showing you this, oh man. All right. Anyway, that's how you debug. I guess you figure out the nitty gritty yourself. Hey, Pro Sam. And yeah, Lepco, that is funny. I never thought about that. Make dir and cd. I'd have to remember to use it too. One of the other things, I actually just installed this the other day. At the suggestion of, oh man, I forgot who suggested this. Oh, I feel bad now. But anyway, it's this extension where if I hit control semicolon and then type a letter. So let's say like the cursor's right here and I want to go down to this K. So I can hit shift K. Oh, that's not how you do this. There we go. Okay. All of the things I'm trying to demonstrate are going wrong. It's called Sublime Easy Motion. And I installed that, but I have yet to really use it. But yeah, so yeah, hey Mike. Alright, so if a game server is not up to date, registers itself, we should at least print an error about that. I'm going to save that for the end. This doesn't really matter. There's more important stuff to work on right now, and I actually really should be making progress on this instead of doing bug fix level work. So do whatever it takes to get rid of the connection to other overseer error that keeps printing. There's no reason to have that happen constantly. Yeah. So this is this error. And the reason this error is happening is because there should be 2 overseers running at the same time. So when the other one is not running, we're going to run into timeout errors. But it's obviously very noisy. And in fact, if I started another overseer, would that even work? Run 2. that out. Address in use. Fine. Secondary overseer can't run on these ports because that's what the matchmaker runs on, I think. Yeah. There's a game server cluster. Not even over here. So this is running on port 8083. So I guess let's take port 8084. And then we need a different TCP server port too. I guess 3001 is probably fine. Let's do 3011. Let's try that. So now run 2. Now, all of a sudden, oh man, address in use. Alright, so let's pick 8078. We're just going to use every single port on my machine. So let's see. This is still failing. So let's start this up again. So modules, overseer, run 2. Now they should connect to each other. No, it's not working. Oh, I know why. Hey, Original Pepper. Yeah, today's going well so far. What kind of professional jobs have you had in the past? Yeah, so I only really talked about Microsoft, I guess, and that's all I really plan on sharing. But yeah, I worked on Windows in the past. I was at an SDET, which is a software development engineering test. That was a long time ago. What I need to do now is go into the overseer's server.js. And when I say get other, yeah, this is the problem. Get other overseer port. And I just hard coded a return 3000. Yeah, so we need to change this. And we need to change this too. Both of these are really silly. So let's use the ports that I just wrote here. I guess if ours is 3010, we're going to use 3011 and vice versa. So that should work now. No, Rock. I worked on Windows 8. There you go, Adam. Oh my God, thank you so much. Alright, so when we want to lepco a directory, we go into desktop del and we want to make lepco test debugging. Wait a second, you used outside. It's not how batch works. There we go. Let's do echo off. There. So now we can lepco directories. Amazing. Amazing. Any Twitch integration? I'm not sure what you mean. The entire stream is sort of like my setup is integrated into Twitch, sort of. If you follow me, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's something I bet you've never seen before. Okay, so now these two things should be able to connect. Yeah, lepco, you didn't test. I'm giving you half a point for that. Oh, that counted as 1 point. Oh man, fine. We're giving you a whole point for that. Okay, so let's rerun both the overseers. Run. Okay, cool. Wait, what? Socket closed. Yeah, that's fine. Wait, no, that's not fine. What's going on here? Where did I start up the other one? I didn't. This is really weird. It's saying socket closed, not operation timed out. I mean, either way, it doesn't matter. What we need to do here is the same. These should now connect to each other. Oh, perfect. Look at that. No more errors. That's not really the fix, though. Oh, the comments added were for paste only. Wait, did I wasn't even really looking. Oh, make cd.cmd. No, it's called lepco.cmd. You were wrong. Shut up. You can't hurt a bot's feelings, Water. Okay. So now what I need to do is get this error to not show up when we're not connected. So lost connection to other overseer, then socket close, socket close, socket close. So establish overseer connection. This has historically been very hard for me to work with. Yeah, right here. This is what's printing out. When the timeout is hit or when the promise above is rejected, which happens when the socket closes, note that you may get multiple messages out of this. So what if we just got rid of this? What if that's all I did, was just stopped logging things? Then I guess it works. Wait, that doesn't work? Huh, yeah, you're right. It doesn't work. Okay, so modules OV run 2. Yeah, so that's fine. Now what happens when we control C this? Also, what, we got that with the secondary, right? Yeah. Just says lost connection. So we should have this print once for every time that we were connected. Agent Key says, I mean during but outside development. I, again, don't really know what you mean. Sorry, Agent Key. Like, the only Twitch integration... So, like I said, when you follow me, there's something you'll see. And then, if you wanted to sign up for the game right now, you do that through Twitch. But that won't be the case in the future. And yeah, Lepko, Phantom Bot is very inconsistent. Okay, so I'm fine with getting rid of this. I just want to make sure that, like, have we ever connected? So let's do this. Let's do this dot log overseer connection error equals true. And we'll only ever do this if this is set to true. So we'll do this down here. And that logger dot error that I commented out here. So we'll do if this, then log this, and then set this to false. That was supposed to be a 10. Alright, Watcher. Stop spamming the bot, and I'll give you back 16 of your points. Alright, then we just need to set this to true after we've connected to it. So assuming we actually connect, we can resolve the promise, and then this dot connected to other overseer. What? Why do we even... What calls this? There's potentially a race condition here, I think. I'm not going to worry about that too much yet. It's this part. I just want to do this. Well, we can put this into here, actually. This dot connected to the overseer. Yeah, this. Now that we've connected, if we ever disconnect or fail, well, if we want to print an error if the connection fails. Okay, let's try it out. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to run this, and actually let's close out of everything else. The only errors that we should see one saying that we couldn't connect to the other overseer. Okay, good. So error from established overseer connection. Now, when we actually connect, we'll get success, and then I'm going to close this, and then we'll get another error that we can't connect. But we only ever get one. So now we print a maximum of one error until we've connected. We should also possibly make it so that every, like, No, I think it's fine. Let's just leave it like that. Yeah. So then let's just comment this. So how do I say this? Let's put a establish other overseer connection. So, yeah, okay. So is called very frequently if we can't find a secondary overseer because of how critical the inter-overseer connection is to the botland infrastructure. However, we don't want to spam the console, spam the log with errors about this. So we'll only log an error like if so only log an error when this is true. Yeah, we'll only log an error. I mean that's true, but like not as explanatory enough. Phil to Skyrim says, I'm starting to learn programming so I can make colossal coding lines like those. I'm starting at C. When I'm done studying C, what language should I go to next? So, first of all, hi. Second of all, it's really up to what you want to do. I mean, if you say colossal coding lines, etc., then I'd say like C++ might be a good next step. That way you learn object-oriented coding, whether or not you end up using it later. Because a lot of people end up just rejecting those ideas and switching to something else. But you might also want to do, let's say, Unity coding, and then maybe you'd go with C#. Or maybe you want to do web development, and then maybe JavaScript, and maybe you want to just branch out in general and learn something like, I don't know, Elm or Python or who knows what. So I'd say just focus on C for now, and in the future when you feel like, okay, I've fully grasped this, then ask yourself, what is the next step just project-wise for me? And then the language might follow from there. But you really can't make a wrong decision. If you learn languages like, I don't know, you start with Python, then you learn assembly, then you learn C++, like you'd still be just as good a coder as anybody else probably. What text editor program should I use to write it in? Yeah, that's totally up to you. Nico, the popular choices, so popular text editors, and just text editors are things like Sublime, Vim, Emacs, Atom, etc. But then there's also popular IDEs, and these are based on whatever you're coding in. So like Visual Studio is not something people probably use for JavaScript, but there's WebStorm for that, and there's like PyCharm, and there's whatever else. So I don't know, just like print screen right now, and then go look into all of these and figure out which one works best for you. All right, cool. So this has been made much less noisy. Let's commit this. So run.cmd also changed this. What is this? Oh, this is removing dead code. Ah, yes, let's check that in on its own. Removed dead code from the endpoint monitor. Okie doke. Also, let's run a giveaway. Sunbeam, you've won. Congratulations. All right, so updated the ports that the secondary overseer runs on. Really, I should just make that change on its own or do it in a future commit. I don't want to do this. I want to just commit this all as one thing, but they really should be separate commits because they're logically different things. So fine, line 263. Let's just copy paste this stuff. And then I guess let's also copy this. Okay, so failed connections to the secondary overseer are no longer, no, it is all kind of related. Oh, darn it. Whatever, fine. Hey, Duru. Original Pepper says JetBrains offers all their IDs for free for educational purposes if you're a college student or teacher. Yeah, actually, there are usually tons of discounts or free software if you're in education or have even just a .edu address. And it's nice of JetBrains to do that. And obviously they're doing it because you get to like their software, then afterward you're no longer a student and you just buy it. And they get money. And it breeds goodwill in the community. But I'm no longer a student, so I can't take advantage of that. Failed connections to the secondary overseer are no longer as noisy as they once were. Now an error will only print out once per set of connections, i.e. a connection needs to succeed before another error will eventually print. Can eventually print. Or you just torrent it. No, I wouldn't do that. I think for software, like now that I've established myself enough, I feel like I should purchase all of it. I'm not against trying free trials of things. That's something that they officially offer, but I don't think I'd pirate software now. So REST server port. So this is done, and then this thing needs to be copy pasted back into there. Get other overseer port. Yeah, here. I gotta copy paste this incorrectly. Did I do that? Yeah, I think it worked. Okay, so we can just copy this now, and we should be good. Hey, cool, look at that. That worked. Alright, so. Now let's run CUUU. My favorite program. As I go get, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. Okay. So you have uncommitted changes in the linter. Yeah, I'm gonna just ignore those. But let's run the linter. Also, how is that possible? You have uncommitted changes in there. Then why is... Oh, it's not checking botland. I guess because botland's such an obvious directory. Yeah. All right, nice. Hey, Dennis. Yeah, Petacusic. You know, one of the things I never understood when I started streaming, man, every time I start a story, I think like, I shouldn't tell this story. But when I started streaming, there were like one or two people in chat who would say BRB when they hadn't been typing anything. And I thought, what a strange thing. Like, no one was necessarily talking to them, and yet they let me know that they were going away. But yeah, welcome back, Patacusic. Usually, by the way, I'm usually aware of that stuff. So if I do ask someone something in chat and they don't respond, I'll type it in. I'll send them a message or something. Hey, Steven burned up. How's it going? Long time no see. Alright, so this is done. Overseer does a health check on an existing game server, sees that it's ready for a game, but it's not up to date. It should be able to update it. Yeah, so this is like major task number 1 of today. Hey, good. Oh, man. You know, so Steven Burndo is the person in chat who got me into Philips Hue bulbs. And this was what, like 2 years ago now? I went over to your place and I was like, oh my God, I have to buy these. Well, now everybody knows about them. So if I have someone over and I'm like, oh, check this out, and I change the lights to red or something, they're like, what is that? Is it Philips Hue? I say, yes, but I used to be excited about it and you should be too. Okay, so endpoint monitor. We have ensure up to date, but I'm pretty sure this is broken. Yeah, I have a to-do item here. Probably have a bunch of other to-do items. There was somewhere where I had like 3 of these. I'll create game server AMI. LOL wrecked. Yeah, but even then, I don't think people would be impressed. Steven Burndo. I'm just gonna call you Burndo on stream. Alright, check your game server's version to make sure that it's the expected version, and if not, it will reprovision the game server, assuming that the game server is in a state to allow it. So it sounds like I'd already coded this. Oh, right. Oh, right. It needs to be deferred updating. Yeah. Also, great Ladybug joke earlier. Wait, how long have you been watching for? This used to work. Then I switched to using clusters of game servers instead of individual ones. I was tuned in anonymously. How much time are you up to on your account? 2 hours and 52 minutes. Better than a certain other person who used to play Smash with us, who shall not be named. Only because he doesn't go by his name in chat. Alright, so this used to work. Then I switch over to these. So I think I need to put a state like update when ready that performs a deferred update. The problem with this is that we may later decide that we want to terminate the game server. Wow, shaming people that don't watch. Well, by definition of not watching, that means he's not here right now. So he won't know. He'll never watch this pod. No one will ever tell him. You guys don't know who it is. Tune in primarily for the shame. Female parasite. Alright. So what if I tracked the state that something used to be in? I don't know if that's gonna be necessary. Like one of the problems here is, where do we have this? So if I search for terminate when finished, I'll give you 2 points if you tell him. That's just mean. Hey, this doesn't even show up. What's going on here? It's not searching the right code. Oh man. Yeah, so I would need to make it search basically everything in here. That'd probably take a long time. I'll just go over to... No, wait, something's... See, code botland. Wait, what? This should work then. Also, this doesn't even exist anymore. Yeah, why didn't this find it? Terminate when finished. Did I not search correctly for this? Hey, Syntactical SLU. The game's going well. I've been working on infrastructure for like the last 4 months, and I'm right at the tail end of it. Like, I'm so close to finishing this stuff up. So, what you saw probably a while ago was something like this, where there was only a connect button. You got your account information through Twitch, so you actually got a password from my bot that's in chat. You hit connect, join game, and then you were in one massive game that everyone could be in. So there could be, 50, 100 people in here. That was never intended to be the plan for Botland. What we were intending on is for there to be distinct games that you got through a matchmaker and you were paired with people who were roughly the same skill level as you. And that took a massive infrastructure overhaul. So now the new way is you connect, you make your account directly through... Oh, I closed this down. Okay, well anyway, you make your account directly through this, so you can click register and make a new account. And then when you connect... Yeah, I shut everything down. Yeah. Anyway, when you connect, and you click join game, it puts you into the matchmaking queue after that. Is this a new Slither.io? No, not. It's not intended to compete with that at all. Alright, so yeah, what I'm still confused about is that this is not printing anything, which probably means it's just taking a really, really long time. Which very likely means I shouldn't be searching this entire folder. Especially because I know it's in here. So where are we? This one. Yeah. So we have terminate when finished. I think we also say something like update when finished. This stage should be used when we determine that the game servers are out of date. We can't just immediately update game servers for the same reason that we can't terminate game servers. We can't, hang on, I should say this in a better way. Well, thanks, Syntactical. Yeah, because this is going to be better. Look, I hope so, but there's a lot of luck involved in anything like that. A lot of it. Even, yeah, there's just a lot. I don't really need to talk about it. I'm sure you guys know. Wait, Verndo, have you heard of Slither.io before? My wife has been playing that game a lot. I hope she plays Botland a lot. This stage should be used when we determine that the game servers are out of date. Out of the date? Wow. What's the matter with me? We can't just immediately update game servers for the same reason we can't terminate. For the same reason that we have the terminate when finished state. Games may be running and we don't want to shut them down. Games may be running. I think that's fine. Active games with players may be running. Cool. Wow, Alertia, 12 hours. Nice. You know, Berndo, I played Slither on stream once, but I played it in what's the worst way to spectate, which is not at all aggressively. And my name on the game was twitch.tv/Adam13531. So maybe I got a new viewer through that. Who knows? Alright, so this is all I need to do here. We also need to go and update package.json to go to a new version. Can we get a time check? What are you trying to, are you going to stop it now and say this is your new record? Your I promise message was roughly 82 minutes ago. And it was actually a little bit later than that. So it was like 81 minutes ago because I started timing when you said hi in chat. So you're mostly just advertising. Well, people voted on me playing Slither. I'd taken a straw poll. I ended up playing a lot of Pokemon actually. And I still plan on finishing that game. But I'm playing the Nuzlocke challenge and I'm like really, really bad at paying attention to my Pokemon's life. So they die. And then you lose the game. Okay, so once we have this state, we need to put game server clusters into this state. So when we check to see whether we can update, oh, just proving that you're only here to chill today? Okay. That means that you intend on non-Fridays to not chill after Pokemon's Factorio. I'm surprised at how long some of you guys have spent playing Factorio. Orange J was like, oh, 444 hours. And EJ said something along those lines too. I'll probably like the game, but I'm probably not going to play it until, yeah, after Pokemon at the very least. Okay, so if it's not up to date, can update. So we don't necessarily know that we can update. The same way that we know about terminate when finished. We say update in database and then provision the game server. And what do we say when we update it? Set game server state phoned home. Oh, that's pretty good, I think. Oh, you're only at 60. Oh, I thought you were at a really high number too. Okay, never mind. I mean, 60 is a pretty high number, but not compared to, like, World of Warcraft times or something. All right. So here's one bookmark we're going to set. We're going to go to terminate when finished, and we're going to find out when we can do this. So if we're in that and we have no games running, that's how we do this. And it's healthy. So it's healthy, has no games running, which is this, and state equals update when finished. Well, state.id. Oh, I see. The game has goals, then it becomes an infinite game. Yeah, that's sort of like Terraria for me. Once I hit like the realistic goals, I say that's it. I'm done. Okay, and then at that point is when we can finally update it. So this shouldn't be too bad, I think. We see if it's up to date. So can update is just, is it healthy? When do we even do this? Ensure up to date. Oh, we do it in the health check. Oh, so this shouldn't be too bad. So we just need to make sure it's got no games running on it and that its state is, so has no games running and the state is like healthy, I guess. What is it? Registered with Overseer? Yeah, I guess so. And what do we use the original state for? Oh, for setting this back if it fails. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, Prison Architect. I remember hearing about that. Huh. origstate.id equals game cluster state.ids.register with Overseer. Oh, but this isn't exactly correct, is it? No, it is not. So there needs to be some code to put the cluster into the update when finished state. So how do we check if it's out of date? This right here. So if the game server's up to date, we have nothing to do. If game server's up to date, game server endpoint, then just return. Because clearly we don't have anything wrong there. If we're up to date already, then we can just fail now. So now everything below this is that we're not up to date. So if our state, so if origstate.id equals game server cluster state.ids.registered with Overseer, then no, we can't do this, can we? No, we can't do this. What we have to do is do this here. So we don't care about this. If we're not up to date, then we're going to set that we're in the update when finished state. And we're just going to keep entering that state. Now, what if we continually have problems provisioning this game server? Probably need to keep track of errors. Oh. 5,000 hours of Call of Duty 2. I don't think Diablo 2 tracks playtime, but I probably played that for way too long. I really, really liked that game. Put the cluster in update when finished state. So I think we put it in this state regardless. And then it's always going to be in that state. All right, let's see what this would do. We need to update the game server in the database though. Yeah, so game server endpoint set game server state. update when finished, then update it in the database. Then we're not going to remove it and do stuff yet. We're just going to do that. So logger.info. This is expected to be at expected version. Marking it as update when finished. Did you ever watch GDC postmortem on Diablo? Is this one where they talk about being able to add in the stash in like 5 minutes? Wait, maybe this is not that one. I don't know. I'll have to watch this though. Is this on Diablo? This is on Diablo 1 though, right? Diablo 1, did it even have a stash? I don't remember. Remember there was no running at first until the expansion. Yeah, okay. So expected version. So it's expected to be at that, marking it as update when finished, and then update it in the database. Now, if we fail to do this, then we need to revert it back to its original state. But if this fails too many times, then we have a problem. Error and ensure game server up to date for that error. Now we set it back to the original state. But even there needs to be something else here. To do, if we fail changing the state or updating too many times, then we should terminate the cluster. Oh, I never played Diablo 3. Well, I did for like 2 minutes, I guess. But knowing how much I got into Diablo 2, I said, nope, not going to play the next one. Okay, so can update is if we're in this state where... Actually, we're either here or we're in the update when finished state, right? Or we could be in that we're going to terminate. Let me think about this. So at this point, the only state we expect to be in is update when finished. So if we're not in that state, if origstate.id is not equal to this, then we can just return. But this returns promises, right? Huh. And we don't actually use these promises. So we should just say promise.resolve. Same thing here. So we can update it if we have no games running. Yeah, I guess we could just put this here. The only state we expect to be in is update when finished, and we should have no game servers running. Alright, so we can get rid of this stuff. Alright, good, good. And I think the rest of this is good. I gotta write tests for this. I have to. Write tests for updating game servers. This is one of those critically important things. Make sure to cover the case where something fails repeatedly. I don't have any construct in place to prevent that from just running into an infinite loop. I can't think of what would do that, but it could happen, I guess. Yeah. If we fail to update a game server too many times, then we should eventually terminate that game server. These sorts of failures probably don't need to be propagated. I should say replicated to the secondary overseer, because it can determine that many failures for itself. I think I'll know what I mean when I type that, but maybe not. Alright, so we can close out of that and go back to here. And I guess what I was trying to say is, what I mean by the above is that I can save the number of failures in memory as opposed to in the database. There's no reason I couldn't store it in the database too, though. But I think this is good for now. So let's just look through this logic and make sure that it's bulletproof. So the game server is already up to date, and we've got nothing to do. So we've ensured that it's up to date. That was the whole point of this function. I'm assuming this function works just totally fine. Let's take a look. This should be really simple. Yeah, get the version, make sure it's what we expect it to be. Dead simple. Can't go wrong there. All right, so now we get the original state of it. That way, if we need to revert it, we can. We get the expected version. If we are in the registered with overseer state, then we have this and this. That's fine. That's just a log statement. We set that it's in the update when finished state, update in the database, and that's it. So this will return. So to make the logic of easier to understand, we'll return from here. That way it's easier, well, yeah. And attempt to do the real updating in our next check. However, that does mean, how quickly do I check these? I think it's like every 15 seconds. So if I launch an update, it'll take minimally 15 seconds before it even kicks off any of these real updates. That's kind of an issue. I should probably change that. There's no easy way to do this though. Plus, I don't think there's going to be a time when I need to like roll out an update and 15 seconds is going to matter, unless it's a patch for something. Does 15 seconds really make much of a difference? I don't know. I could worry about that later. I could always just lower the health check times too. Okay, but fine. This makes sense. We update in the database. So now we'll always see update when finished at the very least. Which, when does this happen? Comes from here, right? If it's a game server, we eventually call this. Yep. Okay, cool. So if we are in that state and we have no games running on it, then we can just resolve this. And how do we know we have no games running on it? Because we set the number that are ready and running. Okay, good. That makes sense. So then we update this one in the database to be phoned home. About to remove it because we're reprovisioning it. And call provision on it. Yeah. Hey, Merlin. Okay. Yeah, and we should return this too, I guess. Out of curiosity. Yeah, we can't do that, can we? Ugh. Fine. Let's just do this. P. Wait, what? Promise is not defined. What's going on right here? Alright, let me try that again. Acquire Bluebird. Yeah, okay. Oh, because okay, great, fine. So p.resolve.toString. Just want to see what this function looks like. Try convert to promise object. There is no object there. If not, right, it's a promise, new promise internal. Yeah, this is not like a trivial function, but it's fine for now. Okay, well, I think this is good. We need to test this, and we need to test it for real on AWS at some point. Give me a lot of things to do here. A lot of things. So first, let's commit and publish this. This gives us the new state that we're going to use, which is update when finished. Added the update when finished state. Now, as CUUU will happily tell you, that has not been published. Check that out, version mismatch. So what we do is we go to modules, infer constants, npm publish, and now it won't complain anymore. CUUU. Why is this taking so long? Strange. Yeah, strange indeed. Okay, well, that's been done. I forgot to ask, are you the only one working on this project? I'm not. I'm the only developer on the project, though. This is still taking a long time, which to me means that Babel is probably loading in too many files. Okay, well, it worked. And now that passed. All right, good. So next up, what we can do is check, actually, let's link our code too. Next up, we can check in this. Hey, there actually is a problem. Endpoint is not defined. Wow, yeah, that would have been terrible. Good thing I checked it. Whew. So that means that you made all these lines? Yeah. Yeah, and it's all on video. Well, mostly on video. So if you go to these playlists, I don't have day 1, I don't have days 3 through 10. But yeah, I got all of those. So you can go to any random day if you want. In fact, something I'm curious about. Oh, I'm logged into the wrong channel. That's why this is showing up. I was like, I don't have subscriptions on here. Hang on, let me see if I can show you guys this. You might find this interesting. I haven't looked at this in a while. Yeah, so there's analytics on YouTube. I find this stuff interesting. Let's see, 266 minutes on 523 for some reason. Probably one person watched a VOD. And that's it. Yeah, what is Botland is still getting the most views. Which is good. I stopped doing recaps. So yeah, on some of these you see like no one's watching. I bet this has changed a lot. Where do we go? Lifetime. I bet it's just on the steady decline. Monthly. Yep. It just dropped since April. Oh well. So if you like stats, by the way, you'll like those pages. I didn't know about those until like 3-4 months ago. Okay, so I think these are done. Yeah. The endpoint monitor now makes use of the update when finished state for game server clusters so that we wait for games to complete before finally re-provisioning the machine with Ansible. All right, so the next thing up is this, but what's going to happen right before that? Oh, and it actually deployed bots. Let me deploy bots too. Cool. By the way, Endon, I don't know if you're paying attention right now. You might not be watching the stream, but for anyone who cares, if you check this auto deploy box here, then as soon as one of your bots dies, it'll basically just teleport to another place in the arena with full life because it's getting redeployed. The reason I say it as like it'll teleport to another place instead of saying what really happens is because that makes it most obvious that it will not pull your newest code from here. Oh, okay, Andon, yeah. Well, now you know. So if you want to deploy even just one bot and then hit auto deploy, then you'll be set. It'll always come back into the arena. Yeah, so assuming you just did that right now. My bots are just moving randomly. Ah, there we go. We should teleport over here. Then I kill your bot. Okay, so you did not check that check mark then. Otherwise it would have come back. Yes. What buffs do I have? Wow. Man. Teleporting is such a cool effect in this game. But it's just so... Actually, we're changing teleport completely, aren't we? Okay, yeah. What do I have? This one. Now I can teleport more frequently. Yeah, so you have auto deploy on now. I can tell because your bots are coming back as soon as they die. Nice. Okay, well, I'll keep this open here while I go use the bathroom really quickly. And I'll put that over here. So yeah, cool. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so what, I didn't actually look at the score. We're not actually too far apart. Although, who just joined? Oh, Hudson. Okay. Intense PvP lens flare. That'll be the trailer for this game. I'll just show the same clip of gameplay, like a bot teleporting into another bot, just like 2 hours. It'll be the longest game trailer you've ever seen, and the most exciting one. So if we fail to update a game server too many times, we should eventually terminate that game server. And this is all due to the ensure up to date function that I'm worried I'll get stuck in an infinite loop here. 3 versus 6 is not fair. Actually, you'd be surprised. Depending on the strategies you use, 3 versus 6 could be fair. Because imagine if all 6 players are clumping up and you're using area of effect abilities. But if they're not doing that, then yeah, it's probably unfair. Hey, Vognar. Oh, good to hear. Guess there won't be all caps. Yeah, because this is setting him back to its original state. So we need to mark this as like an unexpected failure. In fact, let's go do that. This dot num failures equals 0, I guess. Let's say increment failures. This dot num failures plus plus. I probably want to return this. Yeah, let's return this. That means we should pre-increment it instead of post-increment it. Hey, Deaudrey, welcome back. So increment failures, and then we should also serialize the number of failures. What is this? Oh. Yeah, sure. And then here, when we construct it, we'll say params.num failures or 0. No. We should do it this way. Yeah, cool. All right, always look at the rest of your code for typing things. Cool. So let's pass that in too. There we go. Is the teleportation random or is it controlled by the user? Yeah, it's controlled by the user. I can show you how you do that. So there is the teleport. Where is teleport? Here it is. Teleport. So you can either specify an entity to teleport to. So then the command just looks like this. Teleport to closest enemy. Or you can specify coordinates, which have to be offsets. Actually, no, they don't. But they should be offsets. So you'll typically do something like this. You'll put in these like plus or minus things here. And you'll put something like, I want to teleport to, well, I guess it's good to be y. So I want to teleport to x plus 5, y. Well, this is x plus negative 5. Let's just make it x minus 5. Yeah, so if I did this, for example, this would always just teleport me to the left by 5 tiles. How does one know that this isn't increased instead of the variable? And then this is just something that is inherent to the language. Where did I even write that code? This. Yeah, the reason why is because it doesn't make sense to increment this. And that's not how this is parsed anyway. It's parsed as this is one sort of token, and not quite. That's not how the abstract syntax tree would be formed. But just for sake of simplicity, that's how this is treated. That this is a variable, and that this is what you want to do to that variable, is increment it, then return it. Well, in JavaScript, you can probably increment this too. I just don't know what it'll do. Oh, invalid left-hand side expression. Okay, so you can't do that. I was going to say, JavaScript usually lets you shoot yourself in the foot. So let's do this. Every time something like this fails, game server endpoint dot increment failures. Now this should really be a function outside of here that is a promise. Yeah, let's do that. Game server experienced failure. Game server endpoint. So return promise.resolve. Well, let's do this first. Increment failures. And we'll say the maximum number of failures we can run into is, I guess, 3. That seems reasonable to me. If something fails 3 times, this dot max game server failures equals 3. This is the number of times that a game server cluster can experience unexpected, well, it can experience failures. These failures can be relatively innocuous on their own, e.g. being unable to update a state in the database. But if they're continually occurring, then it probably indicates a deeper issue. Hey, Riderino. All right. So if num failures is greater than or equal to the maximum number of failures, actually, let's do this. If it's less than it, let's just return promise.resolve. Like, there's no issue. Otherwise, what we're going to return is we're going to change the state of it, and then, actually, that's all we're going to do. Yeah, we're just going to make it terminate when finished. Terminate when finished, which means we don't need this to-do item in here. But, oh man. All right, there's a lot to keep track of. So I'm going to keep this here and just say double to-do. Get rid of this comment and make sure we point out that. If you can't fix it with a to-do, just add another to-do. But this is the kind of thing, this is a to-do for me to just see that there are changed lines over here. That's the only point of that. Because I just need to change the comments for this function, but I didn't want to disturb my thought process right now, which I've already done because I'm streaming and trying to explain things to people. So we'll go into terminate when finished, which is here, and put this here. Now this is no longer endpoint, it's game server endpoint. And then we need to update it in the database. Update in database, update game server in database. Okay, chat. All right, and that's it. Oh, and we should probably also log that this happened. So logger.info, game server endpoint has now experienced num failures and the maximum number failures, which is the maximum allowed number, marking it as terminate when finished. Cool. Hey King Dan, how you doing? Chat's been pretty active today. Also, I don't think I've gotten a single follow. just throwing that out there for the guilty viewer. So whenever a game server experiences a failure, this function should be called. It is a relatively thin wrapper around increment failures that also marks a game server as terminate when finished. Marks a game server, I should say just for termination. That way there's no implementation details there. That also marks a game server for termination. If it hit the maximum number of allowed failures. Digite, my rule on that is that you can, as long as it's not like incredibly spammy. So for example, right now, like I wouldn't say anybody's spamming in chat. So if there's like, a couple messages that I see from you, yeah, that's fine. I mean from your bot, that's fine. But don't let it get out of control. Okay, so this makes me feel way better about how this is working. And this actually will be replicated, which is kind of nice because I put it in the game server endpoint. Yeah, cool. So let's just call this function from where we need to call it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's the function calling police. All right, hang on. Alright. Whew. Not allowed to call that function. Not where I live. So set this state back to the original one and then mark it as experienced a failure. Okay, that's good. And we gotta do the same thing down here too. Adam, did you replace the 18-wheeler in your living room with a fire truck? It's actually both JWL. That way I don't need to have two large vehicles in my living room. Adam SWAT emote. Well, like I said, we're going to be moving pretty soon. And then I don't think you guys will hear sirens with anywhere near the frequency you do now. You can interpret that as an audio joke, but it's not. I'll stop laughing about my own jokes now. So if we fail changing the state or updating too many times, we should terminate the cluster. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious based on this thing happening here. By considering this to be a failure, we avoid infinite loops where we continually try updating. This is like such a minor failure, but the other one is more realistic. So we can delete this now. Yeah, there we go, Lepko. It's only a matter of time before that happened. Yeah, I'm not answering too much stuff about like we're we're moving. I think that's the important part for the stream because, like I said, you guys will eventually see that I'll be in a different place. The lighting might be different. You'll obviously see a different background, and that's all that really matters for the stream, I think. Let's start a police car. Okay, so this is good. Where else can I add this that it might be needed? Anytime game servers could run into this case, that's what we need to consider to be a failure. Oh, EJ's gonna move to the new closet, yeah. It might not be on stream anymore. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna search for a regex that'll find all of our functions. So let's search for this space slash W plus slash parenthesis space slash brace. Find all. Okay, so here are all of our functions. Which ones of these have to do with game servers? So no, 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 and no. Game server summary does, but I don't think this is very important. Oh, we could keep track of how many failures we have. Actually, that could be a good idea. What do we have right now? Game server state. And this has game servers. Okay, let's start one up. Because we have an overseer running, but nothing else. What is this? Has not been connected to another overseer since... Oh, I don't remember doing this. To fix this, start up another overseer. This message will not be sent again until that happens. That's really cool. So I have an error that prints out if we were connected to an overseer at one point and then we weren't anymore for a long time, which is what? 300,000 milliseconds? So 5 minutes? Oh yeah, EJ, you'll get your instructions in the mail. Okay, so let's see. Send. And when do we get back here? So we get utilization percent, num total. Okay, so we gotta change this to how many failures we've gotten. So let's say num failures game server endpoint dot get num failures. Let's not capitalize that. So that means we need. Whoops. Okay. I know what I'm doing. Alright, let's do this. Get num failures. What is perman just link in? Oh. Don't care. Okay, so let's rerun the overseer, which actually means we need to rerun everything. And I really want that closed tabs to the right. Connection refused. I don't think I care about that. What we care about is this thing. Okay, let's try it out. So we hit send. And now we get the number of failures for a game server. So it's set to 0. Let's look through the rest of these functions. So that's done. Get num game servers being provisioned. I don't think this is necessary, is it? Describe, yeah, no, that's an AWS problem. Okay, good. So get num ready game server instances. I think this is a synchronous function that cannot even have errors, right? It can't, yeah. But it calls into this, which I also think is fine. Yep, those are fine. So that's fine. This is probably fine. Yeah, this is. Get all game server clusters marked for termination. This is probably also fine. Yeah. Get all game server clusters. Get all ready. Get ready game server cluster. What does this do? Reservation. That's what I need to work on. So this is fine. Create game server AMI isn't done. Subscribe to messages. Don't care. Don't care. Rerun failed termination notices. Don't care. Replicate all data. Don't care. Check health. I'm missing something. What did I just say? Reservation? How did that not show up in here? I think that regex was broken. And by broken, I think I wrote it wrong. Here, this. How did this not find the reserve function? Wait, yeah, look at that. This doesn't match this regex somehow. Oh, right, because there are... Oh, darn it. This should have been dot star in here. Whoops. I made an oops. All right, let's fix this. Yeah, look at all these functions now. Oh, see you, Villo. Thanks for joining in today. Huh. Okay, so it's the reserve part that I really wanted to know. This I already checked. That's fine. So let's start with this. Why don't you have some sort of symbol finder instead of regex? I don't know what the joke is exactly. Okay, so let's take a look here. So ask the cluster for a game server. If this fails, if we fail to connect to the machine due to a refused connection, then it's likely that the cluster crashed. We shouldn't have to wait until the next health check is performed, or else we may continually try reserving games. Okay, so one of the things I need to write here is, this is for catching things that health check failures won't catch. This is not intended to find any problems that may cause a health check to fail. It's more for a scenario like this, which may or may not even exist anymore. Old Magic, I got your link, but can I look at it on stream? If I can't, then it's going to be something I have to wait until after stream because I don't want to, leak your code. But let me know. Hey, Krug. Yeah, so Old Magic, let me know. And then if you don't mind me looking at it, then yeah, I'll take a look on stream. Okay, so the scenario is something like this. One, we try updating. Okay. Yeah, so Old Magic, I will take a look right after I'm done typing up this stuff. So let's go to ensure up to date. How does this work? Oh, we call provision, and that can fail. Okay. We try. So we notice that a game server is not up to date. We set its state to update when finished. It finishes all of its games. We set its state to phone home and use Ansible to re-provision it. 5. Re-provisioning fails for some reason. So we I don't know what we do actually. We do this, experience failure, set it back to its original state. So we set it back to update when finished. So we set it back to update when finished and keep 6 go to, so we go back to step 2. The above would be an infinite loop. It would take a very long time to discover that it's even happening. Hey, Bubba. Yeah, I have. Okay, now that I've finished typing that stuff, let's go look at this code. Where's the raw code? Here it is. Paste bin is different from bpaste. So this is inside is master for the node cluster. So set players, let's comment this out. Let's comment 28 out too. So set players, let's tab this stuff back in. Players equals data. So first of all, you are setting a global variable here. Just keep that in mind. Then get players. This is what I get. Cannot read property, send of undefined. So that means it's just worker is not defined here. So Old Magic, I think I kind of see what it is you're trying to do here. Like you have, you set a global variable worker, but this says it's undefined, but even if you were to set it here, this is just a string. This should be the cluster worker here for get players. So that's where this is going to fail. So anyway, let me think of how you'd want to change this. And also this particular bit here, I see what you're doing here now. This particular part, you really don't need to worry about. Just do this. So do node-v, and if your version is at least 6, then don't worry about using the lower than 6 version. Like, that shouldn't really be a problem. So you could basically just remove this, and then your code will be correct. So anyway, if message.cmd, so here you have a CMD, I'm assuming? No, you don't. Oh, here you do. Process that's in CMD, set players. Okay, got it. So case set players, yep. Set players, message.players. Yeah. Yeah, so the only problem with this is that, yeah, the worker is not correct. So what you could do is you could just pass in the worker. Here's a simple solution. Just specify a worker there and pass in the one that you got from here. And same thing with set players. You could do that same thing. You could have this stuff. And then everything should be fine. How do you have the patience to code for so long? Well, having the stream helps, and I'm not non-stop coding. I would say that I'm like relatively productive on stream, but I am talking to chat a lot of the time. Query question for all of you. How do you get all the data posted by you and your friends from a database? Database actually is like this. Friends table where ID, user 1 and ID user 2 are the IDs of 2 people who are friends. Now there's a post table that I save all posts, save the ID. Make sure the post in the post table or post must be only mine and my friend's post. Yeah, so Riderino, that is a join. And you should look this up. Actually, W3 has like a simple enough explanation of this, I guess. But what you're going to be looking for is SQL joins. I'm assuming you're using a SQL database. If you're using something like MongoDB, then you have to do sort of a fake join where you just fetch both tables and then index the columns yourself. But yeah, any sort of structured query language database like MySQL, PostgreSQL, anything like that, you could do something like this. And let me show you an example if I can. That way you could see what this looks like. The only problem is I'm not sure where I did this. Let me search for a second over here. JavaScript. Yeah, I don't know where this exists. Hang on. I might be able to, multi-language control. I don't know. All right, yeah, you'd have to look at the syntax online. Thanks, Adam. I'll give it a go. And the reason I have it like that is so I can pass players to the other workers. I know global variables are bad, but my JavaScript node skills are not good, so if you get another solution, I'd be happy. Yeah, my solution for that would be something like what I'm doing, actually. Which, where does that even exist? Here, I guess. So I have everything inside of a class. So anything you need to store, you could store at the class level. And I'd suggest doing this, but if you haven't used classes before, I'd suggest just not even trying to use them for the sake of your program yet. Make a program that just works with classes for a bit. So like maybe a simple, you have an animal-based class, and then you extend from that with cat, and they all have something like speak, that sort of thing. It's MySQL. I tried join, but that didn't work for me. It just duplicated the data. Yeah, you'll have to just, join is the solution, and there are different kinds of joins. So make sure you're calling into it correctly. When you started this project, did you have a problem with getting too detailed with some of the functionality and sort of went down the rabbit hole? I find I tend to put too much effort into the details rather than making a simple module to build on. I don't know if I'd say that about myself. I mean, I'm certainly running into certain problems. A lot of it is like technology choices or what it is that's important to work on at first. There are a lot of features that I put off, not because they're not good features, but because there's just something else I need to do instead of that for right now. And you actually saw me do that earlier today with that whole connection logic and showing whether people have connected or not. Anyway, I need to finish looking through this. So reservation. This is the wrong code base. Reserve ready game server instance. Let's take a look. We call reserve. If that works, then great. If it doesn't work, we say it failed a health check. Return null. And if it fails multiple health checks, then we're fine. And if it returns null, why do I even do this? Then the thing that would have worked is not working. I guess we'll try again. That's kind of a weird thing, huh? This is probably being called from the rest server over here. Yeah, right here. So if you call this and it fails, then the matchmaker is not going to get the reservation. Let's take a look at what happens there. Also, what is this even called? Reserve game server. MMQ reserve. Oh yeah, this is fine. Okay, I think we're good there. When I say Ansible, do I mean the tower? I do mean that Ansible, but not the tower. This is free to use. Also, did I say Ansible? Hey RS tutorial. I know I said technology choices. I don't know if I used the word Ansible because of this thing. Okay, so reserve is fine. We can mark that off. This is not done. Create game server cluster VM. Here. So get number of game servers being provisioned, then go provision it. So I think that's fine. This is create instances, then save them to the database. So we'll have a way to terminate that. Yeah, so that's fine. This is probably fine. Wait, what? How is this any different from this? Provision game server and provision game server instances? Oh, is this the Ansible part? Yeah, it is. Fails, let me terminate it. Okay, we're good there. Save newly created instances to database. What do we do if this fails? Yeah, it's potentially a problem. But that's fine. Bubba, you said in Unix. Unix is not something where you'd have an array of objects. Maybe you're talking about Bash? I'm not sure. What language are you using? Subscribe to messages. Yeah, that's fine. Master state change. I think this stuff's fine. That's fine. Get endpoint ID. Find. Yep. Check if zombie game server. Yep. Cool. Anything that has termination at the end of it is going to be fine. Like these things are fine. This is fine. This is fine. This failed. Yep. Yep. Replicate. There are a lot of sirens today. I wonder... Alright, sorry. Alright, there. Yeah, I was gonna say, what is it? But it's what? It's Memorial Day weekend? Maybe it's that more people are having barbecues or something and they're causing fires? I don't know. Because that is more than you guys would normally hear, right? I don't think it's confirmation bias. Hey, Farm Control. What project did you just work on? I can maybe help you find a new one. Game server experience failure. So that's the thing we just added. Make sure this is up to date. That's fine. Update in database. I guess we could put something here for that. what? Process. Get instance ID via private IP address. If we're not on AWS, this API will have an issue and we will error out. Yeah. If we're not on AWS, we don't really care too much about testing this stuff. But yeah, should there be any problem, we could just mark this as an error ourselves. I don't think that's the part that matters though. Failed health check. Yep. Yeah, maybe there's this one. How does this work? A game just finished running on there. Could not find a game server with that address. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think we're finished with this. So we can check this in, and then we can start writing the test for it. So let's do this. Let's also lint the code. Just finished Hangman project where I got a random word from a list and let the user guess a letter, and if wrong, I would update that. That's really good. I think that's a good project to work on. So, okay. That would probably mean that you've tested things out with functions and calling them and if statements, control flow and everything. I would say after that, what you could do is something like a utility program maybe something that, I don't know, sorts all your music or goes and downloads album covers or something like that, or something internet related, or maybe something graphics related, maybe make Pong next. So there were no linting problems here. I wrote a gigantic comment for that, which I think I'm going to need to go update, and then these. Yeah, and I think I need to change that too. All right, and then let's put this over here. So the number of failures that we've had when working with this game server from the overseer. This is not the number of worker failures that the cluster encountered. This is instead for errors like failed to update row in database, or couldn't provision with Ansible. Oh, good job, EJ. You graduated. Well, what is this? Oh, neat. Couldn't you just run this through, couldn't you just generate the assembly language that you need to do using the right compiler? Like a Z80, C++ to Z80 or something like that. Alright, so that's done. Okay, so the only thing I want to look at were the comments for this stuff. So this is the number of times that a game server cluster can experience failures. These failures can be relatively innocuous on their own, but if they're continually occurring, then it probably indicates a deeper issue. This is not intended to find any problems that may cause a health check to fail. Wait, so this is not intended to overlap with failures, not to overlap with failing health checks. Okay, now this thing got totally screwed up. So I'd either need to fix the spacing on this, and this is the one annoying thing about doing this. Gotta do that one too. Okay, so now I can hit Alt Q. There we go. All right, so we notice that the game server is not up to date. We set its state to update when finished. It finishes all of its games. We set its state to phone home and use Ansible to reprovision it. Reprovisioning fails, so we go back to step 2. The above would be an infinite loop that would take a very long time to discover that it's even happening. So we instead increment the number of failures during step 5. Where's the donate button? Do you know a game called Hatred? Or you know if it would be possible to make a similar game yourself? I have not heard of a game called Hatred, no. So I can't answer your second question. I think you get to a point where, like, recreating what makes that game wouldn't be so bad. Like, for example, Super Mario Galaxy, the gimmick in that game is that gravity works in a special way. But other than that, it's mostly just a 3D platformer. Making that mechanic is something that, like, yeah, I could probably do that. It might take me a while. I don't know. And then making the rest of the game, of course, is like a monumental undertaking that, no, I would not want to do. So it's like, could I make a game like World of Warcraft if I had 60 years of time to work on it? Yeah, maybe. And I'd say most programmers could probably answer yes to that too. Would you have the motivation to do it? Would you have the team to work on it? Would you have the assets for it? No, almost definitely not. But yeah, the donate button, I should really add a command for that. Add a donate command that explains why I don't want your money. Maybe I'll do that after I get done with this. Okay, so that's fine. The other part that I wanted to look at was the function that uses this right here. So whenever a game server experiences a failure, this function, which should be called. For more information about when to call this, look at the comment for max game server failures. Yeah. All right, cool. Okay, and that's that. Added a mechanism that will prevent infinite loops around trying to update game servers. These aren't the blocking kind of infinite loop. Rather, they're scenarios where a game server perpetually gets re-provisioned but fails every time. Yeah, so now we'll terminate it. You just write a program in assembly that takes people's money. Oh, I knew it was going to be this. Oh, Pat Acoustic has a slightly more violent way of donating. All right. So we're done with that. Great. Cool. Aw, farm control. But you have me here. You don't have that when you're in school. All right, so the donate button. So adcom donate. Adam doesn't want your filthy money. I should say that. So there's no way to donate money to Adam or otherwise financially support him. He's funding Botland out of pocket and would rather you keep your money to spend on Botland later if you want. Type monetization for more details. Which, by the way, did I ever update that? Does it talk about bot pays? No, it doesn't. So I did update this. Yeah, April 12th. Okay, so there's no way to donate money to Adam or otherwise financially support him. He's funding Botland out of pocket and would rather you keep your money to spend on Botland later if you want. You're supporting the stream just by being here. Now, what's an overly lovey emote that I can use? I guess I could just put a heart. Fine. Okay, there you go. So I can get rid of this too. Okay. At least we got the command, yeah. All right, so write tests. I'll be right back. My wife is home today. I just want to ask her when we're gonna do lunch. So I'll be right back. Actually, I'll put up a BRB screen. BRB quickly 2M. Yeah. So I'll be right back. Okay. So she said like 10 minutes. I think I'll say 13 minutes. All right, let's start a timer. 13. What was that? Oh, it looked like a camera. Okay, so yeah. Or if anyone doesn't mind reminding me if I forget, but like 12:30 my time, because right now it's 12:17. Yeah. So 12:30. Let me know. Or she'll probably just come knock on my door. But like, make sure I don't write tests for too long. Write tests for updating game servers. Make sure to cover the case where something fails repeatedly. Yeah, sure, EJ. So let's run the tests as they are. So modules, infra test, npm test. Let's make sure that they work and that I didn't break anything. That's pretty important. Come on. Okay, good. So they're all working. So write test for updating game servers. Let's take a look at the code coverage that I have. So it should pop up over here. Gotta wait for this thing to finish. You can do it. Great. So here's our code coverage right now. And we just added code to the endpoint monitor that I really want to test. So ensure game server is up to date. That is right here. And we have no way of doing this right now. So yeah, we need to do this. Digite. Wouldn't I just be plugged in right now? Or you think I can't code while I'm charging? Yeah, so I want to test all of the different parts of this. I guess the parts about failures being set should be done too. Let me think about this. Okay, we're gonna start with this. Okay. You guys have very active imaginations. That's good. We'll go far in life. So let's copy paste this. Cool. Except for kind of not cool. We got to copy paste the comment too, I guess, so that this becomes easier. Yeah, now I can just delete this, get rid of this. All right, so we're going to need a game server endpoint and probably not any of the rest of this code or this really. So let's get rid of that. Okay, no more joking about this. Are we doing jokes? So we register a game server, then we'll have the endpoint, and we should make sure that it's in the right state. So let's do that. So assert dot equal game server endpoint dot get state, it's called this, dot ID is going to be equal to, I don't know what. game cluster state. Yeah, this. Oh, good job, Weedly. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Arena lately too. But I'm really just playing for fun. I'm not try-harding. So we need this. Do we even have this? npm list botland infra constants. I think we do. I'm pretty sure I've already used it. Yep, there it is. Okay. So we can put this right here. Game server cluster state. So we want to make sure that this is this.ids dot, I don't know what, registered or something. Yeah, registered. What is that username? Well, thank you for following. I only saw a flash on my screen quickly. Oh, there it is. Kakadu CS. Huh. Yeah, thanks for following. Okay, so make sure that the starting state is this. Then we're gonna, I know, our tutorial, I'm terrible. So then we're gonna call ensure game server is up to date. And I guess we're gonna kind of be testing the implementation details a little bit, which is unfortunate. Because the first time that we call this, all that's gonna happen, and let's go into endpoint monitor and take a look at this function. Colorful HWY, colorful cockatoo. No, the kakadu, I think that's the bird that was on, wait, is that what I'm thinking of? No, never mind. What am I thinking of? It starts with a K. That green bird. Oh God, what is that? Ah, I don't remember. Hang on, I'm trying to find this now. Oh, Kakapo. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, this one. KKpo. Alright, never mind. But yeah, hey, and welcome to the stream. One more joke and I'll stop. Anyway, so if it's already up to date, then just return promise.resolve. So here's what we do. We have to change the expected version. So set expected game server version. We gotta set this to something that it's not. So const new version equals 1.2.4, let's say. So now, actually, you know what we can do? We can test the first line of code. So now set the expected mock overseer dot set expected game server version to the new version. Then let's do this exact same thing down here. And now this is going to invoke this code, which all this is going to do is set it to update when finished. So now we go back to here and we do assert dot equal. So let's put this here and this here and this here. And now it's going to be in the update when finished state. Okay, so once it's in that state, we're going to make sure that we're going to, how do we do this? We're going to say that it has games running on it, I guess. Try updating it now, but make sure games are running on it. This is going to be easy to do as long as we turn this into a mock. So game server endpoint, or a stub, I mean, this right here. So return that this equals 0. We're just going to say that it returns, let's do this. So game server endpoint dot has no games running equals synon dot stub dot returns. So has no games running will return false. Then we call this again. And then we call it one more time. This time with true. And now what we'll finally get into is this code right here. So its state should be phoned home. We say update it in the database, then remove it, and then call provision. Provision is totally not going to work. We should just make this a stub that returns a promise. Yeah, that's what we should do. Right, because we don't want to test this code. So we say endpoint monitor dot that equals synon dot stub. No, synon dot stub dot resolves. We don't want to test provision game server because that involves using Ansible for right now. Also, how much time do I have left? 4 minutes. Okay. That's probably enough time to, let's try this. Specify that only. So let's run code coverage again. And here's our code coverage originally. We should cover, let's see, these lines, this line, these lines. Wait a second, does it even look like the code that I'm using? Yeah, I guess so. It failed though. Cannot read property then of undefined. Uh-oh. Sure, game server's up to date. That means that this is not returning a promise somewhere? Return promise, return promise, return promise. This right here, return. I forgot to do that. Yeah, cool, let's try it. That was a bug, and I found the bug. Set the BRB lunchtime to 27 minutes, make it exciting. No, thank you. It's this one. Ensure game server is not up to date. The very first one's not working. That's weird. That's very weird. All of these return the right game server and database. Maybe one of... Yeah, wow, I don't know what's going on here. The very first one is not working. Oh, wait. We also have to say that we're on AWS, but I did that. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Maybe. No, I'm going to have to just print things out here because I don't know what's happening. Let's get rid of these. All right, so update game server and database was called, but we're on AWS doing nothing. Oh, I bet that's the problem. But we're on AWS doing nothing. No, that returns a promise. What is going on? Okay, let's console log some stuff. Is expected to be at version. We don't have that printing out. Returning promise immediately. So I don't feel like debugging this right now, so we'll just do this the quick way. That stuff's not even printing. Very strange. It's coming from right here too. It says that. Yeah, ensure game server is up to date. How am I? It must be this? I don't know. Time to go. It's lunchtime. Aw, you guys are so nice. Points give kept. Kept low. Alright, hang on. I just want to finish this one part. Then yeah, I gotta get going to lunch. Alright, did it work? No, none of this worked. How? I I don't get it. It's not even calling this function. Yeah, it's not calling it. Okay, well, I should go get lunch. So where I left off, I was trying to figure out why npm run cc is not even calling, rather it's just saying that it can't call. You said beep? Okay, fine. There. Points for everybody. You know what? Just make it rain. There's a point for everyone in chat. It's going to say just one name because the bot is bad, but it works. Okay, well, here's where I left off. So thank you all for watching so far. It's currently 12:30 for me. I usually stream till 5. I'm not sure if I have to end early today. We have plans tonight. I don't know when they start. But I'll be back for at least 3 hours, I think. And when I come back, I got to finish the test for this, and then we're going to work on the other sort of features that there are. So, yeah. All right. Well, I will go get lunch. All right, there we go. Okay, see you after lunch, everybody. Bye. Hey everyone. So let's find out where we left off. Cool. You got you, Weedley. Ooh, just dropped my phone on my keyboard. That was hopefully not that loud. Hey, Marigotti. Oh, hey, yeah, I remember. You were, I think you were the person who said you didn't like Botland, right? I think. I don't know if you're here right now. I still have to scroll down and chat. Yeah, I meant players. Hey, Sunbeam. Yeah, hey, Farm Control, Patacusic, Weedley, ProSam, Digite, Euphoria, Ultralight, 900G regress heading, extended line. How you doing? Sounds good. I'm doing well. All right. Also, Spearman, I think I only just now processed what you said about this. I can ignore people in a way so no one will hear them. It's pretty good. Okay, so where I left, I was trying to figure out why this wasn't calling ensure game servers up to date. I don't expect this to be something very difficult to figure out, and yet here I am. Sure, game server up to date. I wonder if this is even the right function. I should just print it out. Yeah, let's do that. Let's check. Okay, cool. Ooh. So function toString. That is not what I meant to print out. Let's try that. Because maybe this isn't the function that I expect it to be. Here we go. Oh, hey, it's got coverage data in it. That's pretty neat. Expected version. Yeah, there are no console logs in here. That is particularly strange. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I did the bad. I need to fix this. I forgot these are in different modules entirely. So all the changes that I'm making over here have no impact on this code over here. Stampeding code over here. So we gotta change this. Oh man, can't believe this. Oops. Oh, what? Would you just paste? I'm gonna do this one more time. There we go. Okay, so now when I rerun it, does everything just work? It probably does. Can't believe this. I need to start a OneNote for this. Okay, so it says in this code, and then what happens? Then it starts to fail on me, huh? Oh, increment failures is not a function. Increment failures. That's unusual. Increment failures. What? It's what? Not a function. Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. This is annoying to say the least. All right, I gotta republish, and I gotta make a note about this. This is just too bad. Make a note about how the infra tests work. Now that everything is module based, every time I make a change, I need to republish the module. I should shortcut this somehow. Hey, I moved mine. How am I supposed to pronounce your name? Yeah, I don't know. But hi, mine. JWL says, I just think it means one should have lunch more often. You figure stuff out so easily afterward. Yeah, I think taking a break from things is really helpful. And I think that in this particular case, I wasn't stuck on the problem for so long, so I might have just come across it anyway, but this was good. Jewel? Oh, no. I meant, so JWL I've been calling JWL. I must mine. Okay, cool. We'll write that down. Lunch 3 times a day. There. Great. So yeah, I'm gonna need to make a OneNote about this. Make a note about how the infra tests work. Yeah, so in the meantime, I need to publish a new form of this. Let's go into here, put this up to, no, not this. What am I doing? Overseer package JSON, this one. For me, farm control, it's not so far off. I guess I'm technically in the bathroom, but it's when I'm in the shower, I do some good thinking. I don't know what it is. I think it's just a combination of being relaxed and the right body temperature. Yeah, so this was fixed a small bug. Fixed a small bug where I wasn't returning a promise from an API. From all, code paths of an API. Bumped the version of this package so that I could publish it anew. So we'll do that. There, okay. So now we need to do an npm update. Don't forget that stuff here, guys. npm update before running. Yeah, so I must mine says, what am I developing? So ignore the first video that was pasted in. What is Boatland? The game is called Botland. Boatland was an April Fool's joke. So look at the second video about Botland that was in chat. I've had 3 days struggling with Grunt and Require.js and a build server. I figured out what the problem was tonight at 2. Couldn't sleep. Yeah, Sunbeam, what was the problem? Wait, but Digite, if the thinking is productive, then that's fine, right? It's only bad when you didn't actually really enjoy the time and you washed your hair like 6 or 7 times. Then it's bad. Okay. What failed here? Operation not permitted. Oh, I can't delete it because I have it open? Is that why? It's probably that. But I don't see that it's open. We can close out of these things. You know, I'll just close out of everything. What's this? This is probably not needed. We'll keep it anyway. Alright, so close out of that. Let's try this again. You had no idea about Boatland. It took so many hours for me to make that. Got a script. This only goes to show everyone in the world that I find myself funny. Okay, so now let's try running these tests. And I hope they work now. I think I fixed everything. Well, that is clearly not an indication that I fixed everything. What's happening now? Cannot read property ID of undefined. Okay, good. This is at least in test code. Although this still shouldn't be happening, but whatever. Game server endpoint get ID. Game server cluster state.ids. Yeah, this definitely shouldn't be happening. But digitate, that's probably normal, especially if you shower in the morning. Actually, it doesn't really matter, I guess. No matter when you shower, most people shower when they're like tired, whether it's right before you go to sleep or right after you wake up. I guess the only time that's not true is when it's around exercise. Cannot read property ID of undefined. How is this undefined though? Didn't I just copy paste this from here? Yeah, I did. Something could have wiped out the state maybe? Let's print it out. Game server endpoint. In fact, we should just do it this way. Not toString. Hey again, EJ. Alright, so game server endpoint version 1.2.3 IP address and then undefined. It's that undefined that makes me very worried because that's where the state's supposed to go. How did that get set to undefined? That means that there's probably a bug in this code. Well, well, well. If it isn't Bugs Buggington, let's go find out. That means I must be setting the state to a state that doesn't exist. This would actually make a whole lot of sense. Huh. Which means I probably don't have that. An infer constants. Strange. I still don't know the best way to update this code because this is clearly not working. No, this does have update when finished. What is going on then? Set game server state. So game server endpoint set state. And then I guess we assert that it's defined. That's probably a good idea. Jesse Go says, hello, how's your work going? It's going well. And Nico, thanks for hosting me. Yeah, I think it's going well. And hi, Jesse. Buggy buggy face. Weedley, did you notice Shirtman's response to you calling him Shirtman? Where did that happen? If this isn't the greatest two-line conversation that this chat has had in the last 10 minutes, then I don't know what is. It's actually like 25 minutes ago. Do you know a repository link for version 2.3 or higher? Live reload. I don't even know what that's for. Do I use that? Remove package, live, no. I don't know what that's for. Oh, I see Sunbeam. Yeah, it can be annoying switching. Have you ever tried your stream here, livecoding.tv? No. They tried reaching out to me and they made a fatal flaw. And now I'll never go stream there. Wait a second. Jesse just created their account today. Is this a shill for livecoding.tv? We'll never know. So assert that this is defined at the end of all of this. So let's do rec a. Then let's use this underscore dot, what is it called? Not nil or is nil or something like that. Is nil. Yeah. Not is nil. Dot game server state. Game server state is undefined. ID equals game server ID. What was the flaw? In the email, they said something like, "Hi Botland, what is it that you work on? Do you ever want to stream on live coding TV?" And I thought, that's not my name. It's not Botland. You had one job when you emailed me. Just my brother prefers to stream there. I don't know why he's not doing it here. So the reason I chose Twitch over live coding TV to begin with, even before they'd solicited me, was I already know what the culture of Twitch is. I know what the general population is. I know that it's owned by Amazon. I trust that they're going to do big things with it. So there were a lot of big reasons. Then I read a story about live coding TV where this girl tried canceling her account and the site handled it really, really poorly. And that put a bad taste in my mouth. And then, like I said, they emailed me and said, "Hey, Botland." I'm like, no, sir. I am not Botland. So we're going to go into here, and then here, and then here, and game server endpoint. Let's try that out. Also, chat, in case you were curious, my mom did see the messages you guys sent earlier. She said that they were funny. So maybe she knows more about Kappa than I think. Alright. So did that happen? ID equals registered with overseer. Huh. But that's correct. Wait, no, it's not correct. Where did this come from? This isn't a line of code. What? Update game server and database. 20. Oh, right. It's. Darn it, it's transpiled code. This is not loading the right code. I wonder if I went to 1460 here. Oh, weird. No, that can't be right. Yeah. Yeah, Amazon bought Twitch for, what was it, like 970 million or something back in 2014? Wow. Oh, yeah, Pet Acoustic. That's what I'm talking about. Well, I'm assuming it is. Yeah, it was this. Let me make sure, because I remember there was... Yep. It was definitely this. Yeah. This, I just thought was such a bad way to handle things. In fact, I'm gonna put this on my list of things to read again. Can you split Sublime into two? Yeah, you can. You can have as many subdivisions as you want. But I don't tend to do that. Feels Frogman. Yeah, Pet Acoustic. I don't know. And that was late 2015. So they've had, 7-8 months to change sort of their image. Maybe they have, but I haven't even tried streaming on the site. Also, I don't know what their population's like now. Oh, there you go. All right. Well, getting back to this. This is trying to set the state of something incorrectly. It must be this. I just don't know how. Oh, or maybe let me see. I might have specified this in the wrong way. No, IDs.phoned home. What? What is going on here? This is all correct. Weird. Weird indeed. Yeah, really weird. ID equals registered with the overseer. What should these be? I don't even remember. Yeah, it's somehow a string. How did that happen? That means it's doing the toString on this. Yeah. So I'm passing in a state somewhere. Okay, I know what happened. All right, got it. Okay, so we got to go into endpoint monitor, but not the module version of that. And we've got to look at where we did registered with Overseer. So that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. There are only 2 matches. Something's very wrong. Oh wait, I know what it is. We got the original state when we okay, I got it. I should have been saying ID for these things. So that's another bug that I found just now. Original state.id, original state.id. Bug solved. Let's go cash it in and get some bug points. Okay, so now what happened? Assertion error, 2 equals 4. What? Okay. This is interesting. We think that we're in the register with overseer state, but we're not. This is at least a test problem that we're running into now. Yeah, it says registered with overseer. Okay, so let's take a look. So first, make sure, wait, first we'll call into this function when we're already up to date. So it should do nothing. And we pretty much want to verify that it did nothing by doing this, register to the overseer. So ensure it didn't change the state. Alright, then set expected game server version. So now make it so that will be considered out of date for future calls. Then we call into this again. That should update us. Now it's not, I don't know why it's not, but we're about to find out. So right here, expected version. So if the original state is registered with the overseer, then say it's expected to be at a version, marking it as update when finished. And that's not getting hit? Nope. Huh. I wonder why. Okay, well, let's print some stuff out here. So we can do that here on line 1265. Console.log. Let's just put some hyphens here for a bit. Oops. Okay, and then here we'll say orig state plus expected version. Register with overseer 1.2.4. Oh yeah, it did print out. It's expected to be a version 1.2.4, marking it as update when finished. Then error in add or update game server. Could not insert into game server. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But we set this here, so it. Oh. Oh. This is what our problem is. It catches and then it reverts it. And I should have seen that. I should have written that it would revert it. Reverting state back to orig state. Yeah, whoops. Also, I'm changing this in wrong code right now. I gotta do this here. I gotta find a better way to code this stuff. Okay. So we'll need to get rid of these. But the rest of this should be fine. So here's what we really need to do. Here's how we can test this. We just need to make this its own resolves. So we say endpoint monitor dot update equals synon dot stub dot resolves. There. That's what we do. Make sure this function doesn't give us any problems for the sake of this test. Otherwise, we'll end up reverting the state after attempting to update. Hey, Carm. Wait, lurker enabled, but you haven't said hi to me. You need to disable it and then say hi, and then you can go back to lurking. Anyway, Carm, I think to be fair to them, that did happen a while ago, and I think that their business started Sort of similarly to how mine started, which is, a couple of people said, hey, here's a good idea, let's go do it. So they didn't really have any training with how to deal with customers. And they did handle it really poorly, I think. They could have had some more transparency there. But yeah, I think it's a good read at least. And like I said, it turned me off from the platform. I thought if I had the ability to stream to both, I still wouldn't. And apparently that ability does exist. So I figured this out, so we can get rid of the YLO here. Okay, so this is done. That means that the test passed. So here's what we can do now. We can run code coverage, and we should get this function almost entirely covered. Maybe not the catch right here, which also this still doesn't look like the code. Oh, that's why it didn't. Because I was testing the wrong thing. Oh my goodness, I should have realized. Well, anyway, here we have it. So we've tested all of this part of the function. And then this is the only part we haven't, which is not, we're not going to test that yet. We'll need to at some point. And then same thing down here, because these are database errors. But the rest of it's been tested. Cool. So we can get rid of those console.logs that I put in here. Let's delete them from here, and let's delete them from here. And let's take a look at what our code coverage is. So I'll run this. Write tests for updating game servers. Make sure to cover the case where something fails repeatedly. Yeah, so that's the next part that I need to do. No, I'm very glad that I'm on Twitch. And I like the people in chat. It's like my coding family. But I don't know what would have happened had I been on a different website. I don't regret it or anything. Okay, so we have code coverage for all of this. Cool, so let's do this now. So this was when I was running just one test. Let's run all of the tests and see what our code coverage goes to. So before it was 26% when I just covered one test. When I cover all the tests, it is now 52%. Okay, not bad. So yeah, we still have a lot of red here. And increment failures is completely untested. So I want to test this stuff too. And that's what we'll do in a bit. I catch you in chat off hours every so often. Yeah, Harry, short of just doing a search for that, I can't help you. But I can perform the search at least, so I guess I'll do that. Sublime live reload. Well, the Sublime Text 3 form still exists online. Are you on Sublime Text 2? Yeah, here we go. This should work, Harry. Adam, you should attempt the Balmer peak on stream. No, I don't think I'll be doing that. Well, you wouldn't have me and my lame jokes, so that would pretty much make the whole stream not worth it. What does live reload even do? Sorry, I didn't even look at what this is. A web browser page. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so if you want sort of the poor man's implementation of this, Harry, there's something that I did for Botland. When I press numpad minus on my keyboard, let me move this into view. When I press this key, it opens up my page over here. So it's not exactly live reload, but this is a very easy thing to set up. I can give you that plugin if you want. It's, like I said, it's dead simple. It's this right here. That's it. And back when I was working on ophog, I had to open that up instead. But yeah, it's just a web browser.open command. So let me know if you do want that. Well, Carm, they're a thing of the past until Botland comes out. Am I right? Am I right? Please tell me I'm right. Thank you, so I don't need to refresh the browser. Oh, wait, what? I mean, this is, like I said, this is like the really poor way of doing this. And you can run Python files. That's what the plugins are written in. So, okay, I'll just paste this online for you. Whether you use it or not, that's fine. I'm not going to be offended if you don't. But that way I don't need to wonder if you were really asking for it or not. Well, there's that. And then the way to trigger it, and again, I don't even suggest you should do this. It's like way worse than just using, it's way worse than using a plugin for it. Yeah, Carm, there is one thing you could potentially run into. A lot of parents that I've seen who try to get their kids into programming turn their kids off from programming, I think because of their enthusiasm in it. So I hope that doesn't happen to you too. Spurtman's one of the exceptions. His dad's a coder apparently. So write test for updating this. Make sure to cover the case where something fails repeatedly. Okay, so let's do that. And this is going to be, it's going to be a little bit tough. Test game server is up to date when we fail saving to the database. It's not the greatest description of this, is it? So if I go to the constructor, I have max game server failures. I think I should test that. I should just say that. Test hitting max game server failures for a cluster. Yeah, you mix tabs and space. Oh, I don't care. Spurtman, I'm pretty sure if someone wants to use that, they'll just use it. And Harry, thanks for following. You were, I think, follow number 2 of the day. Maybe number 3. My father's a programmer. He never taught me how to program, and here I am. And JWL says it was my dad who got me into programming when I was 12. Oh, wow, okay. Well, this is why anecdotal evidence is not good evidence. I will now update my anecdotes to say that when I asked on Twitch, there were a lot of people who fit the description. If I win, you gotta buy me Overwatch. No, thank you. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna test this when it fails, and that is going to come from here. So we just need to make sure that this rejects. The rest of this is gonna be fine. We don't really care about a lot of this stuff, I guess. Register game server. Then we immediately set the new version. So get the endpoint monitor. Provision game server we're never going to actually hit. We're going to make sure that this rejects. Also, did resolve and reject? Did I? No. Okay, we're going to update a couple of things. Include and exclude. Resolve and reject. Resolves and rejects maybe? I don't know. Let's just duplicate this. So include, exclude. I found myself wanting that once. Then resolve and reject. And I guess I could also make the plurals of these, although there's not a very compelling reason to do this. Okay. So yeah, resolve and reject can now be reversed, and same thing with resolves and rejects. So we're going to say this rejects. Allow game server termination. We don't need to worry about this. And we might not need to worry about this either. No, I don't think we do. What's this? Oh. Hey, Twitch did something recently lately. They basically incorporated Oddshot into Twitch. So now if I ever fall off my chair again or something like that, then you guys can... guys will have easier access to that. Oh, thanks, Harry. Yeah, that took a lot of work. Okay, so this is needed. This is what will be the source of our failures later. Using a chair. I'm usually sitting down. I think it's the exception that I'm standing up, and I probably stood for what, like an hour today or something? Not very long. Is Overwatch going to be a failure? I don't think so. Also, I don't know if by HOTS you mean Heroes of the Storm or Heart of the Swarm. I didn't know if Heroes of the Storm is even a failure. Wait, what? Carm. Okay. Here's how I can prove it to you. By spinning like this, which I would otherwise not be able to do unless I was in a chair. So there, that should prove it to you. Alright. So get the endpoint that we had. Make sure that it's in the register with overseer state. I guess that's fine. So when we call into this, we need to set this. So this will make sure that we're out of date. Then we call this, and this should give us a failure. Let's find out if it does. We should change the number of failures that we want. Lock overseer dot max. What's this? Alright, where did the failure thing hit? Max num failures. What did I call this? Oh, experience failure. There it is. Okay, so we're going to set the maximum number of failures to 1. That way we don't have to keep calling this API. Now, when we call into ensure up to date, let's see. It's going to not be up to date. Okay, good. We're going to be in this state. We're going to try to resolve this. We're going to say that it experienced a failure. And then after that, we're going to see that we hit the maximum number. No, we should set this to 2. That way we can hit the resolve state and then hit the terminate when finished state. Yeah, then we try updating it in the database, and that's going to fail. So we could... There's no easy way to do that. That's fine. We'll just not do that. Okay, so ensure it's up to date. Then ensure that it's up to date again. So to do check num failures. Then after this, we ensure that the state is terminate when finished. And we also check the number of failures, and that's the end of the test. Okay, so check num failures should be pretty easy. We just do assert.equal game server endpoint.get num failures is lock overseer dot max game server failures. I guess let's say const failures to expect 2. Where did the other bit go here? Here it is. Even if I can swivel like a chair when I'm standing, wouldn't it not be that smooth? Also, Nico, I don't know if you were here for earlier, but it's exactly that kind of message that I don't understand. But I'm being too harsh. Assertion error, 1 equals 2. I made a mistake. This should have been 1. Okay, now it says 2 equals 3. Why is that? Terminate when finished is not true. It hit 2 failures. What? Oh no, it's gonna revert the state. We can't do that. Right? No, can we? Something's wrong here. It's now finished. Alright, let's diff the current file. What do I have? Yeah, not helpful stuff. I don't know what's going on. It should say it's now experienced 2 failures. Does it say that anywhere? Let's just search for the word experience. Nope. That's a problem. It should get hit twice. Let me see. Ensure is up to date. Should cause a failure. Then oh. It's gonna catch. Oh. So we gotta say catch here. So no, this is a catch because we've forced update game server and database to fail. Yeah, so then this needs to be a catch as well. And then we can try it out. I think this should do it. It did. That worked. Okay, so let's run code coverage on that. And before, we had no tests around this function and no tests around... And it's mostly just that. So let's refresh the page. And now we have tests for the first bar. Why not this part? How was this not called? Uh-oh. Whoa. Yeah, weird. Maybe we do a finally here? And no, that doesn't make any sense. Darn it. I don't know. Do you have a degree? If yes, which, if I may ask? Yeah, I have a bachelor's in computer science. I could have stayed an extra year and gotten a master's degree, but I was very finished with school. And I don't think it impacted me in the end. Like, instead of doing a master's degree, I guess got 1 year of extra industry experience, and I don't think it made a difference. And Deep Cider, yeah. I'm guessing you're new to the stream, because Adam seems to come off like at least 3 times a day. And I have tried it, I just haven't given it a fair shot yet, and I'm sure I'd like it. But I need to try it again at some point. Yeah, exactly. Pro Sam. Ensure game servers up to date. Alright, I need to debug this. There's no way I'm going to figure this out otherwise. So let's put a debugger there. Let's do Mocha. What was the argument for that? Darn it, I should have just coded this directly into my package JSON, because I don't remember what this is. Debug break. Yeah, it's the same thing as before. Okay, so fine. Let's go into the overseers. No, the infratest package JSON. Should be this one. And we'll do test debug. Or debug test? Debug test. Okay, let's do node inspector inspector inspecot web port equals 7095. Let's go to that URL, and then we'll rerun the tests, but this time we'll run them with npm debug test. npm run debug test. Why did that fail? Actual JSON, not just JavaScript. Oh, I forgot a comma. Okay, cool. So it should be broken in. Let's try it out. Okay, he's right. It's a dynamically typed language. Okay. So let's step into this. We should be in... No, we're not there. Let's go to overseer.js. Actually, no, we don't need to do any of this. I just hit the play button and it should hit my debugger statement. You can do it. You can do it, code. There it goes. Well, that only kind of worked. Let's just remove all these and try again. Come on. Okay, good. Okay, so what is going on in this function? Because this is where everything is failing. So game server endpoints version is 1.2.3, and the version we expected game server version is undefined because I don't know what the variable is called. Where is this? Here it is. Expected game server version. It's correct, it's just in the wrong place. Overseer state. So good. We're expecting a version that we don't have. So we're not going to drop into this if statement. Good. We get the original state, blah, blah, blah. This should be register with overseer, which is I believe number 2. Yes, so we drop into here. Good. Now everything broke. I don't think you can debug this. Because I was running into this on Wednesday. That's happening to me too. Sure, up to date. I think it just breaks at random parts. I don't know why though. Game server endpoint expected to be at expected version. Yeah, then we set the state to update when finished, and then this thing should fail. Ugh. Fine, we'll do it the long way. So let's close out of this. Let's change this just back to test. Let's also go edit this code over in no man's land. In for test, node modules, botland, overseer, source, endpoint monitor. So we got to put a breakpoint here. Console.log in catch. And you know what? Let's do this too. That way we know. Okay, so we have an in catch and in then. We also need to get rid of any logging from here. That way we don't see any of that. And then the debugger statement finally, which is gone. Okay, now let's try this out again. We'll get it. We will get it. So it's in the catch. That's what I expected. So that means we got to here just fine. And then what? One of these asserts is failing? It's this assert that's failing. And it's in the finally. This should have caught. It should have actually printed twice. I'm surprised it didn't. Calling ensure game server's up to date a second time. Huh. It doesn't call it a second time. That means that one of these asserts is failing. Oh, I didn't think of that. Whoops. Yeah, that's my bad. Man. Okay. So, how should I do this instead? This sounds like, I don't know, honestly, it sounds like I should be using coroutines here or something. What are my other options? I guess if there is an error that's propagated to this that isn't the error that I expect. Yeah, this is not great. Does a computer science degree leave you with an in-depth knowledge of JavaScript, or would a software development course give more knowledge? Probably a software development course. The way that I learned JavaScript was actually by making this game that I just pasted in, which you can go play if you want to. I didn't know any JavaScript, and then I just started to learn it with this. This particular game is actually open source. The GitHub link is also in chat, so you can see how terrible it was. Then I felt like I actually learned JavaScript, and now you can see the kind of code that I'm making. Although yet I'm still running into this sort of thing. So how do I want to do this? I want these to be treated as test errors. Huh. I am debating on whether I should use a coroutine for this. What else do I even do here? So the problem is that one of these asserts is getting hit. So it's falling into another catch below. I guess I could put that into its own try catch and then it's kind of weird though. Oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna restructure this so that it's blatantly obvious what I'm trying to do here. Here's what we'll do. We'll say return this dot catch. We expect this to fail. We expect this to fail, so we bundle the catch right into this call. Yeah, we expect this to fail because we forced this to fail, so there. Okay, good. So then what we can do here, okay, I think this is a lot better. So now we don't expect any of that stuff to fail, and then same thing here. We put our own dot catch on this line since that's all we expect to fail. And in fact, I think I should document this too. I think this stuff should work now, and then we can have another then here with another set of assertions. Okay, let's try this out. Notepad++ update. Fortran 77 is supported. Well, Lepco, are you using Notepad++? Also, what are these icons on your desktop? G something CH. And OG. This has to be OpHog. You've downloaded the desktop version. It's good. Good job. Much fan, very wow. Alright, so we expected 2 and we got... Or we expected 3. No, I think I just put these in the wrong order. We got 2. Yeah, no, we did expect 3. And the actual state is 2. Huh. Why might that be happening? We caught twice from here. We said it experienced a failure. We increment the number of failures. So now this is going to be 2. Let's just print that out. Num failures, num failures. Except for we can't print it here. We need to print it in here. Isn't that wonderful? Hey, Judge Bacon. Oh, not your screenshot? Fine. And Patacoustic, yeah, people had that problem originally, and I put that book in and then never did anything about it afterward. So here's how you're supposed to play the game. Let me do something really fast. I forgot how I'm supposed to do this. I gotta clear my cache. Whoops. No. Close it. Okay, so let's do this. Empty cache and hard reload. Does that clear out my... No, that doesn't work. Okay, let's just load this in an incognito tab. And yeah, so here you go. So the very first thing you have to do is you have to purchase a unit down at the bottom right. And really, any of these is fine. It doesn't really matter in the end. So pick one of these. Oh, wait, clicking doesn't work. Oh, that was just super laggy. And then click this green portal. And then you can place a unit by clicking at the bottom left. And then that's it. Units go off and fight, and they move on their own. And you can find items. And your goal is to protect this while killing the boss. And then, anyway, the rest of it's pretty self-explanatory, I think. There's an inventory. You can equip your guys. You can press E if you want to hear some sweet music I made. But only press E once. Otherwise, you'll play it a million times. Yeah, the bottom left part. Okay, got it. Yeah, and a message box appears a bunch of times trying to explain that, but it's not the greatest, I realize. So number of failures is 2. What's the maximum number of failures we can have here? Because this should also be 2. Otherwise, something's very wrong here. That is not even printing out. What? Oh, right. That's got to be this. It's 3. How did it get to be 3? I set it to 2. Oh, no. Oh, man. I set the wrong thing. All right, now it should work. Yeah, there we go. Fine, let's try this out again. This is why code coverage is so helpful, because it told me exactly what I needed to get coverage on here. So let's refresh this, and now, yep, this entire function is being covered now. Okay, well, we're in good shape. So let's close out of this. Let's diff these 2 files and see what changed between them. Oh, God. This is just the worst. Let's try it again. Maybe it just hated me the first time. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, so the in then and the in catch we don't need. In then, in catch. Now these should be exactly the same file. Yeah, they are. So no difference. So we can close out of that. We can stop specifying this is the only one and run code coverage with everything. Now I feel as though there are a lot of tiny points to keep in mind with this. Oh boy. Okay, so let's check our code coverage now. We are up to 54%. That's not bad. Yeah, and a lot of these are debug functions, like these, for example. This gives me just a set of output here that's going to be useful for me, but that if you can call it, we're fine. No, that's not actually true. I should do some verification in there. Maybe some other time. Why do you have that miniature version of your code on the right side? Miniature version. Oh, the minimap? I find is really useful for if you know a pattern of what you're looking for. So for example, in my to-do list, all of these things have been marked as done. That's why they're dark gray text. So if I want to know where's the next unfinished to-do item, I can look at the mini map and just see very quickly, like, wait, I'm trying to see on my OBS preview. Yeah. So here's the first white part. I can just click that, and then there I am. There's the next to-do item. So I think the mini map is really helpful for if you know what kind of pattern you're looking for. And same thing, if you're going through a file and you know, like, oh, it was on the long line of code. Where is that? Just look at the mini map and you can see, oh, well, there are the long lines of code. So just click that, and yeah, here we are. Okay, so that's done. That's done. And we marked it as terminated. So the only thing left to do is clarify why this stuff works the way it does. So we expect this to fail because we forced that to fail. So we bundle the catch right into this call. That way we don't accidentally have asserts going into the failure case. The other thing that the other thing that you can do with that is it's really helpful. Let's say you had a bunch of code. So I'll just generate some lorem ipsum text. There. So there's a bunch of it, right? And then right in the middle of it, you pasted in some cool ASCII art. Then you can see it show up over here. You could write gigantic comments into your code. So there you have it. Alright. Yeah, so, and I want to document this too. So, make a note about asserts plus promises. I'm not sure where I'm going to make that. The rest is fine. So, ensure it didn't change the state. So, it should be in the same state, but this time with one failure. Hey, BioAim. How you doing? Digitae, Sprintman is saying that Vim did everything. Okay, cool. So we wrote this test. We should check everything in. We need to document a whole bunch of stuff. So let's get started on this process. So we're going to commit this. Yep. And yep. And am I linting test code? I don't think I am. No, I'm not. We should try it for just a bit and see what happens. Now I'm ready game servers is defined but not used. It's not a Vim screenshot? Oh, is it Emacs? Oh, Emacs 0. Oh man. All right, here. Let me give you a point. Even though I didn't take one to begin with. So there are your 0 points. And QQ Kami, thanks for following. Okay, cool. So we wrote this test. We should check everything in. We need to document a whole bunch of stuff. So let's get started on this process. So we're gonna commit this. Yep. And yep. And am I linting test code? I don't think I am. No, I'm not. We should try it for just a bit and see what happens. Now I'm ready game servers is defined but not used. Ooh, that's a mistake. This host port comma 2 nonsense shouldn't have been here. There, so those should be gone. So 25 problems should be down to 22. Good. Unexpected console statement. Yeah, that's not needed. Now we should be down to 21 problems. And the rest of these are all Mocha. I really should just fix that. Yeah, we'll write that down in another commit. Make it so that I can lint the tests without test code. code without getting a bunch of errors about Mocha. I should be able to... No, I can't do that. Well. Yeah, well, let's check in the rest of this then. So added some tests and fixed some linting issues. Added tests and fixed some linting issues for endpoint monitor. Okie doke. Looking good. So now let's fix these things up. The whole promises stuff. So I have a note about promises. What is this? This being the latest note in this section, I wanted to document some of my newer knowledge with promises. First of all, they'll soon be part of the JavaScript natively. Yeah, I kind of want to do this differently. I think I want to make a note about Bluebird. Let me check my notes again, just make sure I don't already have one. Am I tired of sitting? Not yet. Pro Sam, did you just find the Programmer Humor subreddit? Because it sure sounds like you like it. So all I'm debating on right now is, should I put this here or should I put it somewhere else? I don't like how... I don't think it's worth reading lower in this note. Fine, I'll just put this up here. So suppose you have asserts... Suppose you have promises in your test code. So you have something like this. In fact, I should write this over here. So you say something like test method dot then assert dot equal whatever, some variable is 5, and then return something that is expected to fail dot catch got failure as expected. So suppose you have promises and assertions in your test code as is written below. This code is very bad. The assert will sometimes fail if the test fails, but that will be caught by the promises catch. The reasons are I should not update as Align Text 3. There are a couple of reasons. I don't think they're very compelling right now. One is if you already spent money on Sublime Text 2, that you'd need to spend it again on 3, I'm pretty sure. I don't think you just get a license for 3. 2 is there are some very old plugins that weren't written to be compatible with Python 3, and they'll just break. But most of the important ones have been updated by now. And I don't know if there's any other reason to not switch. Oh, it's in beta, I guess. Oh, all right. See you, Carm. Have a good weekend. I don't know why the first part of that message was said, I guess. I guess I was tagged in it because you said bye to me. Yeah, never mind. I see. Okay, so instead, do something like this. So here's what we are supposed to change this to, or at least according to me, what we're supposed to change it to. So you do this assert.equal, and then you put the catch here. Got failure as expected. And then dot then, like console.log. The whole test worked. attach the catch directly here. Yeah. So I think this is good, and this is true of if you ever have any errors. And this is what I should have realized a long time ago, because I find myself running into this pattern a lot. So suppose you have promises and expected failures, e.g., well, e.g. assertions in test code, as is written below. Yeah. Have failures to catch that. Okay, cool. So that's been documented. Now this. Make a note about how the infra tests work. I actually think the easier thing is working on this one first. So all I want to do is I want to be able to lint this so that these things don't show up. And I'm pretty sure ESLint has some Mocha plugin that I can use. Mocha in the environment. Okay, so let's try that. Linting index. Config file, ESLint. And environment. So we could just say something like Mocha true here, and then it all works. The problem is that then if those functions, oh wow, it did work. So if these functions exist anywhere else though, then that's gonna fail. So we only want the test code to be run with that. Yeah. I guess I'll just write a note here. Note, the ESLint-RC that I'm using is common for every JavaScript file. Lint, but that means that I could be hiding certain errors. E.g., the test code needs the Mocha environment so that describe, it, etc. are defined. But that means that if I accidentally tried calling a global describe function from actual dev code, it wouldn't get flagged by the linter. I don't think that's ever going to be a problem. And I could fix this by making multiple linting files. I don't think there's a reason to. But what's nice now is that every time I type lint, in like less than 2 seconds, I've linted all of the code that I've written for Botland. Wait, no, not all of the code. Almost all the code. It's good enough. So now we can check this in. The linter now, I'll just say we're now linting test files, which means I included the Mocha environment in my ESLint-RC. Okay, now let's run CUUU. This is going to check to see if I have any outstanding code anywhere. This is the tool that I wrote on, what, Wednesday? Okay, the overseer has uncommitted code, so let's go check that in. Oh yeah, these were real bugs. Nice. And some more guard code. Okay, cool. Now, if I'm going to update any of these things, I need to update the overseer's package JSON. So this is for CUUU question mark. Yeah, so that stands for check unpublished, uncommitted, unpushed files in the Botland code base. So I have a whole bunch of different modules now, and it's possible that I just forgot to push one of them, or that I forgot to publish one, and then when I go to use it, it won't be what I expected it to be. And Patacoustic, yeah, the game gets a little unfair toward the end of it. It wasn't, the way it worked is I never planned on making money off of it. Not that I did make money. So when it got time to release it, I was like, I just want to finish this. So I ran through some sort of rough balance testing, and the game takes like somewhere between 2 and 4 hours to beat. Also, did you listen to the music? So, fixed a bug where I was using a state as though it was the state's ID. And then I also added some guard code around setting a game server endpoints state. we now ensure the state is valid. I think 2 to 4 hours. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to say because I don't know if I ever beat it legitimately. Or like it's the same way that I'm playing Pokemon right now where I'm using a turbo button. That's essentially how I tested Ophog. I used a turbo button. So it's legitimate in the sense that you're not doing anything you couldn't do in the game normally, but you're just doing it faster. So you'll take more risks, etc. Oh, okay. Thanks, Patakuzik. Yeah, I made that in Fruity Loops. Well, I probably made it in Fruity Loops. I might have made it first on just a keyboard. So that's done. Make a note about how the infra tests work. Now that everything is module based, every time I make a change, I need to republish the module. Oh, speaking of republish, we need to publish this. And cool, we're done. All right, so this is going to go into here somewhere. I'm not sure where, and I think I need to... I need to figure this out. Knowledge. Game server design. I'll just make a new section. We'll call this like testing. Test code maybe? Test code. So let's start with the infra tests or infrastructure tests. So these exist in the, I don't even know what the name of this thing is. What's it called? Botland-infra test. That's what it is. These exist in the Botland infra test repo. So let's just say overview. They are intended to test various parts of the Botland infrastructure. I mean, duh. But there are a couple of things I think that are worth noting. So let's just make some sections right now. Changing dev code as you test. So everything is module based. So you can't just change code in the Botland overseer repo, for example, and expect it to get picked up by the test. You have two options. Pick says, what are these notes for? These notes are for me in the future when I inevitably forget what it is that I wrote and how to interact with it. You'd be surprised at how frequently you find yourself needing something like this. And so I'm going to just write some quick things down now. It shouldn't take very long. So option number 1 is modify, where's that code? Modify infra test node modules botland / overseer / source / something. Yeah, foo.js. And then make sure to later port your changes back to the real repository. Modify code in from node modules. And 2 is write a tool. This is not the right way to do things. Write a tool that will copy code from the repository into node modules. I should probably write such a tool. Yeah. Because you test. So running the test. Make sure your modules are up to date. npm update. If that doesn't seem to work, then just delete all of node modules / botland and then do npm install. And then run the tests with code coverage, npm run cc, without code coverage, npm test with debugger, but no code coverage, npm run debug test. Is that what I called it? Yeah, there it is. Well, copy pasting code, I don't actually have the tool to do it yet. I'd like to get to that point. Oh well. Okay, so Fade pointed out a bug a while ago, and I never figured this out. I was playing against him and my points counted double. This may have had to do with me rejoining the game in the middle of it, or maybe just running consecutive games. Perhaps the simulation server is running in the background and counting kills too. Player stat messages being handled multiple times. I don't know. I don't even know if this happens still. Okay, let's test this. So I've got to run the overseer again. And then what do we need online? I guess this. The absence of the tools and implementation detail. That is definitely programmer humor. Alright. Well, this thing should be running. Let's try it out. So let's close everything else. So we're going to connect over here as Adam1 and connect over here as Adam2. Join game, join game. Oh, what happened? Come on. There are 2 players but no game servers available. I just need to restart this then, right? Now they get put into a game? Nice. Krenin says, but cannot npm link be used to copy? I don't know, Krenin. I don't know what that does. I hate Pewdis. Symlink a package folder. Yeah, actually, this sounds like a good idea. I'll at least write it down. Oops. It sounds like npm link may be a good idea for this sort of thing. Yeah, because the test code should always just test whatever the latest code is that I have. It doesn't have to, I guess. I could just write it. Well, anyway, I'll write it down. We'll see if I end up using it later. Okay, so here's what I wanted to test. I wanted to see if we need to deploy some lasers code here. So let's just put this down. And let's deploy this. So lasers, right tab, right tab. Yeah, there we go. So this is the right tab and it's using lasers. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I guess so. And then this is the left tab and we're going to use, it doesn't really matter. We'll just call this left tab. Okay, so now let's take a look at points. So red team is getting the right number of points, which is 1 per kill, and blue team is getting the right number of points, which is 1 per kill. So now let's refresh the page and try this again. Let's see if somehow this goes up or what happens here. So red team's still getting 1 point per kill, blue team's still getting 1 point per kill. Okay, what about over here? What if I refresh this page? Like, I might have already fixed this bug. I have no idea. So, yep, red team's still getting 1 point per kill, and blue team's still getting 1 point. Man. So I don't know if this bug exists and I need to like wait 12 minutes for it to happen or... Yeah, I don't know. What are you trying to do? Oh, I'm not necessarily trying to do anything, EJ. I can describe it to you if you want. Let me find it. So I have test code here, and what happens is every once in a while I'm writing test code. I've got some asserts here, and then I say, you know what? Let me change endpoint monitor so that it says here like console.log, whatever, something I want to know. Well, the problem is this is in its own entire repository, and unless I npm publish it, I will not actually get this console.log showing up in my code. So that's why I was suggesting, okay, maybe I could like I could write a tool that'll copy paste all of this into there, but npm link could just do that. When I test my web page, I just copy the URL into Chrome. Is there a proper way to link the text to the browser so I can use multiple files of code? Yeah, I'm not totally sure I understand you, Harry. But, and EJ, yeah, I was doing that too, but then the problem is you need to port all your changes back, and you probably don't have Sublime set up to like search through your node modules folder. You probably have it set up to search for the actual source. But yeah, and Grumpy Guy, thanks for following. Harry, let me show you what it is I'm talking about. So let me go into here, and I'll lepko a Harry folder, and then we'll do this. Let's open up an index.html, and we'll do that. So let's say we have main.js, and we have something like secondary.js. And so now let's open those things up. Main.js, we'll just say like console.log main, and then in secondary.js, we'll say console.log secondary. Okay, so now when we open this in our browser, you can see that it said main and secondary. And then if you press Control O here, you can open up any file you had. Huh, that's weird. Actually doesn't show main and... That is weird. I wonder it's how I included these. Huh. Usually what it lets me do is I can type like main.js here and open that. But I guess not. Oh, there they are. That was weird. Okay, well main.js, there it is. And I can open up secondary.js. I'm not sure if that's what you're trying to do, or if that even answers your question, because I'm not totally sure I understood your question. Okay, so let's close this. The double points bug, I don't know how I would eventually fix this. Part of how we know that it's happening is if scores can never be odd numbers. Or rather, I guess if scores are always stuck at either odd or even. I'd need to look through the code and figure out how it could have happened. I might as well do that right now. We might as well do some just code inspection debugging. Okay, so let's see. Player stat messages being handled multiple times. So we're going to open up Botland, the game. We're going to see where do kills get sent. Let's go to code execution system and fire lasers. We'll eventually find it through here. This can't be that hard. Okay. Should be coming from modify life. This dot fire projectile. Cool. Apply fire stun entity. Where's the damage dealt? Ah, here it is. Modify entity life. So server arena, modify entity life. Cool. Get owner of entity. Killing player. Super.modify entity life. So shared arena. Increment kills and deaths. Does this actually tell other players about this? I don't think it does. It doesn't. There's no network messages happening here. So that means that players know how to do this themselves. So client main, we get like projectile. It's probably coming from here actually. What's it called? It's not called fire projectile? Oh, I see what happened. So projectile was fired. Here we have it. So we do projectile dealt damage. If it killed it, add is killing blow component, which Chase target system is probably going to deal with. Yep. And then here we get the killing player and increment their number of kills, which will in turn change the number of points your team has. So oh, Harry, so I'm running it from localhost 3000 because I have a web server that's serving up these files to me. Chrome will also let you do what I've done here, which is what Lepko was talking about, the file : / protocol. So by doing this, this is not a real web server. This is something Chrome does basically as a convenience to you. However, there are certain things, I don't know if you ever heard of CORS or cross-origin request something. I don't know what the S is for. But let's just say it's something. You will run into some problems down the line if you're just doing things this way. If you want a really, really simple web server, there is one in Node, there's one in Python. In fact, the one in Python is called Simple Web Server. And I can show you how to set those up if you want. Okay. So the only thing I could think of here is that this player appeared multiple times. What does update leaderboard for player do? We set their kills to the player's get stat value kills. How could this ever be going up twice? The player is going to be a unique player object. We get them by ID. So it's either kills are being tracked twice, which would be something like this getting called twice. I don't think that's reasonable. Maybe, I mean, this bug didn't all of a sudden start to happen, so it doesn't seem to happen during a game. Maybe if I rejoin or something. I do wonder if I already fixed this bug. I doubt it. I was creating a player twice though. What would that do? Let's go find out. Client, player depot. Right here. So we would do create player. Oh no. No. What is this? Existing player equals get player by ID. Oh man, I don't think I needed to do whatever I did there. And yeah, Harry, you don't really need it. And if you have Python on your machine, it's very simple to set up. Like I can show you if you want to see, because this is the kind of thing where most people say like, oh well, you know, it's easy. You download this thing and then where is this though? Hang on. OneNote is being super obnoxious right now. Python simple web server. Simple HTTP server. Here it is. So it's yeah. So those same files that I had earlier in this folder, if I just run this exact thing that I copy paste in, just 4 different words essentially, then that's it. Now I have a HTTP server listening on port 8000. So if I go to localhost 8000, I have that web page from earlier. And if I look at my console, it says main and secondary. So yeah, that's it. It's literally that simple. You can just copy paste what I had there, assuming you have Python on your machine. If you don't, then it's a 2-step process of 1, install Python, 2, run this command. Please tell me why this is not adding numbers. Which assembly language is this, EJ? Let's find out. Oh, by the way, I can paste that command into you. But yeah, Harry, you don't really need that. PEP8. Time to find it. Also, can you... No. Hey, is there a specification online anywhere? Because if there isn't, I don't know if I can help you at all with this. Language help? Huh. Yeah, I wonder where you... Oh, I don't care about that. No. Whatever. Let's just not open that. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to find the specification. You haven't looked, to be honest? Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, I can't help you if I can't find the specification. Oh well. Good luck. So what I want to see is that game ended. Now what happens if we join a new game? Oh, so chat still has the stuff from the first game. That's fine. But we should be able to deploy new bots. Let's do this. Yeah, let's put the lasers and missiles. Same thing here. Cool. Okay. So we wait 30 seconds, and then we should see if points get doubled. Then, like I said, we know there's a bug. We know it still exists. Then we can try to figure out how it's happening, and we should be able to. All right. Okay, there we go. So the bots have been deployed. Let's see. Do scores go up normally? Yeah, 1 point and 1 point. Okay. I don't know. I might have fixed it. I might not have. One of the other things I wanted to look into, though, was in client arena, where I have, like, player entered arena. No, wait. Maybe it was here. Player connected. Create player already worked that way, though. All right, what did this code used to say? Wow. There are only 10,000 people watching this now? Huh. Seems like a very low number. Fixed a bug where buffs were being duplicated. How did I fix this, though? How did this fix it? This means that the player depot has to be a shared one or something. Create player. Yeah, I think there's a problem here. Shared player depot, create player, get player by ID. Client player depot. There is no client player depot. Oh yeah, here it is. And create player does super create player, set pub sub. Oh, it deserializes buffs. Right. Oh, I see. They stream it on multiple sites. Man, there's a whole lot of fire. It's going super fast. Altitude 34, 35 kilometers, 36. Man, is it really going that fast? Huh. It's impressive. Yeah, so this is what the problem was. It was that we were deserializing buffs twice. No, they're faking it. Yeah, okay. So I had fixed the bug earlier. This wouldn't have anything to do with points though. Man, I don't know how I'm ever gonna figure this out. Yeah, points look like they're working correctly. So maybe this was no, that doesn't make sense. Oh, I don't know. Nothing here makes sense. And I don't think I fixed this. How would buffs have anything to do with these being there twice? Create player wouldn't have actually created a player a second time. Deserialize and set bot base? No, that wouldn't matter either. Oh man, that's actually really, really good. If you were ever trying to teach someone something, this is a great way to do it. Huh. And yeah, EJ, spiders just act all at the instinct level. Or yeah, a wise man once told me that. Once a spider breaks through the atmosphere, it's just how fast they can move their legs. Yeah, so I have no reason why this thing would work or not work. I can't figure out just via code inspection how this would happen. I don't think it has to do with a projectile increment. I don't think it has to do with a projectile incrementing the number of kills too many times. It's probably some other tracking function that's getting called twice. Yeah, I don't know about this, and I think this is a rabbit hole. I don't think this is worth looking at right now. So I'm gonna mark this as not going to fix this for now. Okay, so the expected game server version should be configurable on the Overseer at runtime. That way we can upgrade the game servers without needing to restart it. Hey, Andorn. Yeah, okay, so this is what we're going to do. This should be really, really easy. Like, really, really easy. So we have an expected game server version coming from here. Let's close out of these things. Expected game server version. And that's coming from Overseer state. So we want to be able to change this. Let's go into Overseer state and take a look at what it is. Oh, we just hard code it to 0. Well, we can't do that, can we? Also, something else I never checked is what if you're above the expected version? Oh man, alright, so I guess you're going to have to set this so that it's not 0, 0, 0. Otherwise you can't run anything, basically. Huh. So here's the problem that I'm thinking of. When I start the Overseer, I don't necessarily know what version of the game server to expect. However, I also won't have any game servers running, possibly. No, that's not true. I might have some running. So how would I solve this? I may have some running. I don't want to automatically assume that they're out of date. So okay, what are my potential solutions here? One could be only start the Overseer with a proper version number set. Two is don't consider game servers to be out of date until a proper version is set. And wait, is that it? Maybe those are it. Oh, I guess there's one other one. No. Yeah. I like this one. This one's pretty good. Although it's also very possible that I just don't ever set that version and then everything breaks. Keep it flexible until production. Hey, Snake Eyes. Yeah. Then I think this is the most flexible one. Just don't consider game servers to be out of date until I set a proper version. So when I post to version with whatever 1.2.3.4, then great, everything will work and it'll start to enforce that. Until then, nothing. So if I'm gonna do this though, I need an error to print out or get sent to me or something. I need an error somewhere that will tell me that I haven't set this version. Or do I? Yeah, I do. Yep. One good place for it is while provisioning game servers. That's the issue with this solution, is that I might end up wanting to make a game server, but I don't know what version to make it. Help me spam this useless emote. That's the only thing I know that emote from. Alright, but then this part about only start the overseer with the proper version number set. There's another way to do this. Why not assume that everything is up to date? Well, so there are two parts. Version matters for two reasons. One is making sure existing game servers are up to date, and two is provisioning new game servers. If I don't have a version number and I have no game servers, I don't know what version to make the new game servers. So I could just produce an error there. Can we build a ladder? No. Or should I just make Spam Fridays a thing? Here, I'll build a ladder for you. Also, I'm pretty sure my lights just reverted, or should have reverted to normal, but that one's still red. Huh. Alright, I think I'm going to do things this way. Let me just think of all the different cases here. So, don't consider game servers to be out of date until a proper version is set. Let's go into the endpoint monitor and see how I'd change that. Sure, game servers up to date. So if is game server up to date, I guess what I would do here is I would just say something like if this dot overseer state dot expected game server version equals null, something along those lines, and just return true. It's kind of a bad idea. Or rather not util dot exists. So I could do that. I could start this as null. I could change this. I could modify the comment here. Might as well just prototype all this out. It's easier than even reasoning through things. Then I need an API that'll let us set it. I'm going to need that API no matter what anyway, so I might as well make that. So the overseer has a REST server, and we're going to need to name this API. What should we do? Probably just follow the same pattern I've been doing, where it's basically as though I named it in code. So we'll call this game version. We'll say set expected game server version. So all we need to do is take this from the body, const expected game, let's just put version. I wonder who voted yes. So let's get the version, rec.body.version. If not is string version return rest.send 400 error. Version must be defined. Cool. And if it is defined, then we just say this dot endpoint monitor dot expected game server version. Updated the hi 11 kazoos. Updated the expected game server version from whatever it currently is to version. Okay, cool. Huh. Some people actually voted for no. I don't know if I'm even going to change this. I might. Thank you for your vote. Are you bribing people? Okay, so that part's done. There's a way to change it. There's a way to... Oh, and you should be able to, I guess, set it to null if you want everything to be considered to be up to date. Maybe not. But again, this API is required. So if you don't set a game server version, then we can't make use of this. Although this thing reports its own. Asynchronously provision using Ansible. I'm not sure about this. We could always just use the latest one. Yeah. Oh, cool, Kyukukami. Thanks for joining in. Catch you later. Alright. Someone just randomly called me and asked if it was Nina. My name is Cody. I should have Nina give them my phone number. For a while, I was getting calls from it was like a car company or something. I guess what someone did, some guy named John, he called up saying, hey, I want to sell my car to a listing site. And then a bunch of dealerships got the number. I don't know if this is exactly how it worked because I only asked. I was really frustrated one day because I'm like, why am I getting three different numbers calling me, leaving me voicemail saying, hey, John, we want to talk to you about that car you wanted to give us. And I'm like, I'm not John. My name's not Potland. And then I found out that, yeah, there's nothing really I can do. It was like 4 different people who had it. So, yeah, I don't like when people do that. But it might not be Nina's fault. You never know, Cody. Also, Cody is a great name to have if you're ever going to be a computer scientist. All right. So what we could do is produce an error here. Or at least when we manually change these. Hey, Fistbite. Alright, so set num game server clusters. Quadra follow. Oh, 11 kazoos, thanks for following. I was wondering how that was. I don't see the bot scrolling across my screen like you guys do. Also, let me change my lights back to white. That is... Oh, great, my Raspberry Pi broke. Well, I can't change my lights back to white now. Guess I'll just wait for a follower to do it. I'm looking at you, 11 kazoos. So there's no error now when we do this. I could have this just return false immediately if you haven't set the... darn it. Oh, good, Grumpy Guy. Also, I'm going to call you Grumpy Guy instead of your first name. 11 Kazoo says, wait, what? Yeah, 11 Kazoos, you should get a link from Botlad. Click that link. It's not spam. promise. So do I want there to be an error when I try to make game servers without having a version set? Adam, why are you using HTTP status code 400 and not 422? Man, I don't know what any of these things are. Status code 422. Unprocessable. It doesn't look like the right code. But either way, I don't have any public APIs. So if I returned like a 303 for every single one of my APIs, that would still be fine with me. It's for when you actually have a public REST API that you'd want that to be the case. Shady link, whatever, I'm clicking it. And yeah, Grumpy Guy, if you want to find out how it works, you can check this out. And 11 Kazoo is like I said, it's not bad. You will soon see. Yeah. All right. So I gotta stop waffling around with this thing. This comes from the REST server code. And we also call into it directly, but we don't set an expected version. Or do we? Maybe we do. No, we don't. Yeah, we could set one in the mock overseer, or just not have this error be anywhere. Yeah. Okay. I think this is fine. Pancaked. So set expected game server version. This should probably be a function. I don't like how I'm doing this right here. This dot endpoint monitor dot set expected game server version endpoint monitor. Whoops. Set expected game server version. And I guess the log call could go there. Updating expected game server version from this dot expected. How hard would it be to take play.bot.land and just... For future reference, 422 is semantically incorrect request. Okay. Huh. Okay, well, let's test all this stuff. So all I did is I made this configurable, and you can provision game servers still, but nothing will be considered to be out of date until you set this thing. Kind of bad. It's kind of a bad idea. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Well, we need to change this comment. So if undefined, it means that game servers will never be updated. It means the game servers won't be updated. This is settable via the overseer's REST server. And yeah, Petacoustic, like I said, if I made this a public API, I would probably try to rigorously follow those conventions. But given that it's just me using this, I don't think it's super important. Also, 11 Kazoos, I don't know if you actually did click that link. Yeah. Oh wait, you did. You did color lights green. Oh, they are green. Okay. Yeah, cool. So I guess all we have to do now is test this. All right, let's do it. So is this considered an administrator API? Yes, I suppose so, which means I put this in the wrong place. Why do you use Sublime too? So Triskeldin, first of all, hi. And I use it because I bought it and I don't want to buy the new one. And I also, this was like a long time ago that I started using it. If I ever update again, I'll be updating to Atom, almost definitely. ATOM. All right, so we want this here. And this has access to the endpoint monitor as well. So yeah, this isn't very difficult to change. And we just change this to strong auth middleware. Cool. Didn't go full bright. The red one is still broken. Yeah, it hasn't been 5 minutes yet though. Right? Because that's still green. When was this? This was on 59:03. And it is... So we're like a minute and a half away from it trying to revert itself again. Okay, I think this should be fine. Let's try it out. So we're going to post to game server version. Let's duplicate this. Edit this. Set expected game server version. So we're going to post to game version and we're going to set it. We need a password. We also need a version. And we're going to set 1.2.3. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Okay. Let's try it out. So we're going to restart the Overseer. And yeah, Harry, you can try it for free for an unlimited amount of time. But I felt like supporting the developer. There are certain products that I feel have really impressed me. Actually, Postman is one of them. I think they do a lot of things very well. There are a couple little quirks that I don't like, but the majority of this is really helpful. So this is something I really liked. Sublime was something that blew me away. Now I think Sublime has influenced enough other text editors where it's no longer very unique. So I don't know whether I'd spend money on something like this again. But I was happy to fork over the money back then. And if you had to choose between getting $1 million or eat a banana, what would you choose? That's a tough question, Weedley. Also, why is this broken? Updating expected... Oh, I never returned... Rest at 200. There, problem solved. We restart this. We go back over to here. Also, fine. Let me do this. I'll make Horforia happy. Add com desk. Here's Horforia's take on it. Hey again, Fur. Okay, there. It's been done. Digite, that is fair. And if Botland did catch on, I'm sure other people would be doing the exact same thing. That's what happened with Slither.io. That's what's happening with card games right now because of Hearthstone. Like, yeah, it's happening. And it'll happen with Botland too if it's successful. People just need proof, including myself. Where do you get the Overseer REST port from in Postman? So that's from the environment. Do you see this drop down up here at the upper right? If you click Manage Environments, you can make any variables you want. They're just key value pairs. So you can set them to anything. That way I could change what ports certain things are running on. You didn't put a cooldown on it so we can spam desk? Oh, I don't put a cooldown on most of the commands. It's just the ones that people tend to use. Why not BRV bathroom? Pin wrapper around set. The same function in endpoint monitor. Cool. Yeah, no problem, JWL. So the expected game server version should be configurable. So now it is. We just need to write that you have to configure it, and then I need to check this in. So let's open up the overseers package JSON. We're going to change that to a 5. Oh my goodness. All right. Wait, what? How does this work? Was it add quote? Did that work? So much spam. Yeah, sorry. That's my bad. Here, we'll run some giveaways. Snake Eyes, Galloping Cow there. That's just more spam, actually. Okay, so when we're going to check this in, we're going to go to Overseer, commit. So the version's been updated. We now have this wrapper API. We have this. If this isn't set, yeah, I should put a comment for that. Also, set expected game server version. I don't think this is really necessary, but is up to date. So if we don't have an expected version defined, then we consider everything to be up to date. So we should really put a comment here of why we do that. If undefined, it means that game servers won't be updated. It means that all game servers will be considered up to date. This is so that we can start an overseer without having to worry about configuring it beforehand and without worrying about all existing game servers being knocked offline. What does the rest of that say? We updated. This is settable via, yeah. Yeah, Harry, you do run that in the console. And that is what you're supposed to run, but you need to have Python in order for that to work. So if you can just do a run command for Python, then you have Python and it'll work. If you don't have Python, you need to go install Python. And installing Python should be as simple as just search install Python and you should find, yeah, that's the first download. If you haven't downloaded it yet, I suggest downloading Python 3 point something instead of 2 point something, because this is going to be the future, and this is because people are desperately hanging on to the old version. They just don't want print to be a function. Okay, have I checked all of this in yet? No, of course not. And I need to update my notes on this too, because this is a relatively big change despite not really seeming like it. So the expected game server version can now be set via REST API, which is posting to /game version. When unset, all game servers will be considered up to date so that we don't change any existing game servers. Yeah. All right. So we need to go update something in my notes. I'm not totally sure what. I don't know. Probably in here. Setting up the Ansible machine for the first time. Setting up game server, account server, client. Did I write the overseer anywhere here? No, I apparently didn't. Getting everything to work on Azure. Setting up all of the infrastructure quickly. I never wrote this. Okay, fine. So setting up the overseer. It's mostly just running Ansible prod. Yeah. And then post to /game version on the overseer with version in the body. Oh, what am I missing in chat right now? Oh, people found the command list apparently. And now there's spam. Can we shorten the commands list to a link to the botland forum? We could. I'm going to set a longer cooldown on this. I mean, there's already the help link if you want to check that out. That already tells people, I think, just like looking through all the different commands that there are. But yeah, the problem is that most of them are just something that I guess I'm supposed to use. Maybe I will. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know. Okay. And the right password in the header. I need to make sure that I have this password. Let me take a look. So what is it called? It is the overseer admin, and the overseer admin rest server password stored in the header as password. All right, there, that's all we need. So figure out whether I can consolidate this stuff. Account server versions. I probably should be printing out version information if I'm not already. Let's check it out. There are no account servers online. Oh my god. Fine, let's start one. All right, so version 1.0.0. I think that is a lie. I think this is hard-coded somewhere. Yeah, it is hard-coded. Oh boy. I sure love making changes like this. We get a command that returns Adam, you're doing a great job, with a negative cooldown on it. Where is this? Fine. I think this is the next thing that I'm going to do. I still didn't finish getting replication to work. And you know what? I might end up moving on from that. And then testing this sort of in the late beta stage. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. This is going to be hard enough as it is. Or maybe I could spend the rest of today working on getting everything running back on AWS. I don't think that's a good idea either. And the matchmaker's doing this too. Oh, great. All right, so let's go to matchmaker main and see what's happening here. We have matchmaker state. What, this isn't pulling the version in? It's not. There's not a huge reason to do this, but there's enough of a reason to do it, so I'm going to do it now. We have the version, and it's just something that's hard-coded. Okay, so let's take this from one thing that is doing it, which is here. I believe we read the version in... Oh, we don't. Overseer version isn't even printing out? Oh, man. I didn't do this anywhere. OneNote seems like a great tool. Oh, I love it. That was actually another thing that I really liked using. I'd used Evernote before, and I really, really disliked Evernote by the end of it. Of course, it's like saying, oh, I looked everywhere for something, and it was in the last place I looked. Before switching from a product to another product, you're probably going to say, I really disliked the old product. So that's not surprising. But there were a lot of just really annoying bugs. Okay, so I got to do these three things. I think the only thing that's actually doing this is the game server. So there's cluster env, and we probably have something in here like deterrn version. Yep, there it is. We store the version. So this is pretty simple. I think the proper way to do this might be to have all of these inherit from the same thing, and that way the version, it's not really necessary. Plus then, how do I read from package.json? Hey Aki, you always pop in at the weirdest times. Okay, so we're gonna change this in the account server for now. So arena, oh, I never did this, did I? Arena's hard-coded. Had to move package.json from the game server's dist staging to dist staging game server so that the code could read the version correctly. This involved updating a gulp file and an Ansible script. Oh man, what? I don't even have an environment state set there. Okay, Yaki. Set up account server env. Oh wait, I do have this. Oh. This just, hey, and this does determine the version. What? And it's obviously copy pasted. This account server is version. So every time I started the account server, it was saying that the game server is a certain version. Wow. Yeah, that was a mistake. Well, this might just work. How do I even test this? Yeah, it might be working. This is just too hard to know. We have account server package.json, but I had to move things from, oh, how does this work? Server. Yeah, day 142, I know. And Pix, I have Void Dreamer set up the GitHub page for bug tracking, but that's about it for right now. And honestly, it's really unimportant until I get another working version of Botland online. Hey again, Celestina. Sadly, I couldn't stay earlier due to horrible net at early morning. Okay, well, welcome back. All right. So by default, the account server pulls from package.json right there, which is bin. It's one directory up from bin. So is this the same way? There's bin, one directory up is package.json. So maybe this works by just without me having to do anything. And that means that maybe this is done. So then it's just not reporting its state correctly, is it? Where did that 1.0.0 come from? Why would I read the version and then not use it? Could you use the almost required command whenever I join? Unexpected EOF while parsing. Harry, you have... I don't know if you pasted that in wrong, but there's no space in between these two, and you should have a space in between these two. Although I don't think that's what would cause that error. Is it? Let's take a look. Let's go to desktop, Dell, Harry. No, it would give you a different problem. I'm not sure, Harry. Can you run... What in the world? I ran .verbose apparently. I meant to run version. -- version. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to help there, Harry. Sorry. I still love this picture. Because what are the odds of this happening? I should have had it print out how many people were in chat. I think that would have been great. But I didn't. So you'll just have to trust me that there were low odds. Alright, so in the account server, we're sending this version. Do we have the environment? We don't. Okay, so that's the problem. So I need to change this around. So AWS instance ID. This is only set in the case that we're on AWS, in which case it'll refer to the instance ID. Okay, so let's take a look at where we construct this. Account server wait a second. I gotta be doing this over here. AWS instance ID. We read it from here. Fine. Yeah, we should just pass in the environment. What a bad way of doing things. But then here too, set overseer REST client. Yeah, we're pulling everything from the environment anyway. Let's just pass in the environment. I don't know why I didn't do that. So then these three things aren't needed there. We can paste them into here. Overseer REST client in the account server. So this is just going to take in account server env. Yep. I don't think I'm going to comment any of that. What did this take? Overseer host and overseer port. Overseer host, overseer port. Save off the environment. Local REST server port. Oh, that was the second argument. And that was this. Nothing else was actually needed, I think. Remember that time I won 3 times in a row? Yeah. This dot. Okay. I think that should be it. Get rid of this stuff too. I'd like to put this into the environments as well. I think that'd be helpful. But as is, I think this should be working. Yeah, this should be good. Now the whole point of this was so that we could send our version over as well. So let's do that. Done. See how easy that was? It's a 1-line change once you get all the other lines done. Okay, cool. We don't have a Git version. I'm fine with that. We're using this as a struct anyway. Okay, so did this finally build? Yes, it did. Because it was spewing errors at me before that. And what about my account server? Yeah. All right, nice. Okay, so I think that's done. Let's try it out. So what we're going to do is we're going to close out of this. And previously, we had on line 29 here, we had an account server. Now on line 29, we have no account servers. We restart this, and now the version that we get should be 000. And it is. And just to make sure that that's working, let's load up package.json and set this to something like 1.2.3 and rerun it and make sure that that gets set here. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah, that actually did not work because it restarted in over the course of like no time. See you, Patakusik. Have a nice night. And have a good weekend. I forgot that it was Friday for a second. Huh. This is actually not working. It's saying 000 no matter what. I wonder why. Master account server 000. Account server env.version. Is this not working? Package.json version. Oh, I think I know what's happening. He always says see ya every time. Is that like a bad thing? I think that saying hello in a different way every time is more important than saying goodbye in a different way every time. Because I've seen other streamers who greet people the same way all the time, or who like thank someone for following or subscribing the same way. And to some extent that's branding. Like the subscription messages of like welcome to Botland, brother, or something like that it's branding. And I don't have subscriptions. So it's only followers, and even then I don't say much. Just thanks for following, I guess. Hey, Coffee Kills. I guess it also depends on what I'm thinking about at the time. Like this, for example. Is this going to work? When we rerun this. Yep, there we go. Okay, so I had to update the version in the correct spot. don't like how this runs. Or perhaps I just took the wrong one. No, I didn't. No, this is just wrong. Where do we run this out of? Dist staging. Yeah, this version's not going to be correct. Why did I do this? Why did I do this? Like, what's stopping me from running this out of... Let's try something. Let's set this to version 0.2.0. Welcome to the Addams family. Welcome to Wheatley's army. Wheatley, imagine if you ever started streaming. You said, welcome to the Adam crew. I never even went to your stream. But then I'd donate $5 to you still. I'd find a way. So the way that we're currently running this is with this command. And this works and causes me to start up a game server. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. If I run it though out of just /. Oh, it's not transpiled. Oh God. That's why. Okay. Well, then we got to run it like this, and we've got to just rely on the version being set correctly. When running an account, you know what? It doesn't matter. We're gonna deploy things. Yeah, I don't care about that. Account server package JSON. Let's set this back to 0, 0, 0. All right. Okay, so this is done. We're done with this. Yeah. So everything was, actually we don't even need to, everything was basically already done. The only issue is that I wasn't reporting the version number correctly to the overseer. The weird thing is that I'm pulling the package JSON from the transpiled folder, but nothing puts it there other than gulp redeploy. So testing locally isn't that easy. Oh yeah, Horforia, Ender's Game is, the Ansible was what they used to communicate instantaneously, right? Across any number of light years. So, I mean, it makes sense when I say Ansible that it reminds you of probably one of the few other times that that references come up. Okay, so this is done. Let's check it in. Cool, cool, cool. Doesn't matter. I wonder if they fixed that problem already with the socket.io CDN issue. Oh, what's this? Unexpected trailing comma. Nice. It's in the wrong code base though. Hey Frank. I see some things haven't changed. I just want to show people that Frank has probably been getting banned from Twitch because Frank3434 was in my chat for 2 hours, then 34344 for 12 minutes, and now he's back as 34343434. So Frank, have you been getting banned from Twitch? I must ask. The account server now correctly reports its version to the overseer. Oh no, this account is new. Frank34343434. Brand new. Gotta make him new. What LOL what? don't, don't LOL what me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know if you're trying to be coy or if you're confused at what I was showing on the screen, but I took it as you trying to be coy. And again, I don't care. I'm not gonna like ban people all of a sudden just because they showed up again, unless they did something terribly bad. Oh, I see. You like permaban? I honestly have no idea. Wait, then why the multiple accounts? Oh man. Alright, so when a matchmaker starts up, make sure it's pulling the version number from package.json. So we have matchmaker state. We're just not doing any sort of determined version from here. So we're going to take the same thing that we had over here in account server env, and we're going to get determined version, and we're going to copy paste this entire thing. So let's do that. And we'll put this in here. We'll call determined version. And actually, I should paste this into two places at once, because the overseer is not doing this either. Let's do this there too. Although endpoint state might have this. I didn't think about that. Let's take a look. Endpoint state index. We don't have a determined version. Ah, that's fine. We'll put it in these individual ones. Twitch permabanned your IP twice. Wait, then what? Okay, this doesn't compute. I honestly have no idea. But oh wait, Twitch permabanned my IP twice. I don't know how Twitch does bans like that. I don't know if they... there's probably a way to report users, right? I don't think I've ever done that. But there's probably a way. This matchmaker. Cool. So we also need package.json here. Just figure out the path to it. I think we should be fine. So go up one, and there it is. Yeah, that should be easy. Package.json equals require. Put this into here too. I mean, roughly in the same location. Determine version in the same area in general. And then the only other thing to do here is to call this. Let's take a look at where this was called. It was right before reading environment variables. How utterly convenient. So let's put that there. And let's put that there. Cool. So now when we start up a matchmaker, we should know what version it is. So let's call run. And we got a problem. Hooray. So let's get the logger as well. And we're going to put this here, and we're going to put this here. Cool. Let's try now. All right, matchmaker version is 1.0.1, and when I start the overseer, it says it's 1.0.5. Cool. So we should also make it report. Make the overseer report the version that it's on. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water really fast. Okay, I'm back. You got banned for 8 hours. Oh, that's... I don't think temp bans should be called bans. Back on the Something Awful forums, they were called probations. That's how I feel like those are. Like they're like timeouts. That's what I consider them to be. Okay, so this is done and this is done. It needs to report them both though, which actually I don't think I've finished yet. Well, the matchmaker needs to report it. So the matchmaker has a REST client, and here this is hard-coded, and we have matchmaker state, so let's just use it and save version. Perfect. All right, and where does that leave us? I think that's pretty much it. We just need to report it from here too. So the overseer state, yeah, let's print out the version. Where do we get that information? Probably like that. All right, let's try it out. What is this? This isn't even, you didn't even include bot in here. Oh my god. Alright, well, whatever. Adam, I got a really good question you can help me with. How do you do your front end? So I use React. Actually, I think that's in my Twitch info section if you want to read that. But it's React and Redux mostly, and I'm gonna change that at some point. Or well, sorry, I'm going to add to that at some point. To add in animations, better styling, more checks. And I've got some resources if you want to look into that. Okay, so let's rerun this. Cool. So version 1.0.5, we should see that here. Perfect. Version 1.0.5. And then we also should see that it reports the matchmaker's version as 1.0.1. Perfect. Okay, cool. So I think all of that is fixed. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, wait. So let's check this stuff in. And I guess if this changed, we need to up the version again. Yeah, I don't really... Whatever, let's do it. That means we need to publish it as well. So the matchmaker now determines its version from package.json and reports it properly to the overseer. So that is done. Modules, matchmaker, npm publish. React, is that easy to learn? Honestly, I don't think it's incredibly easy. Once you know it, it makes sense, but getting there is a learning curve. Okay, so that was the first part. Let's do this next part. So I got rid of yeah, okay, that's fine. And then that too. Okay, so let's go to overseer package.json. A lot of the times it's not necessary for me to push code unless I'm going to be testing it. Which, by the way, I should have done that. Modules infra test, npm test. So let's do that and then check this in. So this is the overseer. Okay, good. All the tests passed. That's good. The overseer now determines this version from package.json and reports it when you call whatever this thing is, health, get/health on the administrative REST server. Yeah, good, cool. Okay, it's coo time. I should just make pigeon sounds every time I run this. All right, so this works. Uh-oh. Overseer was never published. Modules, overseer, and published. So, Frank, I totally don't mind helping. Like I said, I can link you. I can link you the thing I used on React and Redux. Let me find it. Redux and React data flow. Oh, that's not helpful. Yeah, here we go. So I use something called Flux, actually. Or no, sorry, I use something called Redux, which is based on Flux. I'll write that here. Redux is based on the principles of Flux. So there's a tutorial that I read that's here. This will help you with Redux. React, you could probably find some tutorials online. And then, yeah, the Redux official docs are pretty nice too. For anyone who doesn't know, so React is the view in model view controller, and it's just your front end. Redux lets you kind of get the model and the sort of the controller And it does it using unidirectional data flow, so you can see how all these arrows are only going in one direction. And that you'll read about as you learn Redux. I'm not going to explain the significance of it right now, but basically it lets you prevent some of the jQuery sort of spaghetti debugging you have, where you update a button or text field and that updates something else and that updates something else, and you run into weird bugs. So figure out whether I can consolidate the setup overseer. Yeah, I want to. I guess I could do some of this stuff. It's not very important. I'm going to have a conversation this weekend about the UI. So hopefully, I might be able to start that on Monday. And I haven't heard of Laravel. PHP framework for web artisans. Oh, well, that answers it. Because it's PHP. Yeah, and I use that. Frank, I think if you look into Redux, try to learn some more about it, I think that'll be a little bit more helpful than me explaining it. So I don't know if I want to do this. This should just go on some like future to-do list. Actually, maybe I could. The problem is people could spam this API. And also, what would I do with the errors that I collect? What table are you using? Oh, the desk? Huh. So what is Bugsnag? Let's go take a look. And what was their pricing for this? Unlimited projects, multi-dimensional filtering. Yeah, I think we're just going to save this for later then. Free for open source and non-profits. This seems interesting. I wonder how you incorporate it. Like, let's take a look at their docs. They have a JavaScript reference. Oh, and they have a Node.js reference too. Include Bugsnag. Then put in your API key. Yeah, this is pretty good. Definitely pretty good. Yeah, okay. I'll have to look into this later then. I don't think now is the time to do it. So let's say add to like future to-do list. This seems very usable from JS. It's free for 2 weeks. It costs $9 a month. Afterward, doesn't seem too bad. Frank says, does React and Redux make your website look better? No, so you still have to style it and everything. Bootstrap is really just a bunch of styles and like a small amount of JavaScript. Access denied. Yeah, Dennis, Costco site is not available to everyone, I guess. So I don't know, but I got it from Costco. So figure out whether I can consolidate the setup overseer REST client functions in the account server and game server. I could also end up not needing to require things like Bluebird retry. So you can do AJAX requests with React. So React is really just a view. It's not supposed to be anything more than that. So think about it like this. If you have data somewhere like a username and a password, you could show that with React. But you wouldn't be saving to a database from React. And yeah, Graga, you're right. And Kazi, thanks for following. Alright, so figure out whether I can consolidate these. Let's take a look. And let's close out all this other nonsense here. Probably don't need any of that. Okay, so what do these do? Connect to overseer is false. And let's load up the other one too. cluster main in here. Make a new overseer REST client. I should make it with the environment. Then there's a register function. And it tries registering itself forever. What does this do? Makes a new overseer REST client. And we try registering it down here. So, Frank, one of the things you talked about a lot of different things. The language matters, but again, like, there are many ways to do the same thing, even in the same language. So, React, Angular, jQuery, like, they're all ways to accomplish the same thing, and they all have their pros and cons. So it's not necessarily like a one-size-fits-all solution. How do you where everything in the code exists? Hey, Gamester, I assume you're saying, how do I know where everything in the code is? And it's because I wrote all the code. I mean, that's pretty much it. If I hadn't written all the code, then I'd probably have to write some documentation so other people could find this stuff. In general, a lot of it's pretty well named. I mean, like, if you're looking for matchmaker code, you're going to go into the matchmaker folder. But if you're looking for how you interact with the database, yeah, I need to write some documentation for that. But since there are no other coders, it hasn't been a problem yet. All right, so trying to figure out how I'm going to consolidate this, or really if I'm going to consolidate this. Right here we have setup overseer REST client, and this not only sets it up, but it also connects. Here, however, we have a setup overseer REST. Why are all these marked as new? Something's wrong here. Oh no. How did this happen? Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. We gotta delete all this code. We have to delete it all. This can't work. Oh, I made a big mistake. Oh man, I changed this directory and I never updated it here, so I was finding old code. Alright, I gotta go delete that. Desktop, botland. Pretty much have to delete everything that isn't node modules, and maybe the logs as well. So let's delete all of that stuff. Oh god, even this feels bad. I don't know if this is a good idea. Docs, I don't need that. Can't be deleted because it's open in another program. Oh, darn it, there it is. At least I noticed that was marked green in there. What happened? So on Wednesday, I moved everything from like desktop/botland to code/botland, but I didn't update my Sublime find dialog. So I was finding code in the old code base, and who knows if I made any changes there. I certainly don't. I should just delete all this folder. Can we delete this? Yeah, good. Launcher, node modules. Oh man. Okay. Well, this isn't so bad, hopefully. I'll just delete all of this. There. Okay, good. Okay, so let's try that again. Hopefully this time doing it correctly. Alright, yeah. No green pluses over here. That's good. So yeah, this sets up and connects, and then the other one that we have just sets it up, and then something else connects if it's necessary. And Jesper, man, I shouldn't do that. It's a bad idea on Windows. It's a bad idea on Unix, Linux. But then where do we use this? Cluster master. Something needs to try connect. Oh, right. We only try register. Okay, good. Okay, so that's one of the differences. I need to write this down. So the problem is that constructing the client differs, and then when I want to connect differs. I might be able to refactor out some parts of this, but I don't think I'm going to have one copy gone completely. Let's take another look at this. So register with overseer. Yeah, I hide the details of registration in here, but registration takes different parameters anyway. Other than that, they look pretty much the same, right? There's a register function, account, REST client. Yeah, these look pretty much the same. And these inherit from the same class too, I believe. REST client base, REST client base, and they're even in the same code base. So, what else uses this? Account server, overseer. The client has it? Account server REST client. Does this do a retry? This doesn't, so that's different. Digite, I really think you should probably get sleep instead of watching this. Or maybe I'll put you to sleep by trying to refactor this code. Huh. Alright, well, the problem is that the client uses this too. So I could refactor some of this, and it might make it a little bit simpler. Running the retry in here, then passing in it. I don't think so. I don't think this is going to be simple enough. Yeah. I think we just cancel this. So the account server and the game server are close enough to each other, but the client isn't going to want to retry as many times. And either way, we'll have different parameters to pass in. I don't know. That you should go to sleep. Okay, so figure out if I want endpoint state to be used by everything and whether REST client should appear in its own module. Huh, interesting. Infra shared REST client. What's that? That doesn't even exist any longer. I did extract it into its own thing. Wow, so I wonder what REST client I would want to make comment. Oh, probably this one. Oh. And this does hardly anything too. Look at that. Yeah, this would be like minor refactoring work. Yeah, Gamester, how many how many people are working on this with me? So I should just make a command for that. Xtonomous LLC was founded by Adam and Ian. Adam is the only developer. Let's see, they also hired several contractors to work on art and UI. Okay. Wait, what happened there? Why can't I copy this? Yeah, there we go. Why is Sperman a mod? Well, my original criteria for modding people was just talks a lot in chat. And that worked out pretty well now. But there's no real need to moderate chat, so I never expected my moderators to do much. And then a lot of people started commenting at one point that like, oh, only people with swords are talking in chat, so I just stopped modding new people. To me, like, I don't think having moderators in this chat is really necessary. I very, very rarely exceed 70 people on this stream. Whereas I think most gaming streamers get like, 200, 300 people. A lot of newcomers too. So endpoint state. This was something that was... I mean, I could make you a mod. I don't care. But if I make you a mod, then where does it end? Do I make Pro Sam a mod? Alright, Mike, wield your sword. There you go. So endpoint state is an event emitter for what reason exactly? Oh, so that it can emit that this was set. Oh, right. I forgot about that. This is why I've always refused to be modded. Wait, why? Well, because moderation doesn't mean anything here? Wait, I don't understand. I honestly want to know what the answer to this is for you. Okay. All right. Yep. Great. Also, in case you're curious, the top people who are in this chat. So yeah, Pro Sam, where are you on this list? Pro Sam is here, number 60. So I should technically make everyone above there a mod. Stop right there. Wait, where's Mike on this list? There's an easier way to do this. Mike is at 523 hours. So you must be up here. Yeah, there you are, number 15. Wow. Yeah, wow. Hey, Just John. 12 hours in chat is a good amount of time. Hey, Wasabi. Yeah, I think... So, I don't know what kind of perks I would give mods in this chat. I think that there's... I don't know. There's very little to do with, I think, a programming stream. I can run giveaways. And I can run rigaways that just work with mods. Maybe I could do that. There. Anyway, I don't think I want to do this either. These are like things I could look into in the distant future if I actually needed to, or once there's a problem. But I don't think there's a compelling enough reason to switch right now. Yeah, they're customized enough. Why even use the base class though? I wonder. Oh, for master state and everything. Yeah, I'll probably just leave this as it is. Being a mod gives you a fancy sword. That is true. That is true also. Here, I'll move Mark's tie. That way you can actually see all the lights. Okay, so I'm going to cancel this too. I don't think there's enough to gain by doing this. It's not causing problems. It's not a ton of duplicated code. And it's not going to... Yeah, that's it. So I had a bad register account server with ELB function. It was attempting to use an undefined variable, but no error was being caught anywhere. I don't know how this is possible, and it made it very difficult to track down the bug. So this is that I want to install a new Restify error handler. And I have a REST server base class, and I think that's what should do it. Right? Because everything should inherit from that. The only things that don't are probably like this. Game REST server. No, they all do inherit from that. So, wait, did I already do this? I don't remember if I did this or not. Oh, I did. Huh. I already finished this. I don't remember doing this. Wait, so then we should test this, right? So, figure out how I want to handle the above. I don't think it makes any sense for them to be sent without logging. Just do this by things we function in drive class. Yeah. This is all I have to do then, huh? Interesting. So, let's test it out. If I go to overseer, let's go to the admin rest server, because all these extend from the same thing. And then let's say I had it an undefined variable in here. So set expected game server version. What if I just said something like unicorns dot foo equals bar? Yeah. Then I run this. Oh, that doesn't look good. That definitely doesn't look good. What is this? 503 get ID. Uh-oh. Yeah, what's going on here? Uncaught exception printed like 1,000,000 times. Con reset. Man, okay, I don't know about that. We should just run this again though. So let's do the same thing. Set game server version. So we're gonna hit send here, and we get reference error unicorns is not defined. So we get the route that we were posting to game version, matched version. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we already fixed this a long time ago. The part that I don't understand is where were those ID errors coming from? This isn't working. Huh. Did this break? Yeah, weird. This isn't doing anything right now. Received min rest port. I might need to close this and reopen it. Oh, I can't even do that. Huh, that was very strange. Yeah, well, those are the kind of programmer error things that I have. So I'm fine having something to catch that. The weird thing is, how did I get this error? Coming from Lodash, which eventually came from other overseer crashed. How did that happen? Incoming overseer socket endpoint. Find connected sockets. Get endpoint type.id. And it doesn't necessarily have an endpoint type? ID's not assigned. I find this hard to believe. Or connected sockets is somehow null. Don't know. Hey again, Cody. Alright, well, let's try crashing the other overseer. So I'll go to modules overseer run 2. This will run the secondary one, and then let's treat it as though it crashed. So lost connection, it crashed, socket closed. Wait a second, lost connection to other overseer. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Okay, well, that's done. Consider refactoring the REST client. I use the register with overseer function from almost all non-overseer endpoints, so having that in the REST client may be a good idea. Otherwise, I don't want to use it from the clients. I'm just going to cancel this. This is essentially a copy of the last to-do item that I canceled. I don't think there's a lot to gain by doing this. Figure out how to set the environment variables for the Ansible database script at a higher level than what I did. I cram them into tasks for now, so there's a lot of repetition. If I set these for an entire user, then I don't need the PM2 JSON scripts as much. Setting them for passwords. Am I going to play Pokemon tonight? No. So there's a wedding that I'm attending, and it's like spread over multiple days. So today is day number 2. So I'm going to that in like an hour, I guess. I might actually need to end the stream a little bit early. Figure out how to set the environment variables for the Ansible database scripts. I know what this is referring to. I don't know if it's worth doing. So for example, the overseer needs to connect and to the database. So I specified these 4 things here. But the account server also needs to connect to the database. So I specified these 4 things here. There are 5 things actually. Why 5? Oh, because I need the root password to create the database. Yeah, so how do I do this at a higher level in Ansible? And is this even worth testing right now? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Probably just don't worry about that. To see what I'm talking about, just search the Ansible scripts for database host. Both the overseer and the account server have something like this since they both need to connect to the database. Excuse me. I like coughed in such a way that I forgot what I was typing. Hang on a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we're just going to add this to the to-do list down below. Let's put a bookmark here. Go to that to-do and just say roughly when this was created. It was probably about a month ago. So I'm going to say 4/27, and we're going to just make this be the date that was, which was a Wednesday. What's the hotkeys to scroll through the text like that and copy only certain parts? Never really got how to do that. I am not sure what you're talking about, actually. I'd have to look at what I did in the VOD. Like, so I'll talk about in general the shortcuts that I might use to go through text. I'll try to do this quickly. Let's go to some like random file, REST client, sure. So I'll copy this over to here. So for one thing, there's navigation by function, Control R. I can type the name of a function like promote, and I'm in there. So cool. Now let's say I wanted to copy this whole thing. I might just hit shift and then down and select the whole thing. There are other ways I might do this, like you can hit Control Shift Space to select everything that's in a certain scope so it knows that this is the function. If I wanted to just get a particular line, like the one with timeout, I might do an incremental search with Control I, type time, hit enter, select the whole line, copy it. I also now have, what's it called, easy motion, so I could also have done the same thing by typing T, and then this particular instance is labeled with N, so I could just type N, and now I'm, interesting. You actually have to do this all fast enough. No, what? It's broken here. Huh. This plugin's broken. Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't work here. Or at least it doesn't work with N. It works if I type something like J or L. But for some reason N is special here. I wonder if it's because... Yeah, it's because of that autocomplete. If I did the same thing here, I bet it would work. No, it doesn't. Alright, well, whatever. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of different ways to navigate. That's the bottom line. And if you ever want to know how I'm doing something, feel free to ask. But I need to know what it is you're talking about. So implement matchmaker replication from master to secondary as far as games go. I think I'm going to save this for later. We're actually almost done with this list. Well, but then there's another list. If a game server is not up to date, register itself, we should at the very least print an error about that. So let's do that. Let's go into endpoint monitor, register game server. So we have the version here. We'll do this. If util.exists, it's dot expected game server version. Logger.info. So we'll do this after adding the endpoint. We'll say, oh, and by the way, that's another thing you can do, Cody, if you want. You can just select any arbitrary amount of lines And I have the shortcut set to Alt down and Alt up. So this lets me just drag entire blocks of code to wherever I need them to be. I think it's pretty helpful. Okay, so logger.info. A game server just registered itself with us, but it's already out of date. Version equals version and expected game server version equals this dot expected game server version. Cool. Now let's do this. We'll put this onto its own line. Yeah, now I gotta do the same thing over here. There. Okay, cool. That's done. We should really test that. How would I test this? I know how. Yeah, okay, this is actually really easy to test. We just run this. Then we set the expected version to something that we're not on. So we just do this. And then we launch a game server. And we're done. So there, check it out. A game server just registered itself with us, but it's already out of date. Version equals 000 and expected game server version equals 123. Nice. Doop. Okay. Figure out the answer to this question. Should I bother checking the health of an endpoint that the master overseer tells the secondary overseer about? Or should I do this at startup time? Should I only do this at startup time? Feel like I should only do this at startup time. Secondary overseer is not doing anything though. To me, this kind of thing sounds like it wouldn't hurt, but I don't know if there's a particular benefit. Have you ever looked into getting a green screen so we can see the text behind you? I have, but the problem is that I feel like my lights are a big part of the stream, and you guys being able to change them is fun. And if I had a green screen, you wouldn't be able to do that anymore. Because changing it to a color that's not green would all of a sudden show the green screen, and changing it to a color that is green would hide me. Yeah, also the other thing I try to do is I try not to have too much code showing at the bottom right of my screen. So I can see, I usually have OBS open on the left half of my left monitor. So I can see exactly where my video ends. Like I can trace around this. And I try not to have important stuff there. But yeah, it would be helpful, I guess. I don't know. That would invalidate the 4 days of time I spent coding my lights. So I don't think I'm going to do that. Alright, so like I said, this kind of thing wouldn't hurt. Let's see how I would do this. So when we get replicated information, so here for example, endpoint added. Oh, whoa, I already do this. Ensure endpoint is reachable. Huh. Yeah, I already do this. But what do I do if this fails? It's a critical error. I wonder if it should still be that. Yeah, I think so. Okay. So it turns out that I'm already doing this in replicated data. And if I can't reach the endpoint, then I'm raising a critical error. Which a critical error over here... Yeah, this is not emailing me. I should probably make this email me pretty soon. And I think that's something over here that I wrote down. Where did I write this? Let me just search for email. Yeah, oh, it was the second thing on my list. Make it so the endpoint monitor can email me when something fails. Yeah, except for I have critical error in here, I think more than once. Where is it at? And what is this that I'm searching right here? What is this? Logs/log.txt. No, thank you. There. Okay, so what I'm concerned about is that server.js has its own copy of this. Does it? No, it publishes out critical error. Huh, I already fixed this. I fixed part of this. I need to have it email me still. But handle critical error calls into the endpoint monitor. This pub subs out to that. Then the endpoint monitor subscribes to it. Yeah, this is perfect. This can call into... Yeah, okay. Wow, good. Nice. All right, so let's try it. So having this email me, well, I have overseer, rest server, email, send email. This calls into, oh, that's not good. Well, it's not bad. So we need AWS util. Do we have that here? Yes, we do. So const to address equals, we got to make this configurable. I mean, this is the more annoying part of this, is the configuration. Actually sending the email, let's just fake it for now. Adam@adam.com, and I'll put a to do here. To do, make this a variable somewhere. I wonder how you specify multiple to addresses. Let's go take a look. So AWS API docs, it's called send email. And how do you send to multiple email addresses? Oh, it's an array. Darn it. Oh yeah, I might need to change this. Thankfully, I think I'm only calling send email from 2 places, so it might not be so hard. Send email. Here's, no, that doesn't count. Here's one, and that's what I'm just starting to write. And then here's the other. Yeah, I think those are the only places. Yeah, the problem that I have here is that I can only send to one address if I do things this way. So if I go into AWS util, what's going on that I can't find AWS util? Oh, it's called AWS. Yeah, to address. I should have made this. Oh man. Yeah, I should have had this be an array of addresses, or at least allow it to be an array of addresses. I'm going to do that. P3D says, how's this program you use to have an overview of your APIs called? I think you're talking about this, Postman, and if not, let me know. Are you talking about this? Because if so, it's what I just linked in. If not, then you'll have to clarify. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Let's make it take an array. Which I already did this here somewhere else. Yeah, array or private, single, whatever the heck. So, array or single to address. What is going on here? Array of 2 addresses is this. Cool. So then this can be placed there. Then we need to make sure that all of them are email addresses. There's got to be an easy way to do this. We don't have an email address. I I know there's a Lodash function to do this. I just don't know what the Lodash function is. Oh, there might be an all or an any. Every. Check if predicate returns truthy for all elements. Oh, good. That's exactly what I wanted. And do we have Lodash here? Yes, we do. Okay, so if not every, and what do? We pass in a collection and a predicate? Okay, so we want to know that all of the to addresses are valid email addresses. So we have networkutil.valid email address. This shouldn't be this function. It also shouldn't matter how we call it. So networkutil.isEmailValid. Then we just return this here. So we make sure that every email address is valid, and we should be good. So I should really test this out, and I should probably write tests for these APIs, although they're mostly AWS things. So I think I'll try this out myself. Yeah, but then this won't matter, will it? And I can't test this out. Okay, the best I can do is this. So console.log success. Return promise.resolve. Okay, then let's write some simple test code here. We'll just say test.js, and we'll include this. So const AWS util equals require dot slash Adam and error to address does not exist anymore. That is very good. Let me go open that up again in index.js. To address. Oh yeah, I haven't changed the comments of this either. Let's do this. This is array, or how did I specify this before? String or an array of string. The email address to send, the email address says to send to. I think that's fine. Okay, then to address still exists somewhere. Yeah, that's not good. One of these email addresses. Does this return? Predicate is invoked. Return true, otherwise false. Yeah, so we don't know exactly which one is going to be false for. In fact, maybe iterating over these. Yeah, it might be a better idea to iterate over these. That way we know which one is invalid. Yeah, I think it's a better idea. All right, so points to Lepko. So let's do this. We don't actually want a for each. We want this, I think. Check if predicate returns truthy for any element. Iteration is stopped once it returns truthy. Maybe just a normal for loop. I don't know. Because I need something I can return from. Yeah, fine. Just use a normal for loop. So array or single, no, not that. Array of two addresses. And we're going to test this out. So we'll say this const to address equals this. Before yet. Frank isn't even still in chat. But that is pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to go with the standard for loop. Yep. Then I guess I'll give you a point for that too, P3D. So yeah, if not networkutil.isEmailValid address, then we can return. And we can get rid of the whole one of these. Okay, so let's try it out. So we're going to do this. We're going to do awsutil.send email to a@a.com with, it actually doesn't matter what. So let's just call that. And then let's do console.log. Let's do this times 80. So we're going to do that. And then let's do an array of valid ones. and then an array where the first one's invalid, and an array where the second one's invalid. Okay. Adam, if you're sending more than 50 emails at a time with SES, you may need to make several requests, or I'm misinformed. That might be true, but I think I'll just... Yeah, you're saying if I have like more than 52 addresses? Because I could verify that that's not the case. And that's a good question, Spurman. I haven't used for of. Part of the reason why I wasn't using for of is because it transpiles into like way more code than just a for loop. Const a equals 1, 2, 3, 4, let val of a console.log val. Yeah, this is why I didn't do this. I don't like how there are multiple try catches in the transpiled code. It just seems a little too much to me, given that I could just use a for loop, and it's practically the same as far as understandability goes to me. All right, anyway, where did that code go? So this test code, we want to do copy file path, cd/d into there, node test. So we should just get a whole bunch of like, yeah, there we go. aa.com is not a valid email address. bb.com is not a valid email address. Okay, good. So this worked. But are you transpiling that? That's a good question. Where is this coming from? I might not be. Where is AWS? Yeah, I'm not. You're right. That would be the first for of that I've ever typed in my code base if I do that. Or let address of array of 2 addresses. So much nicer. Again, Weedly. Okay, and let's rerun our test code again. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so I think the other thing we'll do here is if array of 2 addresses dot length is greater than, and you know what? I want to look at the API documentation for that, because if it's, did I close it? No, here it is. Did they mention the number 50 anywhere here? Limit on the total number of recipients. Combined number of 2 CC and BCC cannot exceed 50. Got it. Cool. So I will give you a point for that, JWL. So let's say this. If it's greater than 50, then return promise. I'm not typing this again. Okay, so return, you are attempting to send an email to more than 50 recipients. I should probably print out, no, that's it. Yeah, the caller can print out any details that they might want. Or this should just say, you're attempting to send an email to, I should say exactly how many recipients. In fact, we should say num recipients equals this. That way we can compare this pretty easily here. Max is 50. Cool. Underscore that chunk. Oh no, I don't even want to do that. Like, that to me is a bug. Botland should have no purpose whatsoever in sending an email to like 50 people. It should never send it to more than probably 3. In fact, the only reason I even coded this is because I figured like critical error, let's say, I don't know, the overseer, everything crashed. Imagine an error like that. We want to send an email to probably Adam at, you know, whatever, let's say that's my email address, but probably also somebody else so that I'm not the only person answering these emails. So I was thinking, you know, eventually it'd be, you know, Ian, and maybe there's some like DevOps alias or something like that. And that way I could send it to a few people. Should I ever need to send it to 50, I'll just redo these APIs. And I think I'll write a note here. you cannot have more than 50 recipients when using this API. Well, yeah, JWL, I guess. But yeah, like I said, I'm not really too concerned about that. Yeah. Hey, Lobo. Okay, so I'm gonna finish this up after I get back from the bathroom, and then we're probably gonna wrap up shortly thereafter. Because normally I'd have another like 27 minutes in the stream, but I don't know if I have to end early today. Anyway, be right back. Okay. All right. So that was one of the other things. We could just, so note the number of recipients according to AWS is the combined number of 2 plus CC plus BCC addresses, but we only have 2 addresses here. And then we could just chunk the array and send emails multiple times. In fact, I don't know why AWS's API doesn't do that. Why wouldn't they? Huh. They make you do it. Hey, Treeform. How's it going? Every time you pop into the stream, I want to go look at Istralad's Steam reviews and see how many more positive ones you got. Because you've been doing great, right? Yeah, 784. Nice. Oh, whoa. I didn't mean to click that, but either way, it came to this guy. See, when people play for like 44 hours of a game, man. Huh. Shipped your DLC? Nice. Congrats. But I'd rather just surface this as an error for now, since we should have no reason to send to more than 50 people anytime soon. Yeah, and to be fair, I've done that with games too. I don't usually leave reviews at all, but I have played games sometimes for like many, many hours, even if I hate them, or I grow to hate them as I'm playing them. Usually they're free to play games that I like just got on my phone, and I'm like, well, I might as well beat it, but I don't have fun beating it. And at the end of the game, I try to like rip it apart. But they're usually very poorly designed games. It's not like they tried hard. They tried for a cash grab or something. What game? I want to play game. Well, now you know you've already been playing it, apparently. Okay, so array of 2 addresses. Yeah, I think this should work. Yeah. Okay, so let's update the package JSON for this too. We'll say that way we can't forget it. And the test code, actually I don't want that test code checked in. We'll uncheck it in. And by that I mean we won't check it in. Now, if something fails, we want to send an email. And in order to do that, we need to just call this code from here. And we need to to it. Oh, right. It was all the instrumentation stuff. Yeah, I don't know if now's the time to do that. Let me check in the first part of this at least. Yeah, let me do that. And I need to write that server management code for my game now. Well, it's been taking me like 3 months, so hopefully you can get it done in way less time than that. Why AWS versus GCE? What is GCE? Oh, Google Cloud something. Google Cloud. So the reason I picked AWS, there were a couple of relatively like easy to understand reasons. One was I knew for sure it could do what I needed it to do. And the other was they have a free tier that was pretty reasonable. I think Google also has a free tier that gives you like a ridiculous amount of credit for a year. Grumpy guy. I think there's probably a competition on most sites that allow reviews to try to have the funniest top rated review. Okay, so this is fine. So the send email API now allows you to pass in multiple email addresses. So I should allow, okay, here's what I should say here. Make it so that critical error email addresses can be taken in as a semicolon delimited list, and then split that into an array at some point and validate the array using network detail. Okay, so all the steps are there. It's just a tedious process, and it might be a process that takes longer than 20 minutes, which normally I don't have a problem with, and I normally stay late and just work on this, but I don't know about today. So let's at least get this done and then maybe see how much we can do on that. The send email API now allows you to pass in multiple email addresses. If you try passing in more than 50, it will produce an error. Yeah. Let's lint the code too. Whoa. Whoa. What? Oh. Right. I never finished writing this code, so let's just comment all of this out. Yeah, so now there's just this stuff, which I don't really care because I'm going to delete that file now. So delete, and this should lint, and we check it in, we push the code, and the last bit is doing this, which is an npm publish. Then we run to see if we've got this working. It's pigeon code. That's freeform. Someday that will work. I have uncommitted changes in the overseer. Huh. Yeah, I have that button, Wheatley. It's called the move button. And I will invoke it in about a week or two. Actually, we got really bad news. Probably shouldn't share this. Well, anyway, the move might be delayed. That's the news I can share. And and here's actually fallout from that news is that I might not be able to stream. We might not have a place to live for like a week. I don't know what's gonna happen. Like, I'll have a laptop, and I don't know. I don't really want to talk about it. What is lint? So linting code means checking it for code correctness usually, but also sometimes people lump in style with that. So like, are your braces on the right line? But that should typically be a different tool. So code correctness is, this is what I was talking about before. When you have a function like this is, I think, the simplest example of this. Like var sum equals x plus y, return x plus y. So a linter would look at this code and say, like, error, you're not using the sum variable. And you might be like, oh wow, yeah, I meant to put this here. And there we go. Or it might say, error, you name this the same as your function. So this is not improper JavaScript, at least I don't think it is, but a linter would find this as an error. Was that a pigeon? Yes, that was supposed to be a pigeon. That's new today, right? Or am I going crazy? Oh, yeah. Yep. Mike is now a mod. Alright, so this is the next bit. Wait, JWL, are you in Washington? I don't know if this is a joke suggestion or a real one. Whether or not it's real, I'll say this right off the bat. Like, we have people I think we could live with if we are going to be out of a place. And I appreciate the offer. But, yeah. Despite that you've been in chat for a while, I think I still have to treat you as real life stranger, even though you're an internet friend. I always get a kick out of these. They're not emotes, they're just Unicode characters. I do not, but the offer stands. Okay. That would make it very difficult. But thank you. Alright, so I think I'll save this. What are the other things we can do here? Fix the to-do item and ensure game server is up to date for being updated. Make sure it assigns a state where it knows to not schedule more games. Oh, whoa. Did I do that? Can run games. How did I check this? Serve ready game server instance. So we get a ready game server cluster. Whoa. How do all the files link together in Sublime Text to make the game? So Harry, something needs to include them all. And the way that I do this is actually relatively complex, I think, if you're just getting into this sort of thing. I'll explain it briefly so that I'm not just leaving you in the dark, but I have a tool that combines everything into one file in the end. And this is actually pretty common for a lot of programming languages. You might have modules, but let's say in C++, for example, if you made like a player.js and a game.js, it's all going to get compiled into the same binary in the end anyway. Now in Java, hey, Frozen Tux. How do all the files link together in Sublime Text to make the game? So, Harry, something needs to include them all. And the way that I do this is actually relatively complex, I think, if you're just getting into this sort of thing. I'll explain it briefly so that I'm not just leaving you in the dark, but I have a tool that combines everything into one file in the end. And this is actually pretty common for a lot of programming languages. You might have modules, but let's say in C++, for example, if you made like a player.js and a game.js, it's all going to get compiled into the same binary in the end anyway. Now in JavaScript, it's slightly different because it's an interpreted language. So there are a couple of ways you can do this. One is you can just define all of your scripts in your HTML. And despite that this doesn't look like HTML, it's a template language. You could do the same sort of thing. So in your HTML, just say script source equals like player.js, and then script source equals game.js. And this is what I had shown you in the Harry folder that I made over here, which was here. So I made two scripts, and then they both got included. For them to be able to use each other is slightly different too. You will look into require syntax or something like, well, yeah, you'll have to look at some tutorials online for something like that, because I don't think I can explain that very quickly. But this is, I'll show you at least how I do it. I won't explain the underlying parts. And this is what Treeform was saying. I have require here. So when I want to use my logger from another file, I require it. So now it's as though it exists here. And then I can just call functions on it. When are you going shopping next? Oh, darn it. I'm getting a phone call. All right. I should, hang on a second. First, let me text back saying, I should probably go. It's because I know for sure I have to go to this wedding event tonight, and I don't know when it is, and I still need to change, and my wife is calling. So that probably means that I need to go. Where did I leave off here? Oh yeah, that's where. This is where I left off. Let's just duplicate this a million times because I don't have time to work on this right now. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna leave you guys. I'll be back online on Monday, and I'm gonna see if I can host someone really fast. Thank you all for watching. I can't pick. All right, let's go with my Burbs. All right, cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna host him. All right, I'll see you all later. Thanks again for watching. And if you followed, I'm gonna actually close this thing down. That way you guys get light control if you follow, but next time. All right, see ya.